Starting early, I guess. As well. These ear thingies, not very good. I need to get normal earplugs. Okay. I think I've got everything. Sorry, been a little bit busy. Let's see. Channel. That's good. That is good. Hey Stevie, how's it going? Okay. Alright. Okay, no problem, Mario. I just figured I'd start early because we usually start late. It gives a chance for some East Coasters to get in if they can, if they're not working and stuff. Alright, I'll just kind of hang here and hey, what I could do is I could read some comic books to people while I'm waiting. How about that? Which one? Thanks to Christian. That's, oh no! Spider-Man Wolverine, that's kind of a good one. Thank goodness. Oh no. Oh wait. Okay, so Stevie doesn't have a Mac at the moment. So I never read these. Spider-Man versus Wolverine. Be interesting. I mean, I don't see how Wolverine could ever lose. Spider-Man. What would I do if I was Spider-Man against Wolverine? Your web's not gonna hold him for long. Wolverine regenerates. Hey, lost on the map. So now these are fun questions for me because it's strategic in a way, and I like strategy. So if I were Spider-Man, how would I take down Wolverine? What about you, lost on the map? Oh wait, I think. Oh, here. Okay, so audio works. So how would you take down Wolverine if you were Spider-Man?
Can you drown him? Maybe like pull him out to sea and I don't know, just drop him.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, he'll probably eventually. Yeah, the adamantium would sink him. He would just keep walking though.
Well, I guess what would Spider-Man hook onto to even do that? I don't know. That's a tough one. Like maybe hook him to something heavy and drop him out in the harbor or something. But he could cut the webs, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could cut the webs.
Unless he like tied his arms.
Yeah, he'd have to like hook his webs first. But I mean, yeah, I mean adamantium could cut through anything. So if his hands are free, he could just cut through. And then adamantium, he's got to be pretty heavy. Can
oh
Spidey's,
yeah, that too. Yeah.
I guess Spidey's web can handles pretty heavy stuff. So never mind.
Well, he was holding up a train cart in I think one of the movies or comic books or something like that.
So yeah, he could probably fling him. I mean, he's got super strength too.
Yeah, drop him in a trench
and bury him or something. Probably, you know, I would figure you would just carry around a whole bunch of like heavy magnets and just weigh Wolverine down. I mean, he's the Magneto has he's basically worthless against Magneto, but if you just stick tons of magnets, throw tons of magnets onto Wolverine, he can't move because it'll be so big.
Yeah.
It would be so heavy. There you go. Just buy as many or get as many magnets as you can and just bombard Wolverine with those, and he won't be able to move.
Figured it out.
Like when you come up with a magazine, do you think a lot of these writers kind of brainstorm? All right, let's match up two people who would win. Because like I think one of the big things lately, or at least a couple years ago, was like Incredible Hulk versus Superman. They even had forums on it where you just pick two people and who would win in a battle. Sometimes you'll have like a premise, like you can't use like energy beams or whatever, or something like that, or you can't use, say, against Superman, you can't use kryptonite. Like how would you defeat him, or how would the Hulk defeat him?
Yeah, well, I feel like people just end up liking to compare things. Yeah. I mean, going back to like, I mean, I'm not like a big sports person anymore, but I feel like people always like to compare like the top basketball players or whatever, and say like, oh, this guy's better. Like if you put them one-on-one, like this guy would, you know, maybe get rebounds better or whatnot. And people just make up these scenarios. So yeah. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, people with comic books and stuff like that would probably just, you know, sit with their friends and just start like debating this type of stuff.
True. I mean, yeah, it's like basketball. Like if you had to form your own starting five out of all the famous basketball players, like the professional, maybe even amateur basketball players in the world, who would have been? That's a tough one too.
Yeah.
I'm a big basketball fan, so I haven't watched like anything.
There's a lot more basketball people too compared to comic book heroes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Gotta check something. It's a slow night. We have it on too early. Everyone's expecting us like an hour and a half later.
Yeah, they'll come in.
Yeah. So I'm kind of bummed. I've got to work tomorrow to test something, and then so originally it was gonna be today, which I wouldn't have been able to gone today to go crabbing and fishing down kind of south near Buzzards Bay in Massachusetts, catch blue crabs and fishing for other stuff like scup and whatnot, and it sucks, but the good thing is, so I lent him a whole bunch of stuff, so traps, crab traps, and crab nets, and all this stuff. So hopefully, he said he'd split it. So I think I'd be okay with that. Told him how to store the blue crabs in the cooler to keep them alive, and that way my daughter, even though she loves crabbing, she'll at least be able to try one out and see if she likes eating them.
That's cool. So do you have to get up early to go to work tomorrow?
No, they have Microsoft patch updates, so they always have to have people test them out to make sure all the servers are good.
Okay.
So, it doesn't take very long, so that's good.
Yeah, it looks like Ariel and Broken Carpenter will be in here fairly soon.
Yeah. Hey, so you get to talk as much as you want. So what do we talk about?
We'll see. I normally like to listen, so I mean, not that I'm against talking or anything, but especially when everybody else is here, I just feel like there's just so much knowledge that like I just want to like not say anything and just try to absorb all that's being said. So
yeah, it's pretty cool. I like how everyone can bring like stuff that I've never even heard of or thought of before.
Yeah. It's an awesome little community. Like, I mean, that's why I've been chilling, I guess, in the chat. Like, not that I've been active in the chat, but like, so I've been happy just listening to the stuff.
Hey, Aeolus.
Hello.
Yeah, Aeolus starts off strong with a lot, and then he somehow tapers off near the end, and he goes away silently.
But usually everybody else is making such insightful comments that really it feels like I'd be more of like the At that point, I'm more of like a yes guy. So they're like, yeah, I totes agree with you guys. I like what value do I add to the conversation at that point?
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Like I try to reserve myself to actually trying to make points that have some degree of salience, even if they're rather jumbled and cluttered together. But if it's just going to be a yes, I agree 100%, then I really don't see any point. The other time I bring up something as if I have something I disagree with, and you know, Ebon's known I've had several disagreements with some of the people here, but I do my best to try and keep it respectful, as you know, to the best of my abilities. Although there are certain topics that are just such close to my hot views that it's difficult for me to keep civil.
Yeah, it's tough.
But we're not here to discuss those topics. We're here to discuss random shit and things that have probably no relevance in the world whatsoever.
No, some have relevance, and I think some of the stuff that you guys even talk about, that you guys are like, there's very opposing forces about thoughts on them. I think they're great. I mean, because otherwise people just don't say anything, and then you don't understand the other person's viewpoint. I think it's
actually, I think some of the conversations about some of the more well, they're kind of menial topics sometimes, but ones I think that do sort of hash out some of the variations and differences between us, I think have proven to be some of the more useful ones, such as the nuclear energy one or Gamergate. I thought were pretty decent ones, where we kind of got to flesh out sort of a differences in opinion on in terms of how we not only like how we viewed those particular topics, but also how they play into our greater worldview. So I think that that's one of the useful things. That sort of sometimes some of the more banal comments and topics help us to differentiate between us.
Yeah, well, not even, I would say, differentiating, but like even like when we're talking about normal things, or I guess it doesn't have to be considered normal, but things like movies or something, which isn't, it's not necessarily like super insightful or anything, but just kind of seeing how we would get, like how different people would get to their opinion. Not that it would necessarily be different or insightful, but like just kind of seeing how they got there and understanding that, and just kind of understanding where we're all coming from. And I don't know, just it's the little things too that like kind of that you could easily like not notice that like end up, I think, making me want to stay here and just keep listening.
Yeah, speaking of movie topics, production details for The Force Awakens was published by Disney, apparently, with some behind-the-scenes looks.
You mean the Last Jedi, not Force Awakens?
Yeah, not The Force Awakens. Well, we already seen the things with for The Force Awakens, so that's.
You just said Force Awakens, but I think you meant Last Jedi.
Excuse me. I meant Last Jedi. I still do not feel that title. I really do not.
I haven't seen it yet, so.
No, I haven't seen it yet either. No, it's just like the title just makes me cringe a little bit. I don't know. Like I grew up in the era where all Star Wars titles had to have like a forward minimum title, subtitle. Oh, hold on.
Well, now it's gone.
New Hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that one's my favorite out of the Star Wars movies still.
Empire Strikes Back for me.
About what?
Empire Strikes Back. It's just
the Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah,
that's a good one. That is a really good one. But no, it's just like, I don't know. Like when The Force Awakens was announced, I saw the title and I thought, that's kind of a crappy title. That doesn't seem like a very good title. But who knows? Maybe it'll surprise me. And. Like and The Force Awakens did surprise me in how much I enjoyed the initial ride, But then I stopped and thought about it and reflected on it a bit, and I just realized it was kind of shallow.
Yeah,
It
but
just
you know,
felt really shallow in a way that not even the prequels were.
yeah.
Like, say what you will about the prequels, but the prequels had some degree of heart in them.
Well, that's because they used to take the time to build up the characters. I mean, if you look at the original movies, even the original Star Trek, they are slow movies. Like if you watch them now, you realize how slow they are. But you know, they built up the characters. For us, it might be slower now because we watched it so many times. But if you look at the new Star Wars, you look at the new Star Trek, action paced, right? There's rarely no slow moments where there's character build up or like
there's some, but it's just like there's not as much, and it doesn't last as long.
Yeah.
And so that's so you know, like, and there are some ideas that it's playing with that just really don't ever get built up. Such as the moment when Rey encounters Anakin's lightsaber for the first time. And, you know, for a long time, I sort of ran with the running theory that perhaps, because, to be honest, Rey as a character, I don't find very interesting so far. And it's not necessarily the actress's fault, I don't think, because I think Ridley, for what it Daisy Ridley is a perfectly fine actor, but it's just that she's not given a material that can really fully that she can fully capitalize on, because Rey is kind of a very static character that just sort of evolves enough to keep moving the plot forward, but not enough to really sustain any personal growth or development. She just sort of falls into place wherever the narrative needs her, which I mean, for this purposes of storytelling, is fine enough. But if you're trying to make a quality product, it comes across as a little not lazy per se, but it's just sort of playing it way too safe, I guess.
That's Disney, though.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all the.
But I mean, like, Disney has done plenty. I don't know, because Disney has done plenty of ones that I thought were far more progressive in terms of character development and actual storytelling. Honestly, like let me think of one. Mulan would be a good one for me. Mulan actually has a decent character arc, detailing her development from a humble general's daughter to an accomplished warrior in a manner that, you know, doesn't necessarily neglect her femininity, but also challenges the perception that she's incapable of standing to fight for herself. And that was kind of a big shock, especially for the Disney princess saga, where, you know, a lot of the female leads up to that point had been kind of either passive observers of the events surrounding them, or sort of indirectly led to the male protagonist's salvation or redemption.
Yeah. I think the problem with Rey's character is, like, Luke Skywalker. You could see him from the first movie to being trained by Obi-Wan as much as he could, right, and then getting trained again by Yoda, and then finally the Return of the Jedi, when you see him at Jabba the Hutt's palace, you're like, this is awesome. You know, he's a Jedi Knight now. You kind of miss all these differences, like what happened between those movies, and, you know, right, a good amount of time went. But then even with Rey, I mean, I think maybe not even a week went by, and she ends up being someone like, hi, Kelley.
Yeah. No.
Hi, Kelley.
There are two ways that they can write themselves out of this hole. The way I see it, either she, her memory was wiped, so she has the training. It's just that that it was only after Kylo decided to scramble with her her head that she started recapturing her training, which would be okay, but it's still it comes across as a hackney explanation. The other one that which I think is the stronger one, but it's probably not the likely one that they're going to adopt, is that Rey is the reincarnation of a prior Jedi. The one I'm most I'd be most for would be Anakin, but which would explain why she was so revolted when she had touched Anakin's lightsaber, because the memories that she was seeing wasn't just the sword's memories; they were her memories from a prior life. And that would be really cool if that's the direction they go. But that would also include stuff about reincarnation that would be very untreaded territories of explaining the nature of the Force. And now I'm not certain Disney is prepared to take that jump. If they do, I'd be super excited, because this would mean one of my fan headcanons is going to get accomplished. But honestly, up till unless one of those two gets confirmed, at this point, Rey is basically functioning as a female power fantasy, which I wouldn't mind so much if it wasn't for the fact that Disney is not giving a yes or a no answer on it. So it just feels like we're getting slung on the wayside with no idea what exactly Rey's character is supposed to be. And really, by the first film, we should have a decent idea of who that is.
Yeah. And like one of the things that I like is, like, if you watch any of the Rockies movies, the fight itself isn't that like great. It's, you know, you're looking, that's kind of like the final action, but it's the build up, is the training, it's what they got to lose, the incentives to fight.
Yep.
You know, that's kind of just all taken out of the Star Wars Force Awakens, and I think that's
actually
problem.
Maybe for sake of fairness, perhaps the best one to compare this to is the prequels. In terms, I know that's a rough territory to enter into, but let's think about it in terms of the stakes of what were involved in each of those duels in the prequels. All right, episode 1, you have the eponymous Duel of the Fates, which is basically a three-stage battle of ground, air, and the Titans, the heroes, the epics, dueling over the fate of not just a single planet, but also the fate of a single boy. Anakin's fate, essentially. And so there's a huge stake. There's a huge amount at stake here. The Naboo could have swung either way, but Anakin was potentially a linchpin that neither the Jedi or the Sith could afford to lose. Now, you could make the argument that the Jedi were much more aware of that risk than Palpatine or Maul was at that point in time, but the stakes nonetheless remain there. Episode 2 is a little murkier, but it was basically we can end this war right now, a quick path to ending the war before it gets out of hand, and obviously that ended up turning into a Battle Bull Run scenario. And thus we get the Clone Wars. Episode 3, we get this multiple duels in that one, mostly centered around ending that war, but also by the end of it, when we get the final climactic duel between Anakin and Obi-Wan, we get the fracturing of a brotherly bond that was 12 years in the making, and just seeing how everything falls apart. What is ultimately going to be the fate? Duel that would ultimately decide the fate of the galaxy. If Obi-Wan loses, then basically we're left with an all-powerful Darth Vader. If Anakin loses, he basically loses everything. He's running to lose everything. But with Rey and Kylo, it's just Rey, Kylo, and Finn. It's just 3 kids swinging lightsabers at each other with little to no formal training between any of them, apparently, which is weird because Kylo Ren. yeah, Kylo should be a trained swordsman at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he got trained by Luke at the least. Luke's his uncle, so I'm pretty sure he got trained.
Well,
by
he
him.
has Smoke or whatever the hell his name is, doesn't he?
Snoke. Yeah, but
Snoke.
so Snoke probably
Please
also
let
was
that be
trained him as
Plagueis, because
well.
otherwise that's just the dumbest name possible you could have chosen for a villain.
Anyhow, the last Jedi, is there suddenly like a midichlorian spill, and we lose?
If it ends with midichlorians, I swear to God.
They make a drinkable version of
I-
midichlorians.
No, the sneak peek is that it was Jar Jar Binks the whole time.
Yeah.
Jar Jar Binks is the Force. We didn't know.
So I see episode one. Episode one was George Lucas tries to write a story about loss and little kids. Episode 2 was George Lucas writes about C-SPAN. Episode 3 was I fucked up on those first two. Maybe I should make this one darker and more Star Wars like, but still used the same lame actors and dialogue. So I didn't really, the overarching, themes and all of that bullshit are lost on me because it was just so pitifully done.
I don't know. I was really enraptured by like trade negotiations and Senate.
No.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, like,
Well, I
be
wanted
fair.
to know where Fox News stood on this stuff and where CNN was, because that's where I would have got
it's
it.
cultural
Really
Marxism.
judge.
It was
Hey,
culture,
broken.
the whole thing is cultural Marxism. The end.
So this is our last night here in Asheville, and we go home. Michael wanted me to tell you, Broken, that he was going out for a pan-galactic gargle something or other.
Blaster, a pan-galactic gargle blaster.
Yes, that.
Oh.
What a
It's
name.
From
it's a
the
famous
Hitchhiker's
famous
Guide.
drink from the Hitchhiker's Guide, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
When you started saying it, it clicked for me.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't have got it otherwise.
I've asked him to come on, but he's like so pissed off and fed up with politics. And I said, well, they've been talking about other stuff. He said he almost jumped in the other night when you guys were talking about Star Wars. So.
Oh, you guys were talking about Star Wars before without me?
Yeah.
You bastards!
Not my area.
That's why I put the. I want to kill George Lucas with the shovel routine up.
I've always wanted just to create so many parodies of Star Wars because all the parodies I watch of Star Wars are pretty funny. But
Spaceballs.
yeah, imagine like a mainstream media news version of Star Wars of like CNN reporting for the Emperor and Darth Vader and saying all this good stuff.
One of my favorite alternate universe ideas for Star Wars was the idea of Anakin and Padme switching places, so we get Anakin as a fucking senator. Which brings a whole new meaning to negotiations because I made the joke when I first discovered this idea was that Anakin Skywalker basically becomes the Kanye West of intergalactic politics.
Oh.
Governor Tarkin doesn't care about poor people.
For everybody that looks back on Anakin Skywalker during the thing as, oh, he was such a nice guy. He was a dick his whole life. He was even a dick as a little kid, man.
Okay.
People don't change that
Well,
much.
that's where George Lucas messed up. George Lucas had a great opportunity to go back and make the fall of Darth Vader. He could have had him be, like a really good person who goes down the dark side through greed and power and money, and instead he turns because of what? He's loyal to one guy for no reason.
Actually, I kind of saw what Lucas was trying to do, and don't get me wrong, the idea I think is good. The problem is the execution is really shoddy. like he did a better job of detailing Palpatine's rise to power than Vader's actual fall, which was the entire premise of which was supposed to be the main crux of the prequel trilogies. It's documenting the fall of Anakin Skywalker into madness, and the idea that he falls for a reason that probably any one of us could have fallen for. To think of it this way, and I think this brings up a point that I tried to touch on with Tim Black, and I ended up jumbling it up really badly about a month back, which is the idea that how good people can be assuaged to do horrible things, and really it's not a matter of people desiring to do evil or to be selfish or to necessarily do harm to others for the end goal, that being the end goal itself. It's often due to people acting in what they believe is some kind of greater good, or at the very minimum to something they actually give a shit to ends to which they actually give a shit about. And it could be anything from the desire for power to just simply wanting to protect somebody, protect a family member or loved one. And when you put that, and when you're dangled into that sense of desperation, when all your other options that's when you are most vulnerable to being assuaged to do things that you would ordinarily always go against your moral compass. And so to me, the tragedy of Darth Vader is actually a rather somber tale of about how good people can be assuaged to evil simply by being persuaded on the argument of the lesser of twos.
All right, I think we lost Kelley because she doesn't know the Star Wars stuff.
No.
I think you're giving George Lucas.
Oh, no. Please go ahead. I just don't have anything to add to it, so I thought I would take a minute. I was digging something up. So I'll come back.
Okay.
Go ahead. Please continue.
For me, I've had this idea in the works kind of... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Lucas. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think he's giving George Lucas way too much credit. I think that he basically just... Like, George Lucas basically just wrote Anakin as a bratty teenager who went to the dark side because he was manipulated by the Emperor. And that's about it.
And
All right, we got another sci-fi person here. Hey, Bram.
I just
Hey,
tweeted
Bram.
out a link. One of the funniest reviews I've ever seen of Star Wars Episode 1. It is utterly hilarious. About an hour or so long. It's a long one. One of the best parts is when this guy talks about how he goes and he asks like random people to give qualities of different characters, and he starts with the old ones, and when he says stuff like Han Solo, they're like, oh yeah, roguish and charming and mischievous, they've got all these very specific qualities for each of those characters. And then he starts giving them, he's like Qui-Gon Jinn, and they're like, who was he? They don't even know because and they're like, Stoic? I don't know. It's like you've got these characters that are very just, there's nothing really jumps out at you, so they're not memorable.
Yeah. I don't know.
The extended universe Qui-Gon was way better than the movie version because he was like a party Jedi who everyone shunned him because he was like a crazy party hardy type guy who was like too rowdy to be the Jedi, and so they kind of sent him out.
Well, he kind of he's kind of, to me, what Qui-Gon was supposed to represent was sort of the pinnacle of what the Jedi should be. He's not at all very particularly interested in the laws, in the bylaws of whatever the Jedi Order says is the right thing to do, as so much as what he senses through the Force being the right call to make. And that's he acts as a direct servant to the Force, not as the servant of the Jedi Order itself, which is a sort of a very fundamental distinction between the philosophy between him and Obi-Wan that unfortunately never gets really developed upon
Yeah. Well.
No, it's a very subtle difference, but it's one that I could have been built on more. And really, unless you read through like some of the kids' novels like I did, you probably wouldn't notice that very much.
Well, whenever I read the Extended Universe Qui-Gon before George Lucas put him in the movie, he was completely just the reckless party hardy type dude. Like he was like the dude Jedi, you know, who was kind of like, hey man, you know, I might you know be going to frat parties here and there, but I'm still a Jedi who's doing the right thing and fighting the bad guys.
Okay, now which one was Qui-Gon?
Liam Neeson.
He was Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
Here's the other thing that got me I remember when I first saw those movies, and I said, how in the world did they manage to get a movie with Christopher Lee, Liam Neeson, Ewan McGregor, Natalie Portman, and make it suck? And make them suck. It's like these are all really good actors, and they made them boring. I was like, how did you do magic?
Heck, even Hayden Christensen isn't that bad of an actor, and he's basically given the.
You can thank George Lucas for ruining their acting with his terrible writing, because in the original movie,
like, I think Obi-Wan's character
of equals around him, whereas in the prequels, by then he had made billions of dollars, and everyone on set just treated him like he was a god, and it's like, yes, George.
Basically, the only people who managed to salvage their own performances from that, in my opinion, were probably Ewan McGregor and Ian McDiarmid, the guy who played Palpatine. It's just and you could tell he was having so much fun with his role.
The fact of the matter is too that Lucas really didn't have as much directorial responsibility as people think on the originals. He didn't. You know, that's the difference. Lucas is a shitty director. He really is, because if you think about that, you know, he didn't have nearly the control. But when he got full control, whoa!
Okay.
His idea of what was going to be fun.
I would say it like this: he's not a good character director, character scene director. No. But if you're talking about doing as a set piece, in terms of set pieces, in terms of telling a story,
he's a good storyteller. He's a good storyteller, but not a good director. Yeah,
like the way he can frame a shot, he frames his shots in order to convey a story. That works well. Yeah. He's an exceptional cinematographer. It's just the problem is that he doesn't always have a very strong grip of his characters, aside from a very loose outline in his head of how it should seem, but not a very good way of, you know, pushing it that extra envelope farther. And that's what really holds him back as a director, I think, is that he lacks the certain degree to be able to get the emotion out of his actors, except in the exception of the most emotionally trying of scene. Emotionally trying.
He tends to surround himself with yes men that just nobody questions what he does, and that's very. You'll hear that from a lot of people. And one of the funniest things in that link that I sent you guys is when they show everybody at the end, when they're all sitting there watching the completed movie before it goes to the theaters, and so many of the people are sitting there looking at it like, oh shit. They're like, is it too late?
Yeah. I mean,
like they realize they can't change it now. It's going to the theaters, and they're all kind of like real nervous and like, you know, you can just tell. It's just this horrible look on their face, like, oh no.
And back then, when he was first starting out, it's, you know, they could say anything. He doesn't have that star power or the director power.
And that's why the original Star Wars was not that bad, is because he had people that steered him in the right direction and helped clean his technique up. So by the time he started directing on his own, he had these yes men that like Ariel said, just, you know,
anything you want, Mr. Lucas.
And it was all, and it was, the first ones were very collaborative. You know, once he went digital, then he could sit in front of a screen and tell animators what he wanted.
He only directed the first one. He only directed A New Hope.
Yeah. Well, I figure it this way. Somewhere along the line, when he was sitting there with his number 2 pencils and his legal pads writing the script for the movies. At some point, he decided that he hadn't pissed me off enough by putting Ewoks in that last movie. So he had to write some character that was so fucking obnoxious that everybody would hate it. I don't see how. Where was somebody today? You know, you talk about yes men. When you talk about the Gungan people.
Well, weren't those for children? Wasn't that the aim for that?
Weren't they the underwater people?
Yeah.
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 That was.
Well, and don't forget that Jar Jar was originally supposed to be the Emperor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, yeah. Well.
And
I didn't know that.
Chewbacca was supposed to be some green reptile or something.
Yeah.
What I hated was that the remakes of the special edition of the Star Wars trilogy, they fill every empty scene
Yes.
a background with like more stuff.
Yeah.
And then they changed. One of the things I hated was Darth Vader was kind of menacing. He didn't have to say much. So like I think it was in Empire Strikes Back. He says, "Get my ship," right? It's like, of course, yeah. You know, you're gonna get a ship. But, you know, they redid it so he says, inform the blah blah to bring my ship or something like that. It was so instead of like a bring my ship three words, it ended up being like 12 words. Just bring my ship worked just really well.
Yeah, I mean that's
Han shot first.
Yeah.
I don't.
There you go.
I saw it. I saw it in the movie theater. Han shot first. There's no argument about this. It was him. It was him being.
No, it wasn't that Han shot first. It was that Han was the only shot. That was what happened originally. It was just that was all it was. Because that was his character arc. Was he went from scumbag to hero.
Yep, you're right. That's exactly right.
Hey, Kevin.
Because I have all the original theatrical versions on my hard drive in 4K restoration glory. Because there's people online that can do much better restorations than George Lucas did. Like if you look at the online restorations that people do in their basements as compared to the Blu-rays, the online restorations are so much better. Lucas only did a 1K restoration, even though 4K is the standard. And then if all the Blu-rays for some reason they have a blue tint to them, like they took Blu-ray literally, and like all the movies have a blue tint to the entire movie.
And the online thing, they keep shutting it down, which sucks.
Yep.
And the reason there is that blue tint, I don't know if anybody knows this, but when they went back and remastered them to throw in all the new special effects, they blue screened it.
Yeah.
So that's why you get a blue tint to all the new releases, to the re-releases.
Yep.
Oh.
No, we've got all the old VHS, you know, and those are the best ones because they haven't been messed with. But every time they release some new blah, 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 they get rid of all the old ones and you can't find them anymore. So it's really kind of becomes rare.
You can, but they're not easy to find. They're really not easy.
Them on VHS and on my hard drive because I downloaded them off the internet.
Nice.
That's funny.
Anyways, I've been on a Futurama binge because there's a lot of 24-hour live Futurama stuff. So this is one that this little snippet that I love. Cracks me up every time.
Mm-hmm.
It's on YouTube if you look on it.
Look, I have a question. Yes, Albert? That story was bad. That's not really a question. That wasn't really a story.
I'm gonna need to restart this.
Okay. So it was just she's reading a story and it was so bad that you'll just watch it. It's pretty good. I should provide the link.
That's the Leela moment. Oh dear, that always spells trouble.
I mean, I like that humor where it just kind of unexpected type of thing.
Yep.
So I have a problem now watching the first 3 star or the 4 through 6
The original Star Wars trilogy?
And yes, and not hearing the Family Guy dialogue over it. when they're in the spaceship and Luke says, "Hey, you don't believe in the Force?" And Peter looks at him and says, "Oh, you mean that thing you learned about like half an hour ago?" That just rolls to me, man, every time.
We were talking about the parodies earlier. Yeah, Family Guy does really good stuff. Yeah. Robot Chicken does some good parodies too.
Robot Chicken. Awesome.
And Chad Vader.
No. Does anyone remember that one from the God? What was it? It was the Robot Chicken Star Wars special. They actually got Mark Hamill to for the parody scene of the finale of The Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And it's just
really?
Yeah, that was actual Mark Hamill.
Awesome.
Yeah, they got, I think, Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
God.
A couple people voiced their own voices on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it was fucking hysterical, and it just basically ends with them going through like a series of revelations after revelations, and by the end of it, it's just Anakin, Luke, and Vader smoking marijuana on top of their shaft, and finally Luke is like, "You know what? Fuck it. If you're not taking this seriously, I'm out." And just jumps down.
Oh, that's great.
Have you guys ever watched the Star Wars Christmas special, holiday special?
I have it. It's amazing.
Oh God, it's so horrible.
No, that's something we.
I saw it on television.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think I did see it. Yeah, I saw it on television.
Oh, I'm so sorry for both of
some of the worst, some of the worst film you've ever seen in your life.
Did George Lucas direct that? I forgot.
No, he said, here's the resources, here's the actors, here's the money. You go and you create a holiday special that'll sell toys, and then come back to me when you're done. And then he watched it live on air, and he was like, "Destroy every single tape of this and give me the last copy."
No, it's like spoiler alert from The Last Jedi. Spoiler alert from The Last Jedi. The reason why Luke has been hiding on Act 2 is that he's safeguarding the last copy of the holiday special. It's a weapon so powerful that the galaxy must never encounter it.
Dude, I wish I could find the VHS, and I would, if I ever met George Lucas, I would ask him to sign it.
So it's so funny when everybody was all excited about it, episode 1.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All Star Wars Returns, and so me and my whole family, we went to see it, and about I don't know how many minutes into it, I was just sitting there like, "What is this?" And we were kind of looking at each other like, "What is this?" And we all kind of walked out of the theater like we weren't saying anything. It was just like, what just happened? And the subsequent 2, I only went to those because at the time I was living in an apartment with no air conditioning, and I just needed to go be somewhere cool for a while, and those movies are fucking long. So, and they were playing like at the Dollar Theater, so I was like, I'm just gonna go hang out, and I fell asleep,
Number 2 is definitely a giant fucking snores fest.
Oh my God! All I remember is like.
Oh, no.
Here's
To its credit,
I've got a funny story.
To be fair to episode 2, we did generate many a great meme from that.
There were some good scenes in it, like the battle on Geonosia. That was a pretty good scene.
Oh, that was
I have a hilarious story about episode.
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
I was on deployment. Okay, we were off the Persian Gulf, and we had it sent to us because, of course, there are no theaters. So the Fox Studios sent us a copy of it to play on the ship. There were nearly riots. People were so pissed off. There were nearly riots. It was
With episode 2 or episode 1?
It's episode 2.
Oh, I'm so
was ugly.
sorry. You didn't even get the good one to the prequel.
Oh my God.
You literally got the
We had a
worst
chief-
one.
We had a chief that stood up and said he wanted his money back. That's how it happened.
Oh my God. Awesome.
And we didn't pay for it, but he still wanted his money.
No, he's asking for the money back on behalf of the taxpayers who had to pay for the shipping.
Yeah.
It was
Oh,
there
that's
were
hilarious.
it was a rough couple of days after that.
This may sound awful, but it's just sort of like at that point, you know what? Find me some brown people to shoot. I need to vent.
It was bad.
You know, it's probably the only film in history for which people would say, yeah, committing war crimes is probably justifiable in this circumstance, which is kind of ironic because although in retrospect, sending him that film in was kind of a dark commentary when you consider Anakin basically slaughtered an entire village over
It was bad.
over his mother, which when you think about it in sort of a very dark meta sense is kind of an apropos analogy for the American foreign policy at that time.
Didn't he also kill a bunch of kids in that movie?
Yeah.
that was the next one.
Yeah,
That was
no, it did happen in 2 as well.
No.
Off screen. It was off screen.
Oh, okay.
That was the Tuscan Raider children, but as far as
those don't count.
that you see where you're like, oh my God,
yeah.
they're going to die. This is an awesome
yeah.
I killed them all. I killed the young
That was in episode 3.
No, and you know what? That
It
scene
doesn't show
like,
it, but it implies it.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, but you know what? I was still under the impression that like if there was a much greater sense of horror, like horror on Anakin's part, that scene could have been somewhat salvaged. But because really, when you have your first taste of your own darkness, it's terrifying. Like it shakes you to the core. It makes you doubt who you truly are.
He'd already been dabbling in darkness for a while by then.
Huh?
I said he'd already been dabbling in darkness by then for a while.
He had been dabbling in it, but he never like had that hard concrete face to face with the depths of their own darkness. Like, and that's to the depths to which you are willing to go to enact your sense of vengeance. That isn't something most people in their lifetimes have to encounter, and when it does happen, it creates a lot of dissonance in the individual. And really, we never, ironically, apparently Lucas cut that from the film of that experience, because there was supposed to be a scene where Anakin literally is basically breaking down in realization of what he has done. Just basically repeating to himself, I'm better than this, I'm better than this. And we never get to see that in the film. And that's, honestly, I think, it really sells it short. But, man, when you think about it, like in a very dark meta sense, it's kind of a dark social commentary.
Well, okay, but look at it this way. Again, this relates to the fact that Lucas is a horrible director. Because let's say that was in the movie, he wouldn't have been able to direct that. There's no way he would have been able to direct that. It would have been just way.
It was cut. It was cut from the film.
Yeah, it would have been way too much emotion for him to have to deal with. He couldn't have handled that.
Well, and also think of it this way: what if the reason they didn't show him having a breakdown was because they wanted you to have this sense of he goes through the next 50 years of his life murdering everybody and kind of like having a cognitive dissonance, and then finally at the end of his life, whenever Luke comes around, that's when he has a breakdown. And that's when he comes to terms with what he's done.
Well, I guess that you can make an argument for that, but I from a character development perspective, I think that seeing that breakdown is kind of important, because because at this point Anakin isn't fully in the dark, isn't in the dark per se, as so much as that is first confrontation with the true darkness within himself. Luke got kind of lucky that he caught it in a cave fight with the projection of Vader. Anakin did not have that luxury. He was forced to confront his own darkness face to face in probably the worst manner you could face it. When you're not fighting an illusion, the thing you're attacking is an illusion. It's real people, and we don't get to see how that honestly affects them. Even given the limits of a film, we don't get to experience that, and I think that's really a giant glaring problem.
All right. Let's kill the Star Wars. We can do a specialized geek.
Yeah, let's move on to Star Trek next. Star Trek Infinite. What?
I think the geek show or nerd show could go on
Star
forever.
Trek one.
What was that, Kevin?
Oh,
At least I'd be a fan of the Star Trek one.
Yeah. Even the new one?
It kind of went downhill, didn't it?
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
It kind of fell off the cliff and died.
J.J. Abrams is just a horrible person and horrible director.
They tried to turn it into a fucking action movie. You can't do that. It's Star Trek, not an action movie.
Exactly.
Well, like the problem is that it's so.
Right. No Star Trek. No Star Trek. Let's move on to
too much brain.
Too much sci-fi for too many people, I think.
There's never such a thing as too much sci-fi.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say it's too much, but other people. I mean, we could definitely have our own sci-fi private thing sometime. Like I had one with Garden Gnome. All right. So what else?
I think.
All right. What's Ariel up to?
I'm typing to Bryan about Firefly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Firefly!
I know.
That was a good show.
My dad loved
before its prime.
My crunchy old dad, who doesn't even like to watch TV series because he's more of a movie person. He doesn't like to have to follow a TV series, but he loved Firefly and Serenity. He was crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's just to me one of those shows that it's hard not to like it.
Yeah.
No matter who you are, it has such a broad reach.
Yeah, and it's
very well done.
Well, it's also Joss Whedon, so.
Yeah, but even with him, I mean, not everything he does is that great, but that really was right out of the bat. And I think that's why it continues to itch people so bad, is because it's like if just that first season was so good, just imagine. I mean, usually the first season is the weakest in any series because it takes time to build the cast, and get the rapport, but it was like it was there right away. Yeah, it's a shame.
And the casts have gone on to be popular in their own right, so it's gonna be kind of hard to pay them.
Yeah.
Well, it's that, and it's also the big thing is that they would be busy. I mean, they're already committed to other series where they couldn't really break away.
Yeah. I think Nathan Fillion right now is working with RSI on Star Citizen. Last time I heard.
The thing that I think would be the most likely if they ever were to have a revival is to do something like what they did with Gilmore Girls on Netflix, which is, that was a 15-year-old show, but people still loved it. So they made 4 hour-and-a-half episodes to just kind of give you this update of the characters 15 years later. And I could see something like that coming. Maybe that would be less committed. They'd be less committed, not reviving it as a series that would be, ongoing, but just have something where it was just a few to kind of give you a little more closure, deepen the story a little more, etc.
Netflix could do it.
Yeah. Just a great series. Really awesome. The humor and just all of it. There's just I always end up whenever I hear about you know, it's so funny, like the Confederate statues and people wanting them torn down and this and that. And I'm like, well, if you're going to tear those statues down, we got to start getting them all, because, you know, Custer's got a statue and a lot of assholes have a statue. But, you know, I think about the Janestown.
That was probably my favorite.
I reckon everyone got a statue put up of them. It was one kind of bitch or another. That's how I feel.
Maybe when we finally accept that, we can realize, you know, maybe this whole hero worship thing is a little gack.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, just a little bit. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, maybe we are going a little, maybe we went in on this a little too hard.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's any perfect people. You know, even if they did some things that were good, you know, they also probably did things that were bad. There's no one perfect.
Of course, you know, like, there are plenty of people who would probably demand that those statues remain in place. Like the people from the Tea Party who so graciously adopted the poster from BioShock Infinite as their...
Oh, yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
With no sense of irony whatsoever.
No, none.
Wait, say that again?
Totally over their heads.
No. So way back when BioShock Infinite first came out, there was a group of Tea Partiers that adopted one of the propaganda posters from the game as their Facebook profile.
Brilliant.
Not realizing that the entire point of that poster was to make fun of them and like the early progressive movement.
Oh, wow.
Hey, at least they owned it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, but do you really want to own it? Do you?
Yeah, well, you couldn't. I mean, it's like a joke, and it's like it turned into a joke, and then you see them going out there doing it, and they actually won. But they kind of won to fuck people over. So,
So, like,
yeah.
You missed the point. You missed the point harder than the North Korean education system, where apparently the tale of Anne Frank is a talk about how American imperialism is bad.
I get the point that they used the damn the poster from a game that was mocking them, and then they said, "Fuck it, we'll just use it instead." Like, we'll just own the joke. Like, we can't. We want. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It make the joke not funny anymore because they actually are using it.
That's pretty funny. The only thing that I ever get into, you know, when it comes to issues of tearing down statues or memorials or things like that, is you want to be careful not to turn into a kind of country that whitewashes history.
Yes.
There is a thing about learning from your history, so you don't repeat a lot of the really negative stuff. And if you whitewash it out too much, people become really disconnected and unaware. So there's kind of a thing around it. It's like, why aren't we teaching the real truth about Custer? He was a complete fuck up, even by his contemporaries' opinion of him.
Oh, even Christopher Columbus.
We've done with the entire history.
Oh yeah, I mean, Columbus was a terrorist.
Yeah, but you know, Custard. Custard was as much of a raging douchebag as he was as an incompetent military strategist.
Yeah.
And the true story is that it was the Indian women went out and beat the crap out of him, scared him to death.
Good. I hope that it wasn't any woman who bashed his fucking skull in.
They went after him.
Like,
done with him.
How apt would it be that the rampant racist likely rampant racist misogynist ends up getting his ass beaten, his life ended by a brown woman? No.
Yeah, there's still a stupid, you know, monument for him out there in the middle of, you know, the Black Hills. There he is out there in the Dakotas.
Yeah, we need to get rid of that
last stand.
You know, it would have been his last stand if he didn't adopt the British Army's military doctrine of suiciding yourself into a superior force.
Yeah. Sometimes with guys like that, you're like, how did Europeans get so far? What? Really?
Yeah.
They had a lot of peasants die.
The funny thing is, even in the Civil War, part of the reason that the South was doing so well in the beginning was not because they had superior force. They sure didn't. I mean, they didn't have the factories, and the Southern troops were marching in with bare feet and
but you know what?
Things like whatever they had on the farm. While the people from the North were coming with nice, factory-made coats and boots, and they really, they had the factories. And but the thing that happened, especially in the early days, if you've seen that movie Gods and Generals, the people in the North hated their generals. They didn't like them at all. So there was a lot of dissension constantly. And whereas in the South, the people loved their generals. They loved Lee. They loved Jackson. So there was a much more like a solidarity thing going on.
Mm-hmm. More importantly,
a lot to do with it.
The South basically had all the competent West Point generals.
Right. Yeah.
The North had Ambrose and Burnside.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very true, and it actually shows a lot of
was a drunkard who won by having all of his men commit suicide. I mean, Ulysses Grant, who won the war, had more casualties than like any other general in the war.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, he was like a monumental moron. He had no strategy at all whatsoever. His strategy was have more men, and you know what? They ended up paying off for him.
Just let him get mowed down. Yeah.
The thing to your point, Ariel, it's important to make sure that our history is preserved, because if we don't, then we're doomed to repeat the same damn mistakes.
Yeah. That's the point of history is to do better next time, is to look and learn some lessons from these things.
So instead of taking
go back and change it, but you can go forward and make it better.
Right.
Thank God,
Exactly.
But that would involve using brains and smart power.
Yeah.
That's too much.
So for that monument, we can just stick a plaque on it and say, like, guy that walked into a superior force and absolutely massacred himself.
Yeah.
It was basically assisted suicide.
Yeah.
Would that be appropriate to put on a statue?
Yes, it would. Please write that on his statue. Please do it. Because honestly, if there's any asshole who probably does not deserve any recognition in history as having any redeeming quality, aside from Andrew Jackson, it's probably General George Custer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about
let the greatest note of his existence and infamy be the fact that he had a porn game made about him.
Well, maybe instead of Custer's last stand, maybe Custer's the inevitable ending would have been better.
Custer's inevitable demise.
No, the thing will say where Custer fucked up for the last time.
It turns out that attacking a superior, even if they have inferior weapons, it turns out if you attack a populace severely outnumbered, it really doesn't matter how awesome your horses are or how cool your guns may be. A single arrow from a bow will probably take you down the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a bunch of women with pots and pans hitting them and chasing you. That'll do it too.
Yeah, it's
we put him out of his misery.
Oh yeah, because at this time, let's remember, at this time, like, repeaters were not very common in the U.S. Army yet. They had just started phasing them in.
Right.
And, a lot of these people were still armed with old Springfield rifles.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see some of the insane Southern weaponry they made? Like they made a pistol that had 9 shots in it, and then like a 20 gauge shotgun.
They made Colt made revolver rifles for guns.
No, not Colt. Just like some oddball fucking gun.
Yeah.
That they made. It was just some insane thing. Like half the time it would blow up in people's hands, but they fucking used it for some reason because you could shoot it 9 times in a row, and then you had a shotgun shell or equivalent.
What other great name? Also,
you're muted, Broken Carpenter.
Broken.
Oh, they had bridge guns that were just a line of barrels.
Oh God!
When the other forces would come across the bridge, they'd set that thing off, and it would just shoot like 20 or 50 barrels at once.
Like what good would that?
Well, it was set up like a cannon, but it was a bridge gun, and it would mow down the first 10, 15 rows of guys. Because it isn't very hard to shoot down a bridge,
Yeah, but at that, to me, at that point, you might as well have just shot fireworks at them. It would have accomplished the same thing.
Well, I mean, if you start jumbling up the front of the pack, it makes it harder for the people in the back to keep on going forward. They just set it up, and the thing was set so that they could yank on a rope with it. So they didn't even need to be out in the open to use it. I don't even think. I wouldn't want to be near the thing when you're setting it off. I mean, it does look like something that would have the tendency to want to blow up every once in a while. Just setting off that much fireworks at once in its close proximity. There's just something strange could happen there.
Just think about it for a second right now. Basically, we've spent the last 100 years of weapons development basically making, now with the whole metal storm system, we finally got around to making the bridge gun better. Just shoot as many bullets out of this, instead of, hear me out guys, instead of shooting a bunch of bullets out of a bunch of rifles, what if we just shot all the bullets out of a single barrel at the same time?
So buckshot.
Yeah, that's a musket.
No. Oh, okay. You want to see this? Because there is
So basically a giant blunderbuss.
It's basic. Well, if the blunderbuss could shoot 40mm mics, then sure.
I did say giant, didn't I?
Here, let me show you. It's kind of ridiculous what we in the West spend our money on, but
well, I mean, we got electric Gatling guns.
Yeah, metal storm mortar systems.
You mean rail guns? The electromagnetic ones that can shoot just a chunk of metal faster than all hell?
No, I'm just talking about the Gatling guns on the sides of a helicopter.
Yeah.
All right.
Those things are just electric Gatling guns.
Yep.
Here's the one I'm talking about. This is just the bullet. This is the regular bullet system.
Electric Gatling. Okay, you just mean they spin, but they still have regular bullets, right?
No, it doesn't spin. It's a static barrel. These are static barrels.
Okay, what I'm getting at is how does it propel the bullets?
It's a electronic ignition system. So basically, they stack all the bullets inside of the barrel, and then use an electronic firing system to fire all the bullets in rapid succession. If you set it up right, you could set them off apparently at 1 million rounds a minute.
Yeah, I put a link in the chat.
It's kind of cool, but it's also fucking terrifying that people had actually
That's
spent
telling
billions
the
of
bullets
dollars
that's
to develop.
how you were igniting them. So instead of an ignition pin, like a little cap you hit.
Yeah, it's electrically detonated.
Well, yeah, you stack your charges in, and then you stick 5 bullets in the barrel, one on top of the other. Is what he's saying, I think.
Yeah.
And so they all fire at once. So yeah, I would see that as. I
Wouldn't
wouldn't
this
want to
thing
do that,
melt?
but
Like, I imagine firing thousands of bullets in rapid succession would probably get the gun rather hot.
Well,
it's one. Think of it as just think of it not as cartridges. Think of it as just the bullets stacked inside the barrel.
Okay, but you still need things that you need some sort of expanding gas that will propel.
That's what I'm saying. They put bags of charge in underneath. They put a charge in underneath the stack of bullets. So it's just like a regular, like you would think of, like you would load a muzzle loader. So you put your charge in, you put your patch in, and then you put a bullet in, or you put a ball in. Instead of putting one ball in, you put 5 balls in on top of each other, and then they fire all at once. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I posted a video, another video explaining it.
I can't watch them and do this at the same time. So
I think that's the same one Snork posted.
But I'm getting your idea right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's basically the idea.
That was what I was trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out how you would stack them side by side and firing them down the same barrel. But I see what you're saying now.
Yeah,
you're doing a stack method.
It's such
I just
an
like to
absurd
say
concept.
that seems like
it
seems like something that would get stuck together, or, something would get lodged at some point and get
Or
under.
the barrel would blow up on you.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like, you always learn to check the barrel, make sure you don't have any obstructions. And here it is, you're shoving as much crap in it as you can. It sort of goes against all the sort of learning I ever did with a firearm. So
Metal Storm is crazy.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
But, yeah, it's
James.
But just think about it. People actually thought that it was a smart idea to invest money in this instead of like in healthcare.
The phalanx system that's on the aircraft carriers and a lot of FIGs. Anyway, a lot of ships out there are just, those are really nuts. The sound is just terrifying. Sounds like
what did you
sounds
get?
like this. Sounds like this. And it's just.
It looks like water being sprayed.
It does. I've seen it go off. I know Bram's seen it.
Mm-hmm.
It's badass.
I've seen videos of it. Yeah, that does look like it's. That would be. It wouldn't be something I wouldn't be flying towards.
Yeah, that's
or anti-missile
movie.
What?
That with Steven Seagal a long time ago when he was a cook. That was like a special forces guy. It'll come to me. But they showed the phalanx in that movie, and that's it. It's insane. But the Metal Storm is nuts. It's just one after another. Is it faster? Is Metal Storm faster, or is?
Yeah, you can get 1 million rounds a minute out of that barrel.
That's insane.
It's a box.
Yeah, it's basically a column of bullets, and that's not even talking when you apply it to 40mm mics.
Good grief!
You can basically make the world's most OP automatic launcher system. You want to figure a way to make your 40mm grenades punch through armor? Well, here's your way.
Jeez. That's crazy.
You guys ever play Quake?
Tell the terrorists how they like them apples.
Did anybody ever play the game Quake a long time ago?
No.
Yes. Man, that's cool. Quake had this awesome gun that used to be a nail gun. It was my favorite gun.
Okay, yeah.
It was, it's a fictional cartoon character gun, but the cool thing about the gun, it shot, when anybody ever used a nail gun, fired a nail gun? It's like a barrage of nails coming out, but the nails were on fire. They were awesome.
A roofing nail gun or construction nail gun?
Yeah, just
a roofing nail gun. The once it's like more than like 6 or 8 inches away, you can shoot that nail gun at your hand and it won't even hurt you.
Oh, we used to have battles with the roofing staple guns. Yeah, we were jumping around.
Roofing nailing gun.
Just shooting.
I'm you can scare the crap out of somebody with that when they don't know.
You could stick a 16-penny nail in something though from a distance. If you get a lucky shot.
The construction one's that's more like shooting a dart.
Yeah.
I broke his finger doing that. I was not doing that. I was doing.
A buddy of mine literally nailed 2 fingers, like his pointer and his middle finger, straight through into a chunk of wood, and the boss had to come with a crowbar and pull the fucking nail out so he could unhook himself from because he was holding a bent piece of wood in place, and then fucking Mark was holding up the nail gun and he just popped and right through his fucking fingers. Oh God.
Boy.
Yeah, I knew a guy, same thing, had to pull the nail out of the deck. He nailed his foot to the deck.
Yeah, but
I broke his finger just holding the stud.
Pulling the nail out with a crowbar right through his finger. Yeah, it was fucked up.
I lucked out because it hit this knuckle. I was holding the stud in place.
No, I mean, he was nailed. He nailed.
Yeah, I hear what you said. I'm saying this actually happened to me where I was holding the stud. It glanced off a knot and came right out of the board and hit this knuckle. And rather than my hand staying where it was, like if it hit the little fatty part, it just drove right through. But because it hit the knuckle, it sort of snapped the knuckle and jerked my hand away fast enough that I only got I got a puncture.
You got grazed.
Yeah, well, I got a puncture, but it hit like the middle of it, so it snapped it sort of snapped the joint there for a little bit. So.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I don't like them.
Better than getting nailed to a wall.
I don't like them things. They're just
evil.
I like swinging a hammer. I don't mind nailing nails. It feels good, but. Whatever, that's what they give you, that's what you use. But yeah, the staple guns on the roof, they were a blast because it hurt you close up. If they got you, if they were flying the right way, they'd still sting you a little bit. And, every once in a while, one would stick like in your clothing and a little bit in you, but nothing like the 16-penny nails. Yeah. We'd even screw around with
literally the nail guns that you use on the roof with the shorter nails in them. I think
roofing nail gun.
You're talking staples.
Yeah. This was before they made the strips, the wind up strips. But yeah, that was. I don't know. I like Battlefield. I like what was the other? I kind of liked Call of Duty, but I never liked whenever they made like Call of Duty was always small areas. They never had the expansive enough areas to fight in that. It always seemed like it's like 3 houses in the end of a neighborhood street or something. And you're running around in 3 houses rather than across the landscape. There's like no place to really get enough practice into where you could get good enough because I'm lousy.
Red Orchestra though is really fun. If you've ever played that. If you wanted a more expansive map for infantry combat.
I just never. I always like the ones with guns, with real guns too.
It is.
I like. Well, no. I'm just saying the shooter games, like the space games and stuff.
Oh.
You know, the weapons get too fucking bizarre after a while. You know, I mean,
Dare mock my
like the idea.
cannons?
Well, I like the idea you have to figure out how much a bullet drops and stuff. You know, there's a little thinking involved in shooting a projectile over shooting laser beams and crap at people, you know?
This is me shaking my head in disappoint.
Hey, did anybody watch? I don't know if this is new, but I posted it on the chat. Some of you guys can't see it, but I might as well bring it up. Hannity, I'll just say it. I can't even read my, okay. Did anyone watch Hannity? Not a fan. On this rant, everything regarding DNC Mafia activities in a nutshell. The thing is, I love the way these two parties are eating each other alive. No, it's just they're saying this shit, they're saying that shit. It's just all bullshit, but they're picking it away at each other. Just it's like vultures on each other's carcasses. It's crazy.
Kind of funny.
I didn't see that, but I did read. Does anyone read Caitlin Johnstone's articles? She had basically an article about how the left and right could work together in taking down the establishment media. And I guess she's been catching a lot of hell for kind of saying that, and I don't really agree that, you know, aligning with Cernovich, for example, is the best idea. But there's some truth to what she's saying, you know. We've left and right, anti-establishment, you know, media that could work together.
It can happen. We let it happen.
Yeah, but I didn't see the Hannity thing. So.
What's interesting about their fight, and I know we're talking about nail guns and shit, but I'd like to give them things so they could just fucking kill each other. There's a point system for you. There's a freaking million bullet box. What the hell was that called? The silver what box? Hot box. Anyway, here's something for you. Here's some weapons for you. Just put them in like a big arena, like a coliseum, and watch them just slaughter each other. That would be kind of,
Gosh,
I mean, that's still
dark.
sadistic, but still.
I like the idea of like baseball bats with you know barbed wire around them and stuff. I give them some brutal stuff to work with.
Oh, what's that? Will Ferrell. He did the Joel. God damn it! I hate broken. We our file monkeys suck sometimes. He did that network. It's like the news channel.
Oh, Ron Burgundy.
Ron Burgundy, right?
Burgundy.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And then they got in this big brawl in the back alley, and all
yes,
beating the shit out of each other.
Yes, exactly. That's the one.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Yeah, we totally.
Fuck you, San Francisco. No, wait, it was San Diego. Dope.
Yeah.
But I like Caitlin Johnstone. Here's a tweet of hers from 14 hours ago. Mainstream media is one big, long infomercial for end-stage metastatic neoliberalism.
And she's right.
That's pretty cool. But yeah, here the article is together the left and right can kill the establishment propaganda machine. But I guess Counterpunch kind of put out some not very nice stuff about her. And she actually still defended Counterpunch and said, look, they're usually...
Yeah, HA, I guess HA went all... HA was pissed.
Hmm.
Good, and he had every right.
Yes, for sure.
And plus, Caitlin Johnstone is an amazing writer, so I understand.
Oh, yeah. I think she's I think she has a great political, you know, mind. I think she's, you know, right on. But I didn't see the article on Counterpunch. I have to look it up and read it.
It's a big smear piece. That's pretty much all it is.
No.
You'll know about it. Just listen to HA.
Smear pieces are always fake news. I mean, they're people that are just easily so fucking triggered.
No, most of those hit pieces are written after, somebody like Neera Tanden gets a hold of them and puts a bug in their ear and says, you should write this story. Hillary would really appreciate it, or, Obama would really appreciate it if you wrote.
I like to call her Neera Temper Tantrum. She acts like a fucking little ungrateful, little spoiled little child.
Nearly tandem.
I say it like it
random.
Her and what's the other one? The other woman that
Palmieri.
Oh well, her too. Jennifer Palmieri is just every time I see her or the Mookster or any of those guys on.
Wait, do it, Eric. Here's
Triggered.
All right, what were you holding up, Ariel? By the time I got over to it. Oh, that's a good one. Hell.
Don't tell her mic's off.
I think she knows now.
I know.
Oh, wait.
But still, it's still on.
Ariel, we can't hear you.
Oh.
Ariel's muted.
Oh no! Let me do it again. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
I couldn't let it go on.
Yeah, you gotta have this movie. It's so good. But
Hey, what you cooking?
and Ennio Morricone, the guy, he's still alive. The dude that did the composer. He's I think in his 90s now, and he only speaks Italian. But it's Sergio Leone Carpenter. He's also a Capricorn Dragon, the guy that directed this movie and many others.
No kidding.
And yeah, then I gotta throw up The Birdman of Alcatraz with Burt Lancaster. Great movie, true story. Love the birds in it. It's such a great freaking movie. Oh my god, so good.
So Lucas is over.
Another classic, Bill Lawrence of Arabia. If you haven't ever tucked into watching that one with Peter O'Toole.
Lawrence of Arabia.
They'll never make a movie like this again. And they almost didn't make it in the first place because they said, you'll never get this made. They said, there's no women in it. It's all these guys running around in a desert. They said, nobody will want to watch it. And then another favorite, Mr. Gandhi. Great freaking movie if you've never seen it. Or if you haven't, it's been a while. Always a good one to revisit.
My daughter actually watched that at school.
Oh,
yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Same here.
Lucas, what is that? What's all in there?
Lucas is.
I can't really tell.
There's zucchini, summer squash, like yellow summer squash.
Can barely hear you.
There's zucchini, summer squash, like yellow summer squash.
Still nothing.
Zucchini, summer squash, yellow squash, he said.
Hey, is Kevin saying that?
Kevin's just enjoying saying that.
Yes.
Kevin gets to say the words. Kevin gets to say it now. I can't hear you. You might want to fix your mic, bro.
I know, right?
It's such an empowering experience.
Yes, it is.
Onions, but like the green part of the onion, the rest of the onion, like basically the whole onion. There's what else is there? There's lots of different brassicas, like there's dinosaur kale.
He doesn't know. Hold on, Ariel. Okay.
Celery greens, like young celery greens, parsley, 5 different kinds of basil, a couple different kinds of lettuce.
Still can't hear you, Lucas. You're really, really quiet.
Bell peppers, sweet bell peppers.
You're still very, very quiet. Like yell.
Okay.
You guys have been getting your tech issues fixed. I've recently started watching through the new MST3K season.
What are you showing us, Carpenter?
Oh, this is one of the walls, the doors.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
You see it? I gotta get it for Ariel. I know it's there. There it is.
Oh, Mae West. She was a dragon. What a surprise.
Hey, so I just want to say, I know we always call Lucas a kid because he's only 18, but that's an amazing
My
kid.
little chickadee.
He knows so much stuff about politics, and he cooks.
That's pretty cool.
How many 18-year-old Americans are doing this? That's pretty cool. You can do something other than drive through the drive-through for food, right? I mean, that's, it's not very common anymore.
Well, I have to know how to cook because I don't have a license, so I can't go to the drive-through. I don't.
Looks like a nice dog, Carpenter.
Gotcha.
Oh, Mojo, yeah, he's a good dog.
Not the
He
dog.
looked up when you said something.
I know, that's funny. Hey! Dog actually knew, hey, somebody's talking about me.
Yeah, he knows when I'm looking at other dogs on Twitter.
It knows when you're being disloyal.
Bunsen is the same way when I look at pictures of other bunnies.
He does. I'm telling you, he gets all ouchy about it.
She's like, don't you be looking at those other bunnies.
I know when you're being disloyal, you little shit.
Oh, Bunsen wouldn't use that word. She's too refined.
Mojo would.
It be in French, that'd be about it. Yeah, when Once Upon a Time in the West was released, it played for years in Paris. People loved that movie in France to the point that they were wearing those long duster coats that they wear in the thing, and they would post like signs on the elevators, not to get your coat stuck in it, because people would be running around wearing the kind of coats from the movie. That's pretty funny.
That's kind of endearing, though. It kind of speaks to the power that cinema can have on our culture.
Definitely. Yeah.
Everything but the peppers and the carrots and the stir fry came from my garden.
Oh,
just today.
hush.
That's awesome.
Oh, do we have somebody in here?
Who's clickety clacking?
Not me.
Oh, sorry, that was me. Sorry about that.
So, are we talking politics at all, or are we just talking food?
It's anything goes. I think in anything goes, we can talk about whatever.
Wide open.
You know what the general mood is here. It started out with Star Wars, so.
Oh, speaking of Star Wars, just before we move on, has anyone here ever heard of Arlnuts?
Of what?
Arlnuts. They're a YouTube channel, and they did dubs of Star Wars movies. Like they shortened them down, and they did dubs of them, and it's amazing. It is like one of the funniest things you will ever watch.
Oh, yeah.
Like whenever
Yeah,
Anakin asks, like he's like, "What are midichlorians?" Qui-Gon's just like, "It's heroin," and then they go on.
I haven't seen that, but I have seen the Bernie Sand Wars. Did you guys see those?
Yes. Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty good.
Yeah, those were funny.
I saw the one where they did like everybody took like a few seconds and shot like a few seconds of the Star Wars movie, and then they put them all together. So it's like a mixture of animation, real life people in corny outfits, puppets.
That was the best. That was the Star Wars uncut. That was really.
That's
really
it.
I love that. That was really cool.
I've seen that one, and then Chad Vader's always a good one. Chad Vader just rolls me.
Yeah. It really is good.
I used olive oil to fry it, and then I added butter at the end to make it more filling.
Yeah, that sounds good. A little bit of butter on veggies like that really is nice.
Yeah, and also it helps with digestion because your body can't, like, no matter how many greens you eat, no matter how much like of the nutrients you get, your body can't absorb the nutrients without having some fats, and animal fats are the most easily digestible.
You are so on. You know all this stuff. See, I'm about to tell him, and then he knows. And I'm like, oh my god.
Damn.
Yeah. Whenever you have raw veggies or even cooked veggies, it's always good to either have a little bit of butter, maybe a little like a ranch dressing or something, because those fats actually help your body to absorb that stuff better. The other thing you could throw on there, Lucas, would be like some lemon juice, a little garlic. Oh, that's I love on like sauteed grilled veggies like that. Some lemon juice is like.
Well, there's already garlic in it, but I never thought about adding lemon juice.
You would freak out if you add some lemon.
Damn, that does sound good right about now.
Over the top.
You got to add a little salt too.
Yep.
If you're cooking vegetables, you have to add a little salt. You got to bring out the flavor of the
a little black pepper.
Yeah, I added some black pepper to mine.
It looked a little too vegetarian for me.
Hey, what's better? Sea salt. Sea salt is better, right? Processed salt not good.
It doesn't really make a difference. A lot of sea salt's actually worse for you because depending on what part of the ocean they get it from, it can be toxic. And if you get normal iodized table salt, you'll never be short on iodine. Which if you have iodine deficiency, that's very deadly.
Even with that, though, you're still not probably going to get the iodine you need. It's because this is the one I take from the Global Healing Center, the Detoxidine. It's a nascent iodine, and it absorbs into your system the best.
What do you think about the Himalayan pink salt craze?
I've tried it in a bath before, but I've never put it on my food.
Just wondered.
Tastes like salt.
Yeah,
I love
Himalayan.
Really expensive normal salt.
Oh, it's so good.
Like the Himalayan pink salt is just normal salt. It's really, really expensive and very highly alkaline.
Okay. Good to know.
I think
it just has like a trace element of something else crystallized with it, and it changes the color a little bit, basically.
yes, one of the trace elements is uranium.
Oh, that's terrific.
I would stick with the processed salt and avoid the transient.
38.
On that note, uranium.
Like, is it how enriched is the area?
What do you mean by enriched?
Particular.
What are we talking about? Salt? There's uranium in salt?
Salt, yeah.
In
sea salt and like even Himalayan salt, you're going to find some traces you don't want that are bad even in very small traces. Whereas the processed salt pretty much takes most of that out.
Damn.
So by processing it, they're separating uranium.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And the process of processing it, they actually know that they're taking out uranium.
How much uranium? Because if it's low amount, enriched uranium is completely different. Like 238 uranium, as long as it's not a ginormous quantity, it's not like super dangerous. It's dangerous, but not dangerous enough to, it's not like nuclear grade material dangerous.
Except for can-do reactors.
Hold on.
Would you say, Snork?
Except can-do reactors do use 238.
Yeah, but it has a higher percentage of 235 in it though.
Yeah, they don't use it alone. They use it to let its friends go. But I would still say, basically,
the more 235, the more enriched, the more weapon grade it is.
Right, and you don't get that without doing that on
like
purpose.
90% 235, that's like a bomb grade.
Yeah, you're not going to see that in salt. I'm just saying as the processed salt is cheap and abundant and readily available, Why not just use it? I believe that in many cases, we go overboard to the point of making ourselves less healthy sometimes, just because, you know, we're trying to be decent people. We're trying to be ecological people. And we take the words of other people that say, well, this has got to be good because this is good. It's more natural. And there is a lot of natural things that are bad. It needs to be taken with a grain of salt. And you just can't use information that's passed along that's unfounded or
just not uranium salt.
Also, in quantifying,
damn it, I've been looking for some of that.
Yeah, in quantifying the when you have an industry where you're purifying something, you have a waste stream. It is in the best interest of Morton Thiokol not to quantify what they're rejecting and removing. If a large number of ecology people knew what was in the waste streams, they would probably be picketing. On the other hand, you have all these people demanding sea salt be putting on anything from crackers. And if you go to the grocery store right now, you'll see in many aisles, except for Kelley, that because of the wheat, that sea salt is popping into everything.
Oh yeah.
And it's a trend that I feel is very bad because the oceans are very polluted. And as far as the Himalayas go, the Himalayas aren't without their own pollutants. Just because it's out in nature doesn't mean it's clean.
Yes.
In fact, a fish will die in 10 seconds in clean water.
Yep. That's true.
So.
It's good to do research, especially for supplements or anything you're going to be taking on a regular basis.
Wait, was I just mentioned?
Yeah, or like foot pads.
What was that?
Yes, I said except for Kelley, who probably doesn't buy crackers.
Oh, right, gluten. Yes, there's only like one kind of gluten-free cracker that doesn't taste awful, like hard.
Which one is that?
I can't even remember the name of it. I can see the package. You can find it at Target or Costco or anywhere, but I don't miss, like, I don't really, it doesn't bother me at all. It's weird. I guess I already don't eat a lot of processed foods. So, I mean, if you do, then wheat's in everything. But the biggest thing for me was soy sauce and like California rolls. I used to love those, but what is it? The imitation crab in California rolls actually has gluten in it.
What?
Yes.
Yeah. And so does soy sauce. I have to get tamari, which, I mean, it is a more expensive diet, you know, to do gluten-free if you're really going to try to get all those substitutes. So I just don't bother with most of it. I just don't eat bread things. So
yeah, most of the
I did find
just as bad for you as the normal stuff.
The what?
I said most of the gluten-free substitutes are just as bad for you as the wheat when it comes to your intestinal damage, because they're making it to imitate wheat, and so it ends up imitating wheat in your digestive tract and poking thousands of microscopic holes in your intestines, just like wheat does.
Well, it's more like I had bought some Udi's is a brand that they have bagels and things like that, and I had bought it from Whole Foods, which I rarely ever go to that store anymore because I just think it's a scam. You know, I look at the package and it's like corn syrup solids. Well, I don't eat that, so I took it back. So to try to substitute, the best thing is Indian food. Because actually we just ate at an Indian restaurant tonight because they do so much stuff with chickpea flour, and it's really, really good. Yeah. Actually, Stevie, was an Indian restaurant off the side of the highway in Charleston, West Virginia. We went there maybe 3 years ago. We couldn't believe it. We were just passing through on the way back from Michigan, and couldn't find anything to eat, and we wandered off the interstate, and lo and behold, there was this like amazing little hole in the wall Indian restaurant right there. Do you know where that is?
You said this was in Charleston?
Charleston. Aren't you near Charleston? I can't remember the name of it, but it was right, like, really rundown looking.
Oops.
Do you remember seeing a hospital nearby?
Sorry.
That's the only one I could think of. I can't remember the name of it. There's a couple of good ones down here. I just haven't tried them out yet.
Yeah, I know. It was a couple years ago. I don't remember the name. Sorry about that thing blasting. Don't you love websites like that? I put it on mute like 3 times and then it just keeps coming back. It was it's on Forbes. Actually, I wanted to talk about this because I keep seeing all these tweets. You know, Robert Reich, is his name, is tweeting about Trump's business affairs with Russia, and I think we've all talked about that and broken his point, said, you know, yeah, I mean, we know that he probably has all those business dealings and a lot of them are probably shady. But I love this Forbes article goes into, you know, well, but we're not talking about K Street and all, like the Podesta group and all these Democrats that have all these ties.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
in a way, I'm
it's not like it's exclusive to just one party.
Right.
Right. So I think it was Joanne that said something about, like, yeah, this is the thing to do now, is to just loudly accuse your, you know, your opponents of the same thing you're doing. Like what I don't know, maybe it's good in the long run because people will start looking more at all these relationships, but yeah, this specifically talked about.
If you don't have a My Social Security account online yet, open one now.
It's convinced me already. I gotta do it. Trigger!
How many times do you have to mute the same?
I just hate those damn ads. I hate that.
They're horrible.
Voice.
Well, I know.
The person who created the technology to have a pop-up ad with sound should be found and executed.
Yeah,
completely agree.
If
I block my ads, so so I'd say screw it. I don't like ads.
Don't either.
Mutes it as long as it runs through one, and then as soon as that ends, it's popping up in black.
What you can do is go to the top tab, and you can actually mute that entire tab.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
What I do is
picked up on now. I'm not real tech savvy, which
Not
drives
a
people
problem.
crazy. Because he's like, you know how to do this. It's just like when I start talking to you about tech, you just tune out. And I'm like, well, that's you can do it. You know. But I really should be better with it. Anyway.
That's funny.
Yes, well, you can all tell. I know. It's bad. But, you know, when you have a spouse that does IT, I mean, you know, that's his department. So
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
But anyway. So, yeah, anyway, this article just talked about that and Uranium One and the Podesta group and all the lobbyists that work on K Street. And so, okay,
When you
let's
switch
keep
jobs, it's tempting
exposing.
to say-
Damn it, I'm closing that tab. Let's keep
Ad
exposing what Trump is doing, but let's, you know, open that up to everyone else too, all their ties. So
That's what
Did you guys
Hannity
notice a few years ago?
That's what I was talking about. Go ahead, Lucas.
Well, I was just going to ask, did any of you guys ever notice a few years ago whenever everything on the internet switched from you scroll down through one entire page that all loads at one time to slideshows, so you have to reload this, like the same page like 22 times to see all the photos or to see all the different pieces of the article? And did you ever read about why that is?
no.
I could take a
All that
guess.
wait, who was going to go?
I was just gonna say they want more advertising, make you see more ads.
Yeah, that's the only reason. It's so that the person gets paid every single time you refresh the page.
Right.
And every time you go to another slide, that counts as a new ad view. And so all these pages that have slideshows, I've like started like boycotting websites that use slideshows for everything, like WebMD, because it's like ridiculously annoying to have to go through and reload a page because it takes up so much memory on your computer at one time and so much RAM that it just like makes me sick that it's like all for money, and it's only for a few extra pennies, like, you know, at that. So it's just like, you know, what's worth, you know, why is it worth loading that page 22 times and possibly crashing your phone or your computer when you could just go without knowing that for the rest of the day and Google it yourself?
Yeah.
That's why I use ad blocking software and archiving.
Well, AdBlocker, like AdBlock Plus, they used to be really good, but now they've sold out, and they have all these companies that pay them bribes to let their ads pop.
There's been a lot of that going on.
I've been using uBlock, and it's been amazing. I run Firefox. It really, really blocks them out.
Firefox
it's clickbait.
Firefox is great.
Good job, Eric.
Yeah.
There's an app you can get for Firefox called Lightbeam, and as soon as you start running it, it'll tell you who's tracking you for, like, once you visit websites after that, and like what websites are tracking your web traffic, and it'll show you who's tracking you right now.
Yeah, that one's pretty good.
Yeah. There's another one called Ghostery for Firefox too.
Was it anything for Google?
I don't know. Anybody know?
Couldn't tell you.
All right, so what Kelley is talking about is what I posted and mentioned regarding Hannity. He went, and I'm not a Hannity guy, but he seems the only person on establishment media that's actually bringing up the W word, WikiLeaks. Do you know what I'm saying? In the light of fact, in the light of information, until it's probably going to turn on them pretty soon, which it will, I'm sure. But the thing is everything's, he laid out everything that HA's been talking about, Hard Bastard's been talking about, Same Progressive, Tim Black, if we're still okay to say his name, and just, you know, everybody that's doing it, RT, TYT, everybody. But he didn't mention, he got close. I thought he was going to mention Seth Rich, but he kind of hinted to some very serious criminal activities. Anyway, but it's all coming. It's all this baloney, and they keep double and tripling down on it. It's going to just, it's like they're building a giant, they're digging a hole that's like the size of Texas, and there's, you know, and as deep as to the core of the earth, and they're just not going to get out of it. It's like they're building their own trap. It's just,
Didn't they already
stupid.
With the Seth Rich story, when wasn't that Hannity that was saying stuff, and that some advertisers threatened to pull or something, and then he backed away from it, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't
Got close.
like him either, but I mean, to me, it's I don't care who the messenger is if they're presenting the facts. I mean, it doesn't mean I'm a fan now.
Exactly. Yeah.
Point. Common grounds are the most important thing that we actually need nowadays.
Of course. You can see this. This is, if you see this on YouTube, I sent you guys the link.
Okay.
But it's just I'm watching it going, exactly what AJ is saying. Exactly what, it's like he watched all these independent sources on YouTube, all the people that we're getting our real news from.
Right.
And he like copied it all down. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. You know, it's almost like, it almost seems like he did that.
James, he got it all from.
How did you know? I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to find something.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Maybe it's a sign that he wants to go to the independent media. Let him come.
That'd be funny.
Well, they've got to be getting word that, like, you know, they're hemorrhaging viewers. And I mean, it's no secret that the YouTube news is getting more and more traction. So,
yeah.
Well, and maybe after he had that happen when he dared to report on Seth Rich. Maybe that made him go look, you know?
Oh, I think he's old guard Fox News right now, and he's feeling like, you know, everybody else has dropped out of this place. You know, the next one's me, kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah, I guarantee. So I think he's just going, you know what? Fuck him. I'm just going to do it.
Could be. Could be.
I have something I wanted to ask Snork. This is concerning. I saw it this morning, and I can't believe they're doing this. But the directors or the heads of the Fukushima plant have decided to dump all of the radioactive coolant into the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Including it was included what, some kind of rods or something too to be going with it.
They're throwing all of it into the Pacific.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't
Is there a link? Could you send the link, please?
Good grief.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. It wasn't.
I mean,
we should be building a rocket ship and putting all that shit into space.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It'll just dissipate something, right?
You know, the barrier reefs are dying. It's just
they're pretty much dead. I mean,
you know, and I go to the beach and I go in the water, and it takes me a little while to get up on a board, but I still get up. You know, and they're just killing. I just can't. This is nuts. It's just nuts.
All the reefs are almost completely dead because of all the coral bleaching.
Yep. That's what people on the whole don't understand about climate change is they believe it's going to be this disastrous, huge, tangible, immediate thing. But what they don't see is that it only takes 1 degree to change it drastically. A lot of what's in the ocean is extremely sensitive to pH balance, to temperature. So it doesn't take much before you see really dire consequences.
Yep.
I don't know if any of you watched that Guy McPherson presentation I tweeted out a day or two ago. But if you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it. It's probably one of the most important things about climate change you could ever watch. It's really well done. He's a super smart guy, and it'd be hard for anyone to refute his evidence.
Yeah, it's really sad. You know, we have these networks that are just eating each other about fucking idiot Trump and idiot DNC, and it's what a waste of time and space and energy and money, and
I know.
All right,
amazing.
I know.
This is from Newsweek. Takashi Kamamuro, chairman at Tokyo Electric Power Company, TEPCO, told foreign media that nearly 777,000 tons of water tainted with tritium, a byproduct of the nuclear process that is notoriously difficult to filter out of the water, will be dumped into the Pacific Ocean as part of a multi-billion-dollar recovery effort following the Fukushima disaster.
Get ready for your cancer, y'all, because we're all going to be getting it. I mean, it's really...
Yep, they say...
tritium is a massive contributor to cancers.
Yes.
Got it. I mean,
what is the number on that again? Broken?
777,000 tons.
God. Holy hell.
Yeah, that can't end well.
No, it won't. I mean, it's almost like adding insult to injury. It's already bad, but it's like it's to me, it's all part of their hubris and their pride and their desire to keep it all quiet, right? And to act like, oh, it's no big deal. They just want it to go away so bad. Oh. Unreal. Yeah, it's that kind of stuff that just makes me want to check out. when I hear it. It's very hard. I was really depressed yesterday, and I was really thinking about, you know, it's just such a pain. It's the burden of being a human in the modern age, and it's like no matter how much you don't want to contribute to the mess, you do. Every time I have to throw away anything that's plastic that can't be recycled, anytime, it's painful to me. It's painful because I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking about how many people don't even deliberate about it at all. You know, and I throw very little away. I recycle like crazy. I mean, I clean things out people wouldn't even clean out, you know, like a Benadryl bottle or a toilet paper roll, or, you know, I mean, I'm very, very conscientious about it, but so many people aren't. And it just feels like you're fighting this wave of garbage. And it's just
I know how you
hard.
feel.
It's heavy.
And it stinks for me because I don't have my own house, so like I can't even compost. Like I have all this vegetable waste, and I don't even have like a place to compost it. Like I just have to throw it away and know that it's never going to decompose.
Yeah, because it's cased in plastic.
Yeah.
I know how you feel.
You know what's the kind of the... Yeah, I'll say this. Like when it comes to waste and recycling, here's a tale. And, you know, like I want to preface this by saying I love my work colleagues, and by and large, I consider the work we do a very, very good, decent, and honest one. But there's something that bothered me since I started working here, and that there's... Okay, so usually at most Hilton hotels now, they have a recycling and a waste bin, correct? Usually the waste bin's primarily for plastic and cardboard, but we're supposed to have it mandatorily in each hotel. What I didn't realize though, and to be fair, I'm not trying to say that all Hilton hotels are like this. I'm sure the ones in Portland are much more conscientious, but we don't have an actual recycling center. For anything other than cardboard boxes.
Right.
So basically what ends up happening is that we take the stuff that's put in the recycle bins provided for the guests, and we chunk that into the waste bin along with the actual trash. And it struck me as such a with such dissonance. I joked with my I sort of half joked with my friends by calling about the situation by sort of calling it the recycle bins the feel good box.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's all about just making people feel good. It's so true. And it's this sort of, you know, self-righteous thing. It's the same reason I have arguments with people in their electric cars or what. It's like, it's really not helping that much. It's like a little nick compared to this mass. And they're just so, but I'm, you know, it's like, you're... No,
like,
you know
here's
what I
the
mean.
problem with it. It's like, yes, if more people could get onto it, maybe it would have an effect. But the problem is that it's much bigger. Like,
it's more like maybe if they could have gotten onto that about 50 years ago.
The problem is that there's two problems with it. One is that there's a significant price tag for ethical consumerism for so-called ethical consumerism that is often prohibited for a lot of people in the lower class to actually achieve. The second part is that the relative contribution for that premium price tag is relatively minuscule compared to the scope of the problem being addressed. So it's a problem of there's too little being done, and there's not enough of enough economic incentives for people in the lower class to do it. And obviously the people up above aren't wanting to go through with it because that basically cuts off their profits.
Yeah. Erik.
Oh, I was actually going to say, you know, the people that makes them feel, you know, good about themselves. Like they did this episode of South Park where Gerald, my dad, was riding an electric car and he was being like totally smug about it. And it was like really super funny.
Yeah.
The episode was called Smug Alert.
But of course, the big reason why we don't, it's the age-old question of why don't we have all these things that we need, whether it's healthcare, environmental protections, et cetera, more efficient cars, more efficient homes. Why don't we have this? Because there are people in power that make a ton of money keeping it just the way it is. And that's really what it gets down to. And as simple as you can put it, that's it. It's greed, it's money. That's it. James. Yeah. I mean, that's it.
We're very, this country is known for doing is we'll put a stop sign in an intersection, a three-way stop sign in an intersection after somebody dies.
Mm-hmm.
They won't put it in there. This is the mentality of our nation. It's not, that's exactly what's happening when it comes to Fukushima, when it comes to these large corporations. GE, I believe, is part of them at Fukushima. The dumping, I mean, there's islands the size of Texas, floating islands of trash, the size of Texas, swirling around
those
in the Pacific Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, we're capitalists. I mean, have you seen our profit margins? It's totally worth it, right?
I don't think so. It's a short-term success. That's it. It's a short-term success.
When it comes to the plastic in the ocean, what most people don't realize is the particles are worse the smaller they are, because they get ingested by creatures, they get eaten by other creatures and carried along. The actual worst thing we have is not water bottles, because they're large and mostly only the large creatures get them, and they're easier to prevent from getting into streams. The worst pollutant that I see now that they've taken out the microbeads from shampoo, is lawn trimmers, the type that have the filament that you constantly have to unreel. There's a reason you're unreeling it, is because you're breaking it up into microfibers as you're breaking it up. It's probably bad for the people that are using the trimmer. Every single one of those trimmers should be banned. And then you see the big Pacific gyre because you see the large objects. You don't see the larger unseen gyre floating around with it of all the microparticles.
That's the trouble.
So the visible large part is the size of Texas.
Yeah.
The actual is almost as big as the Pacific itself.
Yeah. Anybody
back to the Fukushima, the tritium, we should, just for the tritium alone, we should not allow Japan to export any seafood or sea-derived products for 123 years and 3 months. Then comes the nastier products. So tritium is not a friendly item. They present it as though it's impossible to filter out, that it's expensive. Expensive shouldn't matter in this case. If they have to sell the shoes they walk in to separate that out, it is possible, and they should be forced to do it. In this case, they have too much political power, and they keep selling everybody across the world that everything there is too bad. We have to dump it to make room because it's too bad. We can't consume more room. Well, they made the mess. They should be forced to buy that entire exclusion zone, fill it with water tanks until they're done with the coolant. There's other means of coolant. Of course, those are expensive. And it seems to me that any viable option that is ecological is too expensive for them to use. Any technical means that they put all of their eggs into one basket to solve, to me, seem like frivolous acting like they're doing a solution. Especially this ice wall is like the biggest blunder I could imagine in my mind. Where they could be using other technologies that, of course, are expensive. But the ice wall itself is a considerable expense, and I don't see why they can't spend similar amount of money on technologies that work. We've been filtering, enriching, depleting chemicals in this country for over 80 years. And I don't see why they can't do it over there. If they have an electrical shortage, there's ways to get more power. But there should be on giving a priority of keeping the ocean clean, not keeping their wallets full. I don't know. Did I miss anything?
No, that's it.
I was just going to say that what's worse than the weed trimmers.
Thank you, Snort.
What's worse than the weed trimmers is all the clothes that everyone wears, like all of the polyester clothing that's made of plastic. Those fibers break down, and a lot of scientists have this fear that there might be that the microscopic plastic fibers could end up like making microscopic animals in the ocean choke and cut off the food chain from the bottom up. And so like all the microscopic organisms die, then the organisms that eat those die, then the fish that they eat, like the plankton that eat those die, and then the fish that eat the plankton die, the fish that eat the fish die, all the larger fish die, and then it just comes out of the oceans, and they think that might be like a next big extinction trigger.
Yeah, it's going to be huge.
Well, there's also a problem with the humans. Our lungs cannot handle fibers 3 microns in length and 5 microns, or 3 microns in diameter and 5 microns in length. The cell called a phage cannot swallow it whole, so it sticks out and it causes it to leak, and it forms bad chemicals in your own lungs. I didn't know you had that in San Diego.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
That's a pretty bad breakout.
That's not good.
That's actually just bioluminescence from the plankton or something.
Yeah, but is that one? That one's not.
But that's good. But these are good things. I haven't seen this in years, in like 3 or 4 years. People are concerned about this.
I thought that was only in the South Pacific. I didn't realize.
No, we get them in here, Huntington Beach, man. I've surfed at night with waves like that. Awesome.
How far out from shore do you get octopuses?
Oh, pretty far. It's just most everything around here in Bram knows it's all sand. There's not any place where they can hang out like they would in a reef, like actual reef.
Mm.
Well, this was in both the Reuters and the Newsweek article. It says that local fishermen against the proposal, but it says both articles were careful to point this out in this exact wording. Tritium is said to be of little danger to humans unless exposed to high quantities. According to NRA Chairman Tanaka, the chemical is so weak in its radioactivity, it won't penetrate plastic wrapping. Yeah, so they're just saying that they're saying, "Oh, no problem." And I mean, I can't tell from the sound of these articles. It almost sounds like this guy wants to fire this thing back up at some point.
They do.
It does.
There's actually 6 reactors, not 4. The first 4 are called Daiichi. The second, or the 4th and 6th one are called Daini. They want to fire Daini back up.
Yep.
You're kidding.
Oh, yay.
They're crazy. It's crazy.
They're proven so far. They're so
they
great
even have
at
that
it.
field enough to be able to restart it?
The fuel's ready to go in one of the 2.
But what about the coolant? What about all the other safety?
One of the 2 in Daini was active. It is illegal to report on the status.
Mm-hmm.
But the other was awaiting fueling when it happened, and is able to go. One has got some damage, But before good report came out, Japan made it illegal for Japanese to discuss the status of the reactors.
Oh, that's helpful.
I know, right?
It's really twisted.
I'm sure this will have no.
We have all this knowledge and we have all this ability, and what we do with it is destroy our planet and blow up people we've never met. That's what we do with it.
What we should do is all the people should
I mean,
rise
it's
up and we
almost
should have.
hilarious. It's almost hilarious to think about it, really. It's like it's sick that we're doing it, but it's kind of funny that that's what we do. It's like in the world. It's like, oh, we got all this great stuff we can do. Let's go blow people up. Let's ruin our environment. That's awesome. It's like, what?
It's like the BP deal too. I mean, just because you can drill clear down there, oh, we can do it safely. We can do it safely. Oh, something happened. Well, we can't fix that. Oh man, this is impossible. Same thing with these nuclear reactors.
Yeah.
You know, oh, we can run these things safely, no problem. You know, we have to run these things.
Dangerous.
You know, and then they run them, and all of a sudden they've got like a huge problem. Their solution is just to wash it out into the ocean. You know, I also want to know how do the workers go to the plant to work on isn't it radioactive in the area of the other plant?
I no longer have. I'll give you another quote, and I agree with it. Guy McPherson says he no longer has a bucket list. He has a fuck it list, which is a list of things he's no longer worried about having to do by the time he dies. That's what I say. People, I've got a bucket list. That's one of my. I hate that more than anything. It's like, I got a fuck it list. There's things that I'm just not worried about anymore.
I have not quite yet reached the age where I've become that cynical, thankfully.
Give it another 20 years, kiddo.
Yeah. Not that young.
Life has
The number one item on my bucket list is destroy Monsanto.
That's a good one.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah, we need a 180-degree turn. We need full. It is at that point, and I brought up the movie before of the day the Earth stood still, when John Cleese is talking to Keanu Reeves, and he says we're at the precipice of where it's either it's not 10, 15 years from now. We need to make a change within months. I mean, that's what we need to do. It's not because it's at that stage, and if we don't do something soon, I'm thinking within at least 5 years, something very, very drastic, something very immense, like a giant 180. Some country has to just say, okay, we're stopping, no more fossil fuel, or just no more nuclear, just start going like the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal would pretty much change the thinking of the planet, I think.
That's the thing is we've got if you want to go by years instead of and go by the arbitrary dates that humans have set, 2030 is the latest we have to go carbon neutral, honestly. All these climate agreements that say 2045 and 2050, it's if we go carbon neutral by then, we're screwed. I mean, we have to be carbon positive by then. We have to be putting more carbon back into the ground than we put in the atmosphere by then. It's going to be, otherwise it's just going to be the end of the human race. It's going to be too hot for anyone to survive on this planet, and the climate shifts are going to be too drastic and extreme. It's going to go from extreme hot to extreme cold, in matters of seconds, or not seconds, but in matters of days and hours, depending on where you live.
Yeah, I don't know who these scientists are, but I do know some of them are saying that it's every time they're redoing the numbers, it's moving faster and faster. Yeah. In other words, it's compounding faster than they thought it was 6 months ago.
Well, see, that's the thing is like there's never been a scientist right now, like as of right now, there's never been a scientist to overestimate the damage of climate change, because as soon as they tell one scientist that he's overestimating it, the next week 8 other scientists come out and say nope, he was actually far underestimating it.
So
Exactly.
how many of you know whether or not you live near a nuclear power plant, or how far away it is from you? You guys know?
There's sites for that and for fracking too.
Right.
Yep.
I'll try to find them.
I live close enough that if there was a meltdown, I'd have to move away.
We we have one like 30 minutes from us. But we actually used to live closer to it. So close, in fact, that one time we got something in the mail about needing, if there was a problem, we'd need to take the iodine tablets, I believe it is. Snork, maybe you can comment on that. And then back in, I think it was 2013, there was a crack, a 1/4-inch crack in a reactor sensor was found. And of course, they were like, there aren't any leaks, it's fine. But it is a little unnerving because it's, probably 25 miles from us. But I guess they're everywhere, so,
Hey, do you guys remember? Go ahead.
They want to build new ones. That's what the Republicans say. Think that that's a great green system. And
the really horrible thing about the nuclear reactors is if one has a meltdown, most of the nuclear power plants in the country are close enough to each other that if one has a meltdown, it's going to cause a domino effect, and 90% of the nuclear reactors in the country would all have a meltdown within days of each other.
Well, I mean, even if they work correctly, they put out waste, and that waste is not like, it's not like potato peelings, I mean, it's not something that you can just get rid of.
It's the opposite of potato peeling.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the reason why I don't think that it should be used ever, besides all the groovy scenarios of what happens when the lowest bidder puts in some prime parts into it, So anyhow, that's my little ray of sunshine towards this discussion.
I know, such a hey. I mean, we don't really talk. We do have some positive stuff every once in a while, I think, which is good. We do. I think we do have some good things, but we got to lay it straight. We got to tell the 438 viewers at times that what's really going on, and I just,
well,
it's all fucked up, man.
I mean, James, what you're saying is really correct, and it's just one of those things that McPherson talks about that a lot. If you haven't watched that presentation, gotta watch it. But he says enlightenment is not for the faint of heart. Enlightenment is a shattering experience. It's not like this happy, peaceful nirvana thing. A lot of people have that misconception. And so for him being a professor at the, Tucson University, he was just shattered by all the knowledge and all the things that he was seeing. And, that's the thing is people don't understand. They think that it's just this magic, well, just stop creating emissions and we're all going to be okay.
Yeah, everyone. Hope you have a good evening, and I'll see you on Monday.
Good night.
Bye.
Night.
Take care.
Night, Alice.
Have a good one.
Just reducing emissions is not a magic thing at all. If anything, it would cause a whole new gamut of problems. Because when you stop producing emissions, the thing that's actually protecting us largely from burning alive right now is our emissions. It is our pollution, because the ozone is depleted. When you stop emissions, a few weeks later, all that particulate falls out of the atmosphere and you're toast. So we kind of depend on our pollution now to keep us from dying. So it's none of it. We have painted ourselves into a box. We really have. And no matter, you know, how much technology we come up with, it's not going to matter. It's not going to be in time, because we forget that we're human animals and we depend on other animals and on other ecosystems and things like that to keep us alive. We don't just exist in a vacuum. And that's what
symbiotic relationship. Exactly.
So you kill all, if
that's
you
why
can
permaculture
destroy
is so
everything
important.
else, how in the world do you continue? You don't. And not only that, there's 30 to 40% of the planet that depends on sea life for food every day. So what are they all going to do when all the fish are really gone? And they
Well, that's
will.
what I was saying about that
I mean, there's
collapse
no other
happening from
way.
the bottom up and the microbial. It starts at the microbial level in the oceans and then works its way out.
Wow.
I know, sorry.
We're getting ready to just, I mean, it's like we're literally, and I don't mean like nuclear, like, but we're about to go nuclear. I mean, that's the way it feels. It's like, instead of backing off of some of this stuff, it's almost like we see people just wanting to hit the gas.
Well, all the nuclear power plants are running at least 40 years past their original expiration dates, because whenever they decided not to build new ones, they keep doing 20-year extensions on the closing dates of these power plants. And right now they're all way past their expiration dates. Like, they all should have closed years and years and years ago. And the next date that they have for renewal nationwide is in 2020. And like all of the nuclear power plants in the country are supposed to shut down in 2020, or almost all of them. But instead, the nuclear power companies are going to lobby Congress and allow them to keep them open up another 20 years, even though they should have been closed down years and years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, what he's saying is definitely true. All of the nuclear plants in the country are very old. They have not been maintained properly, and so they're all in a bad state. It wouldn't take much. And if you talk about, you know, reducing electricity, or if the grid collapses and you don't have electricity to cool the cores in these nuclear plants, you've got meltdowns all across the world. And
yeah, imagine having a hand.
We are painted into a corner, and it's one of those things that it's very depressing if you think about it. But it's, you know, McPherson always says, you know, he says the news is you get to die, and that sounds bad, but he said it also means you get to live. It's about choosing what you're going to do with your life while you still got it, because we may not have very much longer as a race. And he said, it doesn't mean I'm going to stop recycling. It doesn't mean I'm going to stop flossing my teeth, you know. He said, but he's like, I live with the knowledge that we probably don't have a lot longer to enjoy this relative comfort that we have at this time. That's all going to change.
Hey, Snork, do you know much about hydro power specifically? My Canadian grandmother, I remember, you know, like I was young, but I remember her referring to the hydro bill. And I never really thought much about it or paid much attention to what, I mean, obviously it's water power, but I'm looking at specifically, I guess it's this Andritz hydro. But why is that not something we've used more, or have we in certain parts?
We used a lot of hydro in the past. The Europeans call it hydro. But the Hoover Dam is a good example. Niagara Falls is a good example.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest problem with hydropower is the fish. Some of the fish need to get upstreams to spawn and whatever, and it does cause problems with fish that need to go up and down the streams. And of course, there's problems when you dam them up, and there's a risk of loss. There are some countries that are making hydropower for storing wind power, where they take an area that didn't used to have moving water, and they'll create a valley, turn it into a lake, so they're not disturbing a natural stream, and that's
or pump storage.
Mm-hmm. And that, to me, seems like a very good form and a very good use for hydro.
That's like the only way.
Didn't they have that in New Zealand? They did that exact same thing. I think it's New Zealand. What was it? It's some island or something like that, a really small country.
The Canary Islands are doing it. And I know that others are doing it as well, but I don't have a list in my head. Other than that, there are issues with the silting, but they're minor issues compared to the devastation of burning stuff. So I don't think we want to turn down any type of alternative fuel. The one thing we want to do is we want to get nuclear offline as fast as possible. And if that means burning animal fats and sewage, I think we should.
I was watching a documentary on that the other day, Stork. I was watching a documentary about how they could in some places they have biomass energy facilities where they take all of the garbage that everyone produces and they try to separate the plastic from all of the organic waste, and then they burn the organic waste as fuel, and they melt all the plastic down into hyper compressed cubes that store, like they'll get like thousands and thousands of square feet of plastic and compress it all down to a few inches by melting it and at high pressures. Then they take all the organic matter and burn that as fuel, and then they burn the plastic cubes as fuel after they've already been compressed. And that seems like that's a much more efficient way to deal with our trash than using landfill.
That sounds like it's really energy intensive.
It is to start, but once you have it running, it's less. It's actually more efficient once it's been running, and once you get your money back out of it.
Have you ever looked at?
It's just a very expensive investment.
Have you ever looked at the biodigester ones? Basically, you still get all that separation and everything, except for instead of burning the stuff, you make a chemical fuel. You can make methane out of it, and a couple other things come off of it. And then you can use the rest of it for fertilizer and stuff.
Yeah, it's called.
Back in the 80s, Ames, Iowa, did the biodigesting. I can still consider it burning. Whatever method you do to get it to the burn point, I still consider it burning. But Ames, Iowa did use the method where they made the methane. And 75% of the population of Ames, Iowa, in the 80s was students. In the 9 months of the year that there were students at the university, they didn't have to use alternative fuels. They just used the methane. But when the students left in the summer, they had to buy fuel.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrific. As long as you're eating, you got fuel and you got fertilizer, you know? And then you got more fertilizer for more fuel. I mean, it's perfect. It scales with the amount of people living there. It turns into, I mean, you got septic systems for a whole entire city. It's basically a shit farm already. They moved it down by where Barilla makes most of its spaghetti now. And just a little bit down the road is where the biggest manure cannons in the world are, that can shoot up to 3 miles and can take manure and put it across fields, large farm fields. Spread it out after it's digested, and sometimes before.
Yeah, that's what bugs me about modern day farming is they don't even properly let the crap compost before they spray it on the field. So you drive through and it smells terrible for weeks after that.
Isn't the spraying it kind of a bad idea? Because don't they use high pressure sprayers and it'll aerate it and it'll go for miles?
Yeah, 3 miles.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to live near that.
Occasionally they miss.
Occasionally?
They're like mortars.
It's like if you're living within 3 miles of that, you're gonna breathe in liquid shit, basically, or aerated liquid shit. I hope they clean it or something.
I love that.
Before they spray it.
No, they don't clean it. People get sick all the time, and that's why.
Why can't they just do irrigation with it without spraying?
It's not really like a spray. It's more like a mortar fire. There's some that the ones that spray, they only go a few hundred feet. The cannons, where they take a slug of it and pump it up fast, goes quite a distance. And when they first started it out, they were like missing and hitting cars on the highways, smashing through the windshield, filling up the cars.
Hey, so I just posted a thing about Germany's nuclear phase out in the chat. I thought this was really interesting. So let's see, by 2022, I think that was to get close out all of the country's nuclear reactors by 2022. Apparently, Angela Merkel was about to, let's see, in coalition with the business-friendly Free Democrats, she announced plans to reverse the law in 2010. However, she had a brain, and when the Fukushima thing happened, she changed her tune on it. But I thought this one thing was very interesting. Over 80% of parliamentarians in the Bundestag passed the nuclear phase-out plan. Only the left party voted against the measure, saying they wanted a faster timeline. So that's how backwards we are, right? I mean,
Yeah, that sounds kind of screwed up.
No, but I mean,
In the United States, it's illegal to be left wing.
Right. But I was.
I mean, if you try to look at things from a rational perspective, you will be persecuted like the Christians were back in like the Pilgrims' time. Whenever the Protestants came to the United States, like it'll be worse, except it's worse in the modern day because we don't have a foreign land we can go to and kill everybody and take it for ourselves.
I don't know. Just learning from things that happen. Why don't we do that? You know, like James said.
Yep.
The stop sign after something bad happens. Well, something bad did happen. Just because it was on the other side of the world doesn't mean we shouldn't realize it could happen here. You know? Anyway.
I know, that's really kind of funny, though. It's like, let's end all nuclear plants. Oh, your plan to do it isn't fast enough, so I'm not going to vote for it.
Right,
you
right.
Know, it's like, it's still, what are you talking about? It's like, what, 4 or 5 years? What did it say? 2022? Is that what you said?
2020.
Yeah. I mean, so that's what, 6 years?
Yeah,
something like that, 5, 6.
Yeah, they reversed.
No, it's not fast enough, so let's delay it longer.
Yeah.
That's faster than it would have been in the United States. In the United States, if they even, in the United States, we're not even discussing that. Like, it's not even on the table. But if it were on the table, in the United States, they would be saying like 2045 or something like that. Like, it'd be a complete like platitude. Like, it would mean nothing.
Yeah. Germany will probably also be off coal by 2030.
Hmm. Yeah.
And if they can do it with the amount of sunlight that they get and the small amount of wind that they get, there's no reason we shouldn't be able to do it.
Yep. Got a couple billionaires in the way, same old story.
Well, you'd think you could run some hellacious solar panels down in Arizona right now.
Hell, even Florida as well. It's
They
the
didn't
Sunshine
melt.
State, however.
Considering it's getting so hot down there, they can't even take planes off. Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, that's messed up. The air is getting too thin.
Yep.
Yeah, we need to have massive greening the desert projects in Arizona and New Mexico, like they did back in FDR's time, where they take thousands of tons of mulch and just dump it into the desert and leave it sit there for a few years.
Yep.
They've got homeless people that are dying of dehydration because when they sleep, they sweat out so much liquid, they're dying.
Yeah.
Because they need to be taking in liquid all the time to be able to survive the heat they're in.
Yep.
And, even in the shade, 120 degrees, that's 20.
Oh, yeah.
120 degrees is fine.
That's like 22 degrees over the normal body temperature, and eventually,
yeah, you gotta okay. I know for a fact how that feels like. If you're standing on a roof for hours a day, baking in the sun, those shingles just kick off so much heat. It's basically just as hot. If you touch it with your hand, you literally burn yourself.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the air temperature.
That's what.
That's
That's
the
just
shingles
that.
too.
But I'm talking.
Actually,
Yeah,
when you're
but I'm
tearing off
talking.
and redoing it, those shingles are hot as hell.
But what I'm saying is, it's even worse because you're
Trying the whole time like
it's
that. I
yeah,
get
I
you.
mean, they got the. I mean, they've got
You
people
can't
burning their
the
feet.
air around you is that hot. So so you just got to keep dumping water on yourself to try to cool.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I've done my share of roofing too. Yeah, that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or doing the guys do tar in the summertime. I don't know how in the hell they do that.
Oh yeah, in the summer on top and next to shit that's like what I don't know how hot tar is. What it's got to be at least close to 1,000 or something in there.
I don't know.
We're going to die first from climate change and too much heat are going to always. I mean, it's going to be the old, the poor, and the very young. Those are always the people that get hit. You know, people that can't afford to keep the AC running 24/7 and staying indoors, and people that already have weakened systems, or immature systems like little children. So those will be the first people that really suffer from too much heat or too much cold. It's always the way it is.
I want to build a hobbit hole.
Me too. I hear that. I'm all about it, Carpenter. Let's dig a hole in the ground, live in it.
Build me a big round door. It'd be like the only thing I actually built on the project because I just can't do anything anymore. But
if we were smart,
I'd spend the time and energy to build the big round door because I think that's it.
If humans were truly intelligent and not just dangerous, clever apes, we would be living under the ground because that's what all the other creatures do to keep.
We are dangerously.
They keep cool in the summer and warm in the winter by going under the earth. Not even that far under, just far enough. And it's the best way to live.
We should all put our money together and start an eco village in Canada.
I think that sounds like an awesome idea, Lucas.
Have you guys ever seen Zeitgeist?
Yep.
Yeah.
The utopian.
Yeah.
All that stuff. I really think that is a brilliant way to go. It's just I just don't see a lot of capitalists jumping on board.
Well, that's what Buckminster Fuller talked about when he, was building the biodomes and talking about subterranean homes and things like that. He said, "I'm not trying to replicate nature. I'm just trying to figure out the way she does things. That's it. I'm trying to figure out the way she builds. And then I'll try to build like that." And, a dome-shaped house that's partially underground is incredibly efficient. You spend almost nothing to heat and cool it. But they don't want that. The powers that be don't want that. That's why we don't have round houses. That's why we have these square boxes that are totally inefficient, get damaged easily. Somebody's making a lot of money on cooling and heating these damn things. But when the electricity goes off, they're terrible. They're not sustainable. They're not very livable, especially these giant McMansions you see going up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
nobody even wants to buy those used because nobody wants to buy somebody else's used trendy shit.
Yeah, the most durable houses we could be building right now are earth bag houses. Like if we wanted to build a house that could withstand Tornado Alley, like it, and that would be the only way to go would be an earth bag dome, because it's like very, very densely packed polystyrene bags sat on top of each other with barbed wire in between to hold them together without slipping. And then you can put it cob or concrete on the outside of it, and then you can put like waterproof paint and coating on top of the concrete, which is already waterproof, and then that helps keep all the rain from coming in. And then also, it's structurally it's like one of the most solid structures like in existence. Like you could not knock it down if you tried.
That's why pyramid shapes don't go away, round shapes don't go away, because the wind doesn't buffet them the way it does a box.
What do you guys think of the tiny house movement? Can anyone do that?
I don't think you so much need teeny tiny house, but round dome shaped energy efficient house. I mean, it would be smaller than the McMansion, sure, but it's bigger than people living in their, little closet. But I've seen those things that you're talking about, like people trying to live in a thing where you can almost touch the two walls with your arms.
Oh, I would do it totally. I have books on it. Like I have the books that started it all, like Lloyd Kahn's books, like the Shelter series. Like I don't actually have Shelter. I borrowed that from my uncle, but I have the Tiny Homes and the Tiny Homes on Wheels books. And I have, I follow all those guys that made those movies and the documentaries, and I follow Lloyd Kahn and the YouTube channels that go out there and look at all the different kinds of tiny houses and ways to live alternatively. Like there's one channel that's really good called Exploring Alternatives, and it's a couple that doesn't know how they want to live, so they go and they like stay in all these rental tiny houses, and they meet all these people who have tiny houses, and they live in a van, and they meet other people who live in a van, and basically they're just deciding on how they want to, like what they want to do before they raise a family. And it's kind of a neat channel.
Oh, those houses look so cool.
See that? That's exactly what I'm talking about, dude.
Claudia, the
Yep. There's the dome houses. Woo!
I would live in those.
Yes, that's what I want one day. I'm telling you.
Wait, James, the one in the middle looked like it was from Tatooine.
I know. Yeah. It ties back to our Star Wars. But seriously, I mean,
on that note, here, let me see if I can hold this up. And
we don't implode ourselves before long. That's what I want to live in.
Does it? Oh, no, wait.
Yeah, we can
What,
see it.
oh, no, wait a second. I got the wrong picture. Where the hell was I? I was on the air.
Yeah, Claudia of Cabin Talk was building a tiny house. I just happened to catch a video of her doing that, but I don't think it was a dome.
Domes and earth chips. Earth chips are also really great. Like if you can get the money to do earth chips,
does that
chips
show?
are by far the most efficient.
Another actor's life destroyed by drugs and alcohol.
But Ariel, have you ever seen the earth chips?
I don't know if I have.
Earth chips are more efficient than dome houses. Earth chips are by far the most efficient and environmentally friendly way to live. But you should definitely check out Earth Chips. Hold on. I'll pull up a link and send it to you guys in the chat about a really great one I saw.
There are a lot of yurts around here outside Asheville. Well, because nobody can.
Whoa.
Yurts are cool too.
Everything else is like beat to hell around it, but the dome is still there.
Wow.
Well, because the wind goes over it like it's a hill. I mean, it's not beating against a flat surface. It's totally different the way that
you still have to open your window.
Live in something like that.
All those little triangles put together. Fuller, he said that the triangle was the most stable structure.
Well, I would think you'd still want to talk to somebody. You'd still want to talk to somebody about like how many windows and stuff to keep open during
the triangle is the most structurally sound object.
I'm not talking about structural soundness. I'm talking
saying for Ariel what she said there. It's the same reason they make bike frames in a triangle. I mean, the only way you could get better is if it were a circle.
Yeah, trusses, whatever. Yeah, that they use triangles extensively. But when a tornado comes through, the air pressure change, I would think you would still need a certain amount of air space of windows open or vented somehow, so that it, you know what I mean? I mean, that picture made me think about that's something you really have to think about when you're building a dome.
Well, dome gives you the most amount of internal square footage for the lowest amount of physical surface area exposed to the outside.
Right.
And that's basically, if a big tornado were to roll over it, it just presses the dome down. It can't lift it up and rip it out unless it can grab on something. It needs drag across the surface.
Look at earthship.com. That's all it is earthship.com. This is really awesome. This is cool as hell. Wow.
Oh yeah.
I would live in something like that. Hell
my God, that is so cool.
Hobbit holes. That's what I was talking about. Build me a hobbit hole. That's,
right.
Give me a crane and half a dozen. Give me a crane and half a dozen apprentices, and I'll teach them for a few days, and we'll build my Hobbit house.
Wow.
Okay, where are we doing
this? What you're saying about the Earthship, because this thing, I mean, it really is a self-contained living unit. I mean, you've got your solar panels on it, and it recycles your water and just the whole thing. It's pretty.
Where is this from again?
Look on it's earthship.com.
I also put links in the chat on Ring Central.
I'll type it in the chat, Eric.
Okay.
There's a couple.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There's a couple videos I put in the chat over Earthships. Like there's one of a woman who's been living in an Earthship off-grid for 11 years. And she talks about how they get ice. Like they actually have a cellar, like a root cellar behind their house where they take jugs of water as they melt in the summertime.
Right.
And as they catch the rainwater, they take it back and they put it in chest freezers full of sawdust. And then and then it gets frozen in there during the winter, and they're able to keep it cool until July.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, who just put up the picture with Teletubbies? Who was that?
They lived in the ground. They lived in the ground. That's Snork.
Oh, okay.
I the little houses. I still say we should be retrofitting. We should be retrofitting used Connex boxes. To house the homeless. There's no reason for people to be out in the weather when it's so easy to just take those old boxes, bring them in with a forklift, drop them in a row. You can even stack the things.
Yeah.
And put doors and windows in them. Do all that. It wouldn't take that much work per unit to do that. And it seems to me that that's a good way to sort of house homeless people or give them something to get them out of the weather, heat or cold.
Well, if the banks didn't have so much influence, we have enough houses. We could house every single homeless person in the country. There's 27 empty houses for every single homeless person.
Yeah, I can believe it. As far as apartment units and everything else, it's just a matter of being able to use the space. I think that there's whole buildings that could be used.
A matter of an artificially inflated housing and property market.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is some things to be thought of when you start packing more people in. You need more safety equipment. The more people you got, the better chance you got somebody's going to start a fire. The more people you got, the harder it is to evacuate in the case of fire. You have to think about all that stuff. But as far as houses go, yeah, there's a zillion houses out there. They got no people in them, and we got people walking on the streets. And that's
there was the fire not too long ago out in California, wasn't it? With all the artists that kind of lived up in a warehouse situation.
Exactly. Yeah, and it was.
I remember. We got fires all the time in the summer. Some San Bernardino County or Riverside County, just a little more inland, or Malibu area. It just gets really dry now, so it gets pretty bad.
That's where my niece is. My niece is in Temecula.
Oh yeah, that burned down just about 6 years ago. It's pretty bad out there.
I have a cousin in Temecula.
We had to go there sometime and all meet up.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I have a place. I know I got a place to stay. I mean, my I don't take up much space and don't make much beat my mess. So
works for me.
I just
just drop me a line, man.
Hey, anymore. I just bring my camping pads and sleep on the floor against something, because it's the only way I can sort of recreate what I have here, which is just a couch with all the cushions taken off, and then I put a mattress underneath me, because it leans me into the back and it keeps me in one position during the night. It's like I can get into one comfortable position and sleep for as long as I can sleep before it stiffen up and it starts bothering me too much. I was amazed I made it today, because I was sleeping off and on. I mean, I get up in the morning and go up, get a cup of coffee, drink my cup of coffee, come downstairs, sit down here. After I finish my coffee, I fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like as soon as the pills kick in, I take it in the morning and knock down the pain a little bit, I'm back to sleep. Even if I drink 2 cups of coffee, so if I drink 40 ounces of coffee, I still fall asleep. So I think I need sleep at that point.
Yep.
But yeah, I just woke up at like 5:30 and I was like, oh, what time is it? Yeah, I tell you, yeah, same thing, James. Up here, we got fires all the time, and that's going to be the next big problem. That's why we should have like a real National Guard, real setup where we have manpower to move around to do these things, to do, fight fires and stuff, because they're hiring people and they're and everything, but you need a lot of people in these things, and equipment. And I think that's one of the reasons I think that there should be some sort of natural disaster, armed set up for the military to work within the borders of the United States. You know what I mean? No security work, nothing like that, but things like fighting fires and helping in natural disasters. They've got the equipment to do that kind of stuff, I mean, I think myself, it seems like we got a natural base of manpower. Plus, we ought to be hiring kids. We ought to be hiring young people to do that, and just employ them straight from the state rather than employing them through contractors and stuff.
I know what's interesting is that I don't know how many countries do this, but I have a friend in New Zealand, and he said that when you are college age, like, anywhere, before you go to college or when you get out, you have to do 1 year of free community service. That's just, for the government. Like, you have to work in either a government agency or office or something. You basically are donating your time.
Yeah,
and
I mean, that's great.
They give you a very small salary. It's like you're not making very much doing it. But the point is that doing that, having that rotation of young people, giving a year up for the country basically to do, health and human services or whatever kind of government job, it alleviates a huge burden from taxpayers.
And we should really do it where we do it like the military. And if you want to stay in and keep working on, like you're fighting fires, fighting wildfires, it's good to have experienced hands.
Right.
So you keep people over that want to stay over. And, like you say, it may not pay much, but the military doesn't pay shit.
Right.
The military right now, we got people on freaking food stamps and welfare in the military, and that's insane.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, that's just there's no excuse for us buying $380 billion bombers and not paying the men that are, fighting and dying or, working for their country. So I just think that a fair wage, but it doesn't have to be, minimum wage is fine for, the whatever this organization is that we're.
Well, that's why they do it with young
CCC, like the CCC WPA.
Yeah.
And I also think it's a great idea because you could take kids and, totally sort of take the country mice into the city mice and vice versa kind of thing. And give kids some more of a cultural experience than they get, graduating from high school and staying in the town and working at the Ames or whatever. There's something to be said for it in a lot of ways that are sort of the same positive aspects of the military during peacetime. Sort of the being able to travel a little bit, being able to. Yeah.
You guys, did I bring this up? I did.
Yeah, you did.
Emergency response team. I think everybody here should go find out how to get to this. It's all over the country. It's kind of organized by FEMA. You know, those the guys that are the same people that are building the FEMA camps. So when after we get our pitchforks out and our torches and we try to burn down the hill.
When we storm the Bastille, that's where they'll put it.
When we storm the castle. But anyway, but they do this, and this, like I said, you're going to know what to do, where to be, and how to do it. If you're a survivalist or a doom prepper, don't call them doom preppers. They hate that. But they teach you just the small things, like keep a bag of non-skid shoes in your car with jeans, a belt, t-shirt. You know, it doesn't have to be boots. Just non-skid is good, because if there's a water situation, you don't want to slip everywhere. You know, and gloves and just the right.
A couple pairs of underwear, a couple pairs of socks, because you're going to need underwear and socks.
Yeah,
you know,
it's like your survival. It's a survival bag, and I actually have one. I have two, but the thing is you just never know. I mean, you want to be the person that can be there to assist, or do you want to be just lost in the camp?
That's what would be the most useful and the best reasons to make everyone serve in the military, is because everyone would have survival knowledge. Like in the Marines, you know, like that's like one of the most revered skill sets, is like the Marines are able to be dropped anywhere in the world and survive using only their wit. You know, it's like that's a very, very useful skill that everyone should be able to have. Like everyone should be able to survive in the woods if they're lost. You know, especially when we have all the knowledge, like if we have the internet available to us, there should be no one dying from lack of knowledge, you know, right now in this country.
Well, I would be happy if everybody knew how to swim. I mean, honestly, I think that of all the survival skills that they talk about, that's the one that people sort of blow off. And I told my wife, you know, right off that kids had to learn how to swim. You know, and they went to swimming lessons and learned how to, you know, I almost lost my kid in Mexico, and that was, you know, he was a little booger. He was playing playing along the edge of the surf, and they had real bad riptides, and he got sucked out, and I watched his face, and I just plopped my daughter, said, "Do not move." And because my wife was running after him, and I dove in and swam out to where they were. Just as he popped up, you know, I found he popped up once, and that was all. You know, he was one of them. I dove after him and got a hold of him and held on to him for dear life. You know, I probably about half drowned him bringing in, because I surfed a wave in to get in faster. I just yelled at him to hold his breath and took a wave in, you know, rode it in, because that was major league scary. I just, like, you know, walked away and went up and drank for a while, because that was very not cool in my life.
That's awesome. You know, that is freaking cool, and he's right. And what's interesting about California, it doesn't really happen that much in Hawaii. But the currents that brush across the coast, north or south, they come in and they come out. So what happens is it'll come in and pull you out, and then if you keep going this way, it'll bring you back in. So every time it's like every once out of like 2 out of 10 times I go to the beach, I'm always saving somebody. And the way I'm saving somebody is because I know that area of where you shouldn't be. Because once you get into that depth where you can't really grasp the ocean at your feet, you'll be at the mercy of the ocean. Period. So what happens is these tourists, they come in, fly all over the place, especially in the summer, and they rent these summer houses, and they're pink, like a red pink, because they're burnt so bad, because you know they're tourists. But they go out and they start swimming around, and the waves aren't too big, but then they get in that riptide, that undertow they call it. So what happens is I'll see them swimming, and I'll go, "Hey, start swimming to your right. You're swimming it because they're trying to swim in, and they're going against it, and they're going nowhere. They're still going out. So I go, just swim to your right a little bit, and you can swim back in. And I just tell them because they panic.
Yeah, to swim out of a current, you have to go diagonal with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I see this all the time, and these lifeguards, most of them are kids. They're so busy all the time, in and out, and off the tower, in and out of the tower.
I mean, and you talking, I mean, when he's talking about the water's only got to be a little over your ankles, man, and it'll knock you over on a day when it's really running.
Yeah.
It's strong as hell. You know, when that wave comes in and then sucks back out, it's pretty, and I mean, they were having intense waves. It was really sort of beautiful when you sat at this one restaurant that had like, you know, the palm tree canopy and everything.
Oh, cool.
And the spray from the waves was actually wafting in sort of on you as you were in there. It was pretty cool, but you know, that wasn't so cool. But yeah, I mean, swimming's one of those things I think every kid should know.
Absolutely.
They should need to know that before they graduate. You know, I just think that it's just you know, if you got to take them down to a pond to teach them to swim, you teach them to swim in a pond.
Yeah, my dad just threw me in the ocean.
Yeah.
Hey, does anybody here not know how to swim?
I've never been able to do it. I've tried many times. I'm terrible at it.
I saved myself from drowning once by very, very rapidly doing the doggy paddle whenever I walked for a space. I walked into the wrong end of the pool and thought there was a step there, and there wasn't. And I fell face first into the 9-foot deep end after I picked up the ball. And we were on vacation, and everyone else had already gone in the house. So I knew that if I didn't save myself, that was going to be the end of it. And so I did. I swam away from that little spot and got to the shallow end. And since then, I haven't been in a pool.
I was on a boat that sank.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, for real. You want to hear the story?
Yes.
Okay, so let me think. My sister was 4. Okay, so I was 9, and my mother was, I think, dating husband number 2. Anyway, a bunch of partying people out on Lake Norman, which is north of Charlotte, and some friends of my stepfather's had a boat, and so my sister and I were 9 and 5 or 4 or whatever. I think we were the only kids on the boat. But anyway, we're out on this boat like all day. All the adults are wasted. And next thing you know, the boat starts sinking, starts taking on water. And all I can really remember, I have this very vivid memory of having the life jacket on and seeing my sister like ahead of me, like swimming for the shore. So I guess they kind of like threw us off with our life jackets. And I just remember being on the side, you know, we made it to land, and being on the side there, and like, I don't know, emergency vehicles coming and stuff. And they're all drunk, and they're saying that the owner of the boat was going to go, he was insisting he was just going to go down with his ship.
He's on the damn Titanic.
It was totally ridiculous. This was like this.
Oh my god.
80 probably. But anyway,
That's kind of funny.
So they went out and the guy was just drunk. So they got him off the boat and it went down. But it did in fact sink. And they found out later that someone had actually drilled a hole in the boat. Somebody was pissed off at him, or a prank. I don't know. But yeah, so I was on the boat.
Wow.
We had to jump off and swim. Really exciting, huh? The responsible adults in the late 70s, early 80s.
I was just about to say, they let us, we didn't wear safety belts, you know? I mean, it was
like, the 4-year-old can swim to shore, just throw her off. Anyway, we lived. That's my boat sinking story.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Right. Have you ever seen, there's a website, oh damn it, what's it called? Demotivators. It's so funny if you're in a really bad mood and you're just looking for some really like sarcastic humor. I believe it's called Demotivators. And you know those stupid little posters you'll see, like team building posters, like I don't know. It's like a parody on that, and they're really bad. But I remember
do it. Hang in there.
Yeah, right. Those kinds of things. I'll post it. I think it's called demotivators.com. Is that it? But Michael's looking it up. But my favorite one is this tree, and it's like bent in half, on the coast somewhere. And it says, adversity, what doesn't kill you delays the inevitable. I think it's funny, but they're really funny. They're really funny. If you have that kind of humor.
Yeah, I want to get a poster that says "It's the thought that counts."
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah, because that should be our national motto. It's the thought that counts.
Oh, right. Okay, did you find it?
Here, check this out. Check this out.
Demotivators.com.
Here, check this out.
I'm sorry. Despair.com. Even cheerier. Sorry. Go ahead, James.
Here, watch. Just watch the. Here comes that's my favorite part. Okay. But what? These are. See that the design? Is Snork watching this?
Things that like blow up while you're using them. No, seriously, like there were these chicks using these things around here, and like the fucking things blew up.
I know where that's at.
Yeah, I saw one of those guys in my mind.
All right, I'll stick to a real skateboard if I want to get going.
That looks like
a real board
that could remove a foot.
Oh yeah, and if that thing like stops working in the middle of the swamp, hello gators.
It's fun, but
you hit a manatee and wind up in a gator mouth.
Snap, snap.
You know what's even funner? What's even funner is night diving. Spearing fish at night in the ocean next to the reef. I used to do that in Hawaii a lot. That was fun. Use the torches.
Just the quiet and the night and just your lights sort of.
Yeah,
how much
the fish
light
are sleeping. The fish are sleeping. It's like a smorgasbord. Fish, they're not moving very fast. They're easy to kill. The thing about when you're spear fishing, you don't want to hit a fish in the body. You don't want it to flutter because it'll attract tiger sharks. So you want to hit it. It'll flutter a little bit if you nail it in the head, but you don't want to get it in the body because it'll start going like this. And some tiger sharks will come by and start harassing you.
Yeah, at night. That would be fun.
Oh, it's nuts.
So, Sula Sully joined, I
Oh,
believe.
yeah. Sorry. Hello.
Right. I think you came
Hello.
on briefly. Was it last night?
What's that now?
I think you were on briefly last night, right?
Yeah, last night I was on for a little bit.
Okay.
Yep.
It's good to see you.
What's up, bro? Welcome. Aloha.
Howdy.
Howdy.
And if I could get familiar with everybody, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure how to work this app yet, so I can't read everybody's names.
Yeah, to like go through the screens, you just slide them across like a slide.
Oh, very cool.
I can figure it out. You can figure it out.
Oh yeah, thank you.
And like
you're doing a lot better than Kevin did.
Well, it took me a little bit, but I can see everybody now.
Cool.
Right on.
I'm familiar with people because I've heard of a lot of people from Tim Black. So yeah.
Nice.
Well, this is the usual gang for the most part.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much.
Very cool.
Yep, we're on every night but Sunday, or at least some of us are.
Yeah. I thought, you guys went live earlier, but I've got a kid, so it takes me a little while. I'm usually free at night, though. Not very well.
So you're in Colorado, right?
No, I'm in Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Okay.
Oh, that's right. We got the Minnesota.
That's right. Okay.
It's really cool hearing everybody talk about the ocean because I've never been to the ocean before. I've been to the North Shore for Lake Superior, but yeah, quite an amazing feeling to look out over that water and not see anything on the other side of that one.
Yep.
It's a long way to either coast for you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in the middle of this. There are people in California that have not been in the ocean.
That's
yes.
To me.
Well, I believe that.
That are like 40 years old. I've just never been in the ocean. I'm bothered. Like, dude, it's you can see it. If you get on that mountain, you can see it. It's right there.
I've been to both. I've been both West Coast and East.
If we had access to the ocean like that, Minnesotans wouldn't be visiting it.
One day you'll get out there.
I love the ocean.
Great.
Well, I mean, like where I grew up, there were people who'd never been out of the county.
Wow. Yeah.
You know, I never had any use for going outside of here. You know, I mean, everything I want's here. Why would I leave here?
No, that happens on the islands too in Hawaii. They have people on the island of Kauai that have never left that island.
Well, that's true.
Well, that's beautiful. I mean,
know, right?
Hawaii ain't Shoemakersville, Pennsylvania.
Of course.
Well, but I'm sure none of us forget that, you know, it costs money to travel. So, you know, it's
does.
Some people don't want to, but a lot of people, it's not by choice. And if you're really
Oh.
far away.
If I had the money to travel, I'd be in Australia already.
Right.
Oh, these people have money to travel. They just
Didn't want to.
they did not like outside people, so they did not want to deal with them. So they never went outside the county. You know, going to like Reading was, you know, a terrorizing event for them. You know,
That's
I mean,
family in Rome, Georgia.
oh, you know, it's like there are very few places I've ever been where I've been frightened. And it's just because I walk in and don't worry about it. And usually, if you act like you ain't worried about it, people ain't going to be worried about you either, you know?
Yeah.
Because they're worried you're either freakier than they are, or you're just easygoing and you got no problems with nobody, you know? So, and it helps to look like this, too.
That's like when I go down to Mexico, when I go down to Tijuana, they got the Revolution. This place is set up for all the tourists. But I like going to the back bars, the bars that aren't on the main strip areas. And I have my buddies with me go, where are you going? I'm going to go where the real tequila is, bro. I'm going where it's real tequila and it's a lot freaking cheaper.
Yeah.
So we go in the back bars and nobody speaks. They know what you want. You just want to have a good time. And some of my friends are kind of aggro. They're like, oh, I don't know if I want to be here. Just don't worry about it. Just freaking, you know, and after a while we have a good time, but we just have to break through those barriers.
Yep, exactly.
Well, even Asheville here is like that. We've got the hoity-toity restaurants, and then you've got kind of the hole-in-the-wall places where the real music is happening, stuff like that. So it's a tourist town now. So, yeah.
See, Seattle, when I lived in Seattle, I was stationed in Bremerton, Washington, but I also lived in Kent, which is just outside of Seattle, but when I was younger. But I used to go to some of those bars over there, and some of them are, you know, they're just like any other bar. It's not the same. I mean, everything's
something
pretty.
Something in the town I lived in changed after the election started because nothing was so, you know, tensions weren't so high. But the most popular bar in the town I lived in, we'd go. I went down to it like a couple times after I turned 21, and you can't be anything else but a Trump supporter in that bar. You could go to any other place and nobody's even talking about politics, but in this particular bar, for some reason, it was just 100% Trump. And I felt like I lived in a liberal town my whole life, but I don't know. People are just pissed off, I guess.
Yeah, do you want to talk about that any? Like, I don't know, just kind of culturally or what you, or I don't know, what you hear from people? I wonder if it's similar to West Virginia where were many of them for Bernie before, or were they Trump like from the get-go?
Well, you hear a lot of the young people at that time, spouting for Bernie, real supportive, and that's because of the internet. But everybody else who is tuned into TV is watching this and hates every talking head on cable television, and so they're pushing for Trump 100% because they hear them lashing out at him, and they feel like the poor guys that he's sticking up for, and everybody I talked to wasn't policy centered. It was just they know these are the dirty crooks, and Trump could be the guy that's for me. And anybody who is conscious in seeing it that way, it's just another side that's looking for a stake, and you got it. So, yeah.
Yeah. It was just anti-establishment vote, right? I mean.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna go do some hippy dippy yoga.
Okay.
Right on.
I'll be back. I'll be more stretched and more relaxed when I come back.
Go do the angry dog or whatever it is you do. And
That's right. Yeah, it's spelled down dog, but I feel like if you want to make it an angry dog, you just gotta growl while you do it.
yeah. Well, trust me, anything where I'm in a position like that, I'm growling already. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, I had to do yoga at school once, and it with my language arts class because it was like during like finals week to like make everyone chill out, and it was very embarrassing for all of the people that couldn't stretch.
Oh, that's funny. I've been doing yoga for probably 8 or 9 years now, and I love it. You can make it really rigorous. Then I mean, it can really you'd be sweating from it because it can be very, very intense. But you can also make it very relaxed. So it's nice. You can really adjust the dynamic of how strenuous you want it to be.
I like watching it.
We could turn this into a comedy routine if you just do a tutorial, and we'll all try to follow along, right?
Oh, you know what? That would be good if she taught a class. Like we could have a night and Ariel could do like a yoga class for us, and we could all try to do the shining cow or whatever they call it.
Shining cow.
That's what my position would be. I'm going to do the shining cow.
I remember.
You can make one up, James. We'll let you have. We'll have made up yoga. Just make up your own crazy name and figure out a pose to do with it. All right, guys. I'll be back in only about 30, 40 minutes. I'll see you in a little bit.
See you in a few.
No rush. Triggered.
So
it would end up being like my old friend Dave that used to kind of just hang around in my apartment in my 20s, and I was at work and I came home one day and he had gotten out my yoga tape. And I opened the door and he's sitting there trying to yoga, and he's like, a bottle of bourbon, maybe. And he was going, "Come on, bitch, move to a different position." Because he's like, I don't know. He was like having a court jester, really. But yeah, I can't do yoga. It kills my neck and my back. But I've tried Pilates. That's exercise you do almost entirely on your back, which is good if you have like Broken and I do. But okay, so do you want to talk about anything in particular? Wait, sorry, Sula Sully. Anything on your mind since you're new? Do you want to? You can drive the conversation.
Yeah. Well, I was going to talk a little about before when I came. I explained that I'm a direct support professional. Yeah, and what I've seen before with healthcare, and I want to talk a lot about is legalization of marijuana. A lot of the folks I've worked with have seizure disorders, and this idea is never talked about, and for an employee to even bring it up is so taboo because you're talking about administering recreational street drugs to people, and even proposing the idea. I've never heard talked about it in my workplace before. I've had conversations with coworkers one-on-one, but even the idea, and I've had patients or people for doctors, obviously, have asked their doctors for medical marijuana before, and but the thing is a lot of these guys, a lot of the people I have heard ask for pot, don't suffer from seizure disorders, so they're far less likely to get success after these drugs currently. So we just had our laws changed not too long ago, allow medical marijuana to people. So and I haven't seen anybody take advantage of that, and a lot of that reason I think comes from guardian control and state control, that are and aren't allowed to be administered to people for, and I hate that fucking word, for someone else or someone else's thought process or ideas, and they call these people a team, and sometimes these teams are healthy, composed of people that care about the individual, are involved with them on a mature level. Sometimes it's just people appointed by the state, and at that point you're at the mercy of whoever is in that position. Whoever was appointed your guardian, you might not even know them.
Hey, your video is a little bit shaky, or not video, your audio.
It's for a good reason.
Oh, okay.
He's just sparking up.
Okay, well, Broken, you can speak to this a lot.
Well, I mean, I'm for, actually, I think that the least amount of regulation possible on it. They made one mistake when they gave recreational pot here, and that was no grows, no home grows. And that was a mistake. They should have allowed that, because, you know, that's, you can do it. I can do it because I have a med card.
Broken Carpenter, our biggest problem with weed is it being over-regulated.
Well, I mean, that's I think that the way it's set up ain't bad. I mean, other than the home grow, but no, it's not just a plant. You got people taking it in and then just
for anybody that's
it being tested. But oh yeah, but I mean, but what I'm talking about is for medical people, especially, not having mold and other things is important. And so, you know, I mean, the fact they test Washington weed for mold is a good thing. And pesticides.
Well, I don't know if you guys ever heard about the English marijuana. They cut theirs with the same glass powder that they use whenever they're paving the roads to make the paint reflective, to make it look like it's a higher quality and over in England. And so if they were to legalize it, they could regulate it and make sure that people aren't cutting the marijuana and dusting it with glass, and people wouldn't be breathing in glass and getting lung disease. But since they don't have regulations, that's just one example of a way that it's more toxic, even though it's just like, quote, just a plant.
Yeah, I think there's definitely
regulation screwed up, because if you could just grow it at your house yourself, that problem would have never occurred.
Yep.
Yeah, but still, to get it legalized, you're gonna have to tax it. I'm sorry that you know, but that's just the way it is.
And
it's got to show some kind of income.
You wouldn't have to tax. I mean, look back with the war thing; they already grew it; it was completely legal. They didn't fucking.
But all I'm saying is, you got to tax it to get it legalized, because the states, the way that you entice the
in other words, they want to
tax it for people like me.
It's a payoff.
They want a piece of the pie.
So that.
Yeah, it's all.
So just clarify, it's not a tax. It's theft.
But an income.
No, it's not theft. I mean, the taxes are theft. They never are. You know, the idea that they already got taxes.
Somebody on the low end just growing it at their house for personal use. It sure as hell.
You can't. That's why I think they should have allowed home grows. But I think that the way I think that having regulations so that people under 21 can't buy it, you know, legally. You know, there's a lot of good things about the way the system's set up. It's just, you know, I think that
there's a lot more horrible, completely fucked up things than there are good things.
Well, I mean, if you want to grow at home, that's fine.
Whole entire drug board.
If you want to grow and sell it, I mean, it's like alcohol. They already tax alcohol. They got regulations on it. It's more stringent than alcohol here. You have to have, and everything. The whole system is a really closed system. That shit's got to be like.
Just face it, more bureaucracy.
What I would like is the people who like to smoke, the people who like to buy and sell this. When they do their business and they do their recreational hobby, they are paying taxes that allow for people who really need this drug and can't afford to just pay out of pocket because they can't work. They can use it to quell their seizures for free.
That's why it's a lot better if everybody could just grow it. Then anybody in the neighborhood could give it away for free from their personal thing, or they could take it into an office and donate it to people that want it, and it'd be free. But no, you can't have a profit margin if you do it that way.
All I'm saying is that's fine. You should be able to grow it at home, and you should be able to give away some as gifts. I'm just saying,
or even give it away to a facility that would verify it for them and make sure it's safe before they gave it to the patient.
No, I'm cool with that, Kevin. I'm just saying, I that's what I was saying. I would change that rule about ours. But if you want to sell it, I think there should be some, tax it. What the hell? I mean, there's a lot of people that don't even want to grow it. They just want to buy some and get high.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe selling it.
People don't just
or growing it yourself. There should be no tax. It's like coming to your house and trying to tax your garden in your backyard.
Yeah, you can't tax it. That's the thing. You can't tax people's gardens. I mean, you can't tax. You just tell them how many plants they can have a year. That's the way Colorado does it. And that's fine. I mean, there's more than enough in that if for any one person or two people in a household, But the idea of selling it, yeah, I think that's fine. Have it regulated, make sure that it's everything's above board and legal, safe, all that. Especially when they legalized it, and a lot of people that have never used pot go about it. I think that was sort of a learning experience for the states, and that's to have people that know what the hell they're talking about selling this stuff to people and warning them to not eat the whole chocolate bar, that kind of shit. That was sort of a good sort of side effect of it. But yeah, I mean, medical's great. I mean, for pain, it's great. We've seen opiate use go down. There's all kinds of positive
even car crashes went down, jobs went up, more money in more people's pocket. I mean, there's a lot of benefits. Plus, I mean, think about the crime that you eliminate for any sort of money or anything like that. You don't have black market sort of dangerous situations that can occur because the thing's legal and it's not really a big deal.
Like I say, you walk into a well-lit store, you have great customer service. You buy what you get what you pay for. It's I like I say, I can make my own beer. I don't drink anymore, but I wouldn't make my own beer.
I already do make my own beer.
It's easy to do. Why doesn't everybody do it? Because they don't want to. That's why people won't necessarily grow. Everybody won't grow, but the people that want to grow, I think they should be able to. I just think that it's.
Let's let him get some in on this. Go ahead.
I'll be back. Hold on. I'll be back on shortly. I just need to take care. I'll be back shortly.
One of the worst things I've seen anybody suffer before in my life was a seizure. You could be walking along, getting on a ride to go home, and all of a sudden, and to see people going through that, like see videos and documentaries of people suffering from seizures, and it's quelled with one hit of weed. Something I use a lot, and just because they're maintained every day, they're watched constantly by staff, which is positive. That is one of the best. That is one of the most important things to keep them alive. But they can't have a medication that grows out of the fucking ground. It doesn't make any sense. That is
Oh,
why
no.
that's why the topic is so important to me. Not only because when I started smoking when I was 18 and I love to get high. Oh yeah, that is like one of the least important things about it. And it's something it's one of the greatest things about it though, and it's used so strange against us. I don't understand it. Just seems like that this is a natural relationship, and it's such a crime that it's gone on so long.
Hey, so your mic is a little bit in and out, so we really don't want to miss anything you're saying. Sometimes it just takes a while to figure everything out and
I'll see if I can,
make sure we can hear you. What? Okay, I mean, well, just to let you know, we're having a little trouble hearing you, so.
Well, I mean,
Kevin knows about that.
the one advantage to it being illegal and I mean, besides like growing the own strains, that you know what strains you're growing, and so you know that they're good, the kind you want. But when you're going to buy in here, they give you a whole list of the different, how many, the total percentage of CBDs and THCA and total THC, total cannabinoids, and they give you all those percentages. And like after a while, I can get to a point where I can look at the packages and judge how it's going to be for my pain, because I know what rate of CBDs and THC works best in my body, And actually, it's whatever I can get that's highest a lot of times, but and it's amazing how cheap it is. It's gone down from when it started. It was like $12 a gram here, and then it eventually dropped down to now recreational to buy. Like the cheapest stuff is $6 a gram.
See, that's amazing because that's going from a place where people didn't have the chance to even get a monochrome of treatment from it. And now you have this whole array of choices you can make and how you want to treat yourself with it.
And oils are great. Oil is, I mean, especially for people that, don't want to smoke or don't, if people can use just CBDs, great. I find that the mixture works for me, but the oils that have everything in it, that are just natural, not sort of the what's her name, Charlotte's Web variety, sort of high CBD, low THC, but just the regular different oils. You can find oils that work for pain and work for things that, I mean, whenever I can start making brownies, when it comes time to start trimming or whatever, that is like the best time in my life, because I eat so much that my body just gets cooled out. I mean, it's I can take in enough, and that when you take it into your body, when you use edibles, it's a much nicer way to do it for pain, I think.
So speaking of that and them making like candy and stuff, I will, as a parent, say something some of you probably won't agree with, but the studies really back it up that, under a certain age, I don't remember what it is. I think it's, early 20s or whatever, that actually it really is it can be very harmful. So I'm very for legalization of it. I honestly think pot's probably better than alcohol in most situations, but my concern as a parent is just kids smoking it at 14. I mean, that the studies show this, that the earlier and the heavier the use. Now that doesn't mean everyone's going to be affected the same way. Some people may do that and be perfectly fine, but many aren't. And
studies show
that legalization will ever lead though to higher usage rates among teens. I mean, it's shown before that cigarettes are harder to get a hold of than a gram of weed.
Yeah, so, that's the thing. Dealers don't card. That's why I'm for legalization. Right. Dealers don't card. And alcohol I could get every drug in the book from the time I was 12.
So I'm just saying there should be more talked about, I think, awareness about that because, and I don't have it right with me, but I can post some stuff. There have been a lot of studies that back that up because your prefrontal cortex and all that is still really developing up until 25. And so heavy marijuana use at a very young age can cause long-term problems.
The great thing about the great thing about legalization of marijuana is that in every single place where they've done it, where they've legalized it medically and recreationally, teen use has gone down drastically.
Yeah.
Right. But we have to talk about it. I think not addressing, that's one of the things that bothers me. I just, as a parent.
But, I mean, as a parent, I'm telling you that I worried more about my kids drinking than I did them smoking pot. I really did. Only because it's the dumbest things I ever did. The dumbest things I ever did in my life were on alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
where's the study on who has stupider things? People on pot or people drunk?
Well, and it does gigantically bad things to your development too. You know, I mean, that's the other thing is it's the same thing, and so. You know, like we're saying, it makes it harder for kids to get. It doesn't make it easier.
Right.
You know, once you get the price market to a point where it's lower than the black market, you know, then it's people stealing their parents' weed and stuff, you know, and that's just like stealing alcohol. You know, you're stealing alcohol from, you know, whoever, by getting it growing up to buy it for you. I mean, how old was everybody when they started smoking pot or did try it? I mean, I was probably 12 or 13.
I was 18 when I first started smoking. I tried it once when I was 17. But I didn't actually start smoking pot and start seeking it out until 18.
My friend started when he was 16.
Yeah. Yeah, my brother, he started smoking when he was 13. And my mom started smoking when she was 15, but I've heard of those studies that you're referring to, and yeah, I have concern too. But like Broken Carpenter said, alcohol I think poses a far greater risk, and if we have kids smoking weed, it might be hard to wean them off those good times or keep them away from it once they've discovered it. But I feel like it's a lot less damaging.
Well, I have the same feelings on like all these SSRIs and everything else where, you know, pharmaceuticals we're over medicating kids with. I mean, actually, those are worse. So, but I'm just saying there's a certain part of, you know, certain years that all of those things can alter. I think we over medicate ADHD. I mean, a 7-year-old boy is supposed to not pay attention. I mean, things like that. I think we over medicate, but
yeah. Well, ADHD is actually ADHD is a brain structural problem, and there's 7 different types of ADHD, and it's actually very severely underdiagnosed. It's not overdiagnosed, so they can sell medication. It's underdiagnosed because a lot of people don't believe in it. The only reason it's over medicated is because the types of it's because of the way the pharmaceutical companies, like the laws work. And the way the patents work, they have to come up with new drugs every so often, and a lot of insomnia drugs actually work better for ADHD than the ADHD drugs. But ADHD is a very, very prevalent disease, and it is a disease that can be tested for using brain scans. And if you read about it, there are 7 different types that all can all cause very, very different effects on your attention and your behavior and your focus. Like there's one type called the Ring of Fire ADHD, and it makes people very aggressive, and they're prone to throwing tantrums and being aggressive and abuse and all that kind of stuff. So just whenever I hear people bring up ADHD into the mix and talking about over medicating and over diagnosing and over medicating, I just want to point out that's a very flawed idea.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
I think the phenomenon of mental health, what we've got going on is really amazing, because what I think we've done as people is we structured one. There are multiple ways to do it, but there really is one one way to keep yourself afloat and sustained and quote unquote normal. And and that's to pay your bills, make sure you've got a job, make sure you've got money somehow, some way. And I think the stress, just the overall stress of that, I don't think people always lived this one way. And so it's driven people's minds in so many different directions as they've grown older. And I think that's what we call mental illness, because I swear everybody's got something, some way, something that is impeding them somehow, they feel. And that's real. It's nothing they're making up. That's true. And I think it's the way we're treating it that is so concerning, because is it these pills that reverse the way you're thinking? I mean, we don't know if they reverse the way you're thinking. We don't know if they restructure your brain, but we're going to try these meds and see how it works. And I think that as an approach to treatment immediately, I mean, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a psychologist, but I just feel like that makes me have a strong averse reaction as to no, don't put anything in my body, please. I need to work this out some way.
I'm agreeing with you. I've seen way too many people get drugged up and just turned into zombies and end up ODing on shit and all sorts of crap. Yep. All right. There is definitely an with those ADHD medications, with pain medication, with pretty much all medications in general. All right. I mean, they're either, when they're used, they're either overused excessively and they're prescribed like insane, or they're given unnecessary things. I mean, I've seen people that were, before they had problems, they were functional, and then guess what happens? Oh, they go to the doctor and then they get this, and then, they get stuck in mental health for some fucking reason. And then, you have to take these pills, and they're trying to force shit down your fucking throat. And then God, it's fucking horrible. They'll threaten somebody's kids away if they don't take their medication, but their medications turn them into a fucking zombie. Before they were functional, they had problems, but they were functional. Now, not functional and fucking zombie.
Well, but the thing is that's not everybody as well. You have to take into account that some people.
I have like seen me, a lot.
I had to try
a large chunk.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. I have ADHD. I want to finish here. I want to say what I wanted to say. I had to take multiple different medications over the years. I started in 3rd grade with the medication that helped me get my schoolwork done, but I stopped talking. I barely spoke to anybody. And then so they switched my medicines. Then I got put on another one that made me very hyper depressed and like suicidal, and I cried all the time and felt very alone. So then they switched me on another one, and this one had me all like I had like jitters, and I was like, it was Ritalin, and I was like shaking all the time, and like I had like way too much energy, and I felt like I was dying inside, even though I was like happy and like jittery on the outside. And then I switched to another medication, and then I switched to another one, and then I switched to a patch, and the patch left a rash, and the patch made me paranoid. And then I switched to Strattera, and Strattera lowered my blood pressure, and I passed out. Or no, that was the one before Strattera. Then I switched to Strattera, and Strattera ended up making me have a seizure at school, so I switched from Strattera, and now I'm on Adderall. And Adderall has some negative side effects, but so far it does help me when I'm at school. It helps me focus, and it helps me get stuff done. It helps me be more motivated. It can help me with my short-term memory. Sometimes it can even help me with my long-term memory and like thinking up stuff faster when I'm at school. So it just depends on the person.
And it also gives you a drug dependency instead of actually resolving the problem or trying to handle it.
No, it doesn't, because I can go without my Adderall and be fine. I don't take a high enough dose for it to be ridiculously harmful to my body. I take just enough that I need to last me throughout the school day, and by the time I get home at the end of the day, it's worn off and I can go to sleep just fine. And I'm not addicted to it at all. Like I used to go the weekends without it during the school year, and right now I've gone almost the entire summer without it. The only time I take it is if I have a lot of paperwork I need to do because I can't focus on it, or if I need to read a book and I can't focus on it, I take it.
And that's entirely possible. I mean, like I said before, we've constructed one way to do things. And so if they need to give you a drug that makes it possible for you to stand this god awful thing that I call the education system, we then
you know what this directly sounds like? It sounds like what they used to do for like Chinese workers, where they used to drug them up on opium and get them to work harder and longer and do better at work.
It's a round peg square hole, and I took medications all throughout my school years, until I was taking Adderall. I got to Adderall, and my mom just took me off ADHD medications completely, and or ADD medications, and that was because she heard there was some sort of heart issue that had to do with it. And I mean, now I have such an understanding of drugs to know that Adderall is prescription form methamphetamine.
Well, I just want to say thank you to Lucas for sharing that. Obviously,
yeah, that was
you're really
awesome.
smart. And honestly, any of us, unless we have been through it, we don't know,
No.
So one thing that works for somebody, or maybe stuff doesn't work for a whole lot of people, but for a few it does. So, I think we can't really judge that. But I did post a thing from Science Daily that has to do with marijuana, heavy marijuana use when you're young. And it's about, they had a greater cortical thickness. So if anybody's interested, it's there. Now, again, everybody's different. So, maybe it doesn't affect some people in the way it would someone else.
The best way to prevent teen use would be education, and to change the way we teach about drugs in health class. Because as someone who just took recently, being just graduated from school, it was only a few years ago that I was taking health class and learning about all the drugs in health class. And basically, they're like, all drugs are evil and will kill you and you will die. And they treat marijuana the same way they treat crystal meth and heroin and all that stuff. And by doing so, they endanger the lives of students, because as soon as students try marijuana and they're like, hey, that's not so bad, maybe they lied about everything else too.
That's not informing people. That's politically brainwashing people.
Yeah. And who can blame teens these days with all the pressure they're under? This thing makes me relaxed and laugh, and I'm having a good time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And I can't remember who said it, but there was a court hearing one time, and I can't believe I'm spacing the context. But they said to I think it was somebody from the DEA, that you can't tell me the difference between heroin and marijuana, but you expect kids out there to take you seriously, and they don't. They just
that was a
figure all this out on their own, because they know you're going to tell them everything is bad, and they're just going to watch out and make sure you don't see it.
I've actually told my 12-year-old, because she's hearing this in class, health class, it's all bad. And I'm like, well, I said, I'm not telling you should do it, but actually, no, marijuana is really not any worse than having a drink. And I tell her that, I think it's important to distinguish between that and meth, so yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, and it depends on where you live. As far
I'd
as
rather have people smoking weed than smoking cigarettes.
as far as pain medication, it goes, depends on where you live, is also a huge factor.
Yep.
I live in Washington State, and I can tell you, people with pain have a hard time getting pain medication. And that's just stupid. When you have so many restrictions that people with pain can't get medication, then you got a problem. And it's not that there are plenty of people that don't need pain medication to take medication, but there are a lot of people that need pain medication that can't get pain medication because of the way
it's called buying off your doctor.
No,
no, it isn't. It's really. They're all.
No, I mean seriously. I've walked into doctors where he offered to say, "Hey, give me $100 and I'll give you a thing of Vicodin."
Yeah,
So,
but you can find that maybe in like the Seattle area and in where there's a.
You can find it in Michigan too.
Well, what I'm saying is you might be able to find it where there's a large number of doctors. But in places where there aren't a whole lot of doctors, they're watched much more carefully. In fact, most doctors around here don't prescribe opiates. You can only get opiates through a pain center. So
A
you have to
friend
go to a
of
different
my
doctor.
a friend of my sister's died of ovarian cancer, and I ended up reading this journal of, I think it was her cousin, somebody that was helping take care of her. They didn't realize that her cancer had progressed initially, but would you believe, they were so concerned and so cracking down on the pain medication that this poor girl was dying of cancer and could not get enough pain medication. So that's gone too fucking far. Excuse my language, but that's just not okay.
Well, you got pain. You got pain, so you understand it. You understand that it never gives you a break.
I mean, we have a completely ass backwards and upside down drug policy.
How fucked up is it that we advertise things to people that make them fat and kill them? You know, you got cigarettes and cheeseburgers and fucking sugary cereals and things like that. And then we don't allow them to get the health care they need after that. It's all been I think it was Kevin that said it, brainwashed into them that these things are, they're tasty, they're good for you. Eat them. You deserve them because you've been working so hard at probably something that makes you unhealthy, you know. And that's your reward. And now your reward in the later life is fighting for your life, like Broken Carpenter said, to stay out of pain, to stay away from things that hurt you. And now with the internet, I mean, we're coming to this collective thought process where we're talking to each other and realizing what's going on. Mm-hmm. But to fix all that and to take care of the people that are around, I mean, there needs to be massive change. And I mean, I don't mean to sound like a complete radical, but the restrictions on the kinds of psychological things we do to people with ads and things like that, and I think it needs to start first getting people health care.
In some countries, advertisements are illegal.
Yeah,
or at least like mass media advertisements.
It used to be illegal here.
Did you guys see that McDonald's advertisement? I think it's like Norwegian, where she's talking about how the kid's dad loved fish sandwiches from McDonald's, and he's dead. They like had the whole day. Oh, your dad loves this, and your dad loved that, and they get to McDonald's, and they're like, yeah, he loved fish fillets too. Eat McDonald's, you'll wind up like your dad. I don't know. I mean, this kid's like 10 years old. His dad's supposed to be around. But thanks.
I think we've talked about this before with dietary things. It's just not immediate enough. People don't see the immediate results, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, everyone thinks they're going to live forever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But the need for pain medicine is so much that I think and so important that I know a lot of people get hooked on street drugs because they can't get their pain medicine. And I haven't known those people personally, but I do know they exist because the only person I ever knew who experimented with heroin was he was one of my best friends, and I can't talk to him lately because I've got a family, and it's just a dangerous lifestyle. I don't know when he's going to show up at my house on that kind of drug. But
the problem with the pain medicine, I believe, is that it really was just given out for two minor pain. It's meant.
And these ways to treat it weren't promoted before these easy to sell pain medicines were handed out. But yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we're having that problem here now where we still have such an epidemic of opiate abuse, and like nobody can get it. My mom had like dental work done. They didn't even numb her mouth or nothing, and afterwards they told her just take some ibuprofen, and she's like, you just cut into my mouth with like nothing, like no numbing agent whatsoever. And they wouldn't give her anything for that. They wouldn't give, like, nobody can get it. Nobody.
Because we don't.
Dental work can be equivalent to torture without some sort of.
That's because
Yeah, I don't know how she did it.
we need to apply thinking to each situation. Like, that's what I'm talking about. That makes no sense. Someone just had
Makes
surgery,
absolutely no sense.
or I mean, it's gone too far the other direction.
Sounds like a lawsuit to me.
Well,
I tell
like
you what,
I
I bet
said,
these rich people don't have any problems getting it.
Yeah, they got great medical care.
Oh yeah, I
They
bet.
got whatever they need.
And that's why I
Yeah.
say, like, this opiate, this thing that they're doing where they're criminalizing like heroin.
It's all
and
intentional.
It's the same thing like with that they did with coke and with crack. If you have a prescription, it's all right. But you know what? If you are poor and you go and get heroin, same damn thing. But we're going to lock your ass up for 20 years, and that's what they're talking about doing here. 20 plus years for drugs.
Yeah, they want to fill the jails with or the prisons with slave labor.
There was something that aired tonight. I think it was on the History Channel. I retweeted it. I'll go back and watch it later, but it was about that, what you were just saying.
yeah. It was. I think it was back to crack epidemic. But
I mean, we manufacture the whole entire drug problem. That's a manufactured problem.
Oh yeah,
About 90% of it's manufactured.
Just like we manufacture a sugar problem, all these things.
Manufactured unemployment, manufactured poverty. I mean, this is all coming down from the government due to policies.
Yep.
Right. That is absolutely right.
And if you look, I mean, it's pretty obvious when you actually like sit and think about it. Because I mean, what was it, like South America or whoever it was, and that's when you had like the coke drug, and then now we're in the Middle East. Now it's opiates, and I mean, come on. I mean, they only know like the same few like game plans, and they just keep running them over and over again.
Yep,
now,
and they
guys.
just
hey,
tweak the thing
now.
a little bit.
Blackwater worked really, really hard to take over Afghanistan and control those opium fields. The least we can do is let them sell all that heroin in the United States, right?
Yeah,
Hey, I think Bryan wanted to say something.
Yeah. This is a direct result of what happens when late stage capitalism sets in and everything gets monetized, including our politicians.
Everything's for sale.
Exactly. And it all just falls apart. It's a vicious cycle. It always happens. There's no way to avoid it unless you set up a new economic system that does not put profit over people.
Yeah, it's called financial and social cannibalism.
Read Chris Hedges' Wages of Rebellion.
Yeah.
Soylent greenbacks.
That's what it's coming down to. That's what it's coming down to.
Yeah.
And to the drug thing, I had shingles when I was in the Navy, and it felt like somebody had a blowtorch to my side. I mean, it was
What is shingles exactly? I've heard about it, but I've never actually seen anybody with it or.
Yeah, it's essentially a reoccurrence of chickenpox. If you've had chickenpox as a kid, there's a substantially higher chance that you will get shingles when you're older, and it's extremely painful.
Like what age range for that? Because I have had chickenpox.
It depends. I have an uncle that didn't get shingles until he was in his 70s.
Oh.
You can get an injection. You can get a shot for it.
Right. You can get a shot for it, but it's not 100%. The thing is,
if you've had it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, if they hadn't given me morphine, I probably would have passed out from the pain. It was that bad.
Yeah, I've heard that's excruciating. So the deal is if you've actually had chicken pox versus younger people who probably had the vaccine. Like I actually had chicken pox when I was 7, and I remember that like blisters on the bottom of your feet. The deal is
blisters everywhere.
Yeah, so it's still like dormant or something. I guess the virus is still kind of.
Yeah, you've just grown an immunity to it. It's still in you.
So
I was a scratchy kid too, so I know that I had chickenpox.
Yeah, but most kids aren't getting it now, so which is good.
Yeah, which can be really dangerous because if they do get it when they're older, it can be incredibly severe.
Yes. Yeah, it can be.
You're better off just getting them sick with the chicken pox when they're young and let them deal with it. I mean, when they're young, it's a hell of a lot safer. I mean, there's still possibilities they could get really sick from it, but I don't know. Immunizing or kind of like acclimating them with it versus giving them injections or vaccines. I don't know. Whichever, do you want it to do it naturally, or you want to do it by a vaccine that could possibly have like they're coming out with so many vaccines. It's like there's no way in hell they do enough fucking research on all these things. It's just too damn many of them too fast.
Yeah, I think we did talk about vaccines one night. We got into the discussion about how there are gray areas with this stuff. You really can't look at it black or white, People, I think, that are totally anti-vax is kind of crazy. But I think also if you question it, it doesn't mean if you question certain ones or the timing of certain ones, doesn't mean you're an anti-vaxxer. So I've kind of dealt with that. And then there was, of course, the whole thing with Jill Stein. I think we covered that, right? Where she was...
She was concerned about the doubling up and tripling up and quadrupling up the small amounts of mercury and other things inside the injections.
Right, but the biggest thing was they were trying to say that she was against them when what she said was she was against the pharmaceutical companies being on the board, making the decisions of which vaccines you need.
Yeah.
Twisted that around and said, "Oh, she's anti-vax." Which
You want to know the crazy thing is that Jill Stein said nothing that was any more anti-vaccine than Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are actually more anti-vax than Jill Stein when it comes to stuff like that.
I can't speak on that. I just know that they twisted what she said around because they needed to slander her. So. Pretty simple.
Right. So that's what becomes becomes eerie about the issue is that the people who are looked towards as leaders for some sort of alternative movement away from the establishment, anytime they have these ideas and they bring them up, they're shouted down and looked at as insane. And don't talk about this issue. You talk about this issue, this is how you'll be looked at. And it's really strange when our media does that.
It's the same old tactic. It's the tinfoil hat. I mean,
yep.
They try to put on them. I mean, okay, Dennis Kucinich is a little kooky, but I don't think Ralph Nader. They painted him, and the media paints anyone, especially Green Party, I think, to be that way. Don't you think, James?
Yeah. So. I'm looking at the US.gov and all the federal agencies out there, and you guys are right in line with the FDA, the CDC. I mean, just there's dozens and dozens and dozens of these agencies. Problem is they're being bought off. The people that are working in these agencies were working at big pharma companies, and it's the collusion and the backroom deals, and I put up a picture. Our government is for sale. It's the bottom line, and like Sol Sully said, I hope I'm saying that right. It's we just need a full on, or somebody said somebody has to come out and just say it. Just come out and say, this is a public announcement, just letting you know you're being fucked with no lube. And then go over everything, and just say, like I have a program. The information's out there. We're getting, like you're saying that Dennis Kucinich is a kind of kooky, but he's not.
Well, I'm just saying the way I don't know.
See that's what the media get. You probably heard that through.
I listened to him. He can be a little out there. It's a bad example, but
he was in Congress.
Right.
He tried to get single payer created, and then bombing everybody shit on him in 2008, 2009.
So the media, if they can get, whether it's about Seth Rich or vaccines or whatever it is, they can paint it to
They control it. They're controlling everything, and it needs to stop. We're the people that are seeing it. There's more people like us that are seeing that.
But see, we're self-policing. The public self-polices their.
Yeah.
They don't want to seem like that or sound like that to their neighbor or whatever. And the media has done an amazing job on that control over all of us. Wait, like I said, whether it's vaccines or Seth Rich or whatever. Oh, yeah, that's a kooky conspiracy theory.
It makes sense.
It used to bring my mother to tears whenever I would bring up the idea that the government had any involvement or even it was in line with dealings that might have led to 9/11. And now she looks at everything critically. But that was about about 7 to 10 years ago. I mean that she had that frame of mind. So there are people that when you tell them, hey, this might not be this way. If you look at this evidence here and this evidence over here, doesn't it look funny? They'll come at you with claws because that's what they have been conditioned to think.
Exactly.
Stevie?
We've been conditioned.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed that, around here, it's not so much you don't get, any one particular person saying, oh, this is a, bad thing, you can't do this, you can't have this idea, but, you just get shamed into shutting up and shamed into, because, every kid has a but why phase. And then you grow out of it, and it's just why is that something we grow out of? Why is that something to be discouraged? Nobody ever questions that, and people need to be more curious. People need to start. I mean, of course we should ask questions about vaccines. Of course we should ask questions about any time a corporation's in control of something. We should definitely question it. But we also got to look at the evidence, and the evidence shows, so far, most of them are pretty, life-saving. So, I mean, just the whole thing is ask more questions, basically.
Well, I just followed Dennis Kucinich on Twitter. So maybe I'll change that.
Okay. He's not my hero or anything. It's just...
Oh, no. I get what you're saying.
There's so much... We are, and I know there's others out there like us, that are actually putting the pieces together ourselves. We're actually doing the due diligence. We're doing the research. We're checking everything. We're referencing. We're checking our sources, putting a nice little bow, and still we're not putting all our eggs in one basket because we want to make sure that if we start saying things, we're not just spewing out a bunch of crap. So we're being careful, but at the same time, we're learning, and it's making us more aware. And also at the same time, it's really pissing us off.
But I think all of us do our best to go look stuff up and, cross-reference things and try to find the facts, right?
Yeah.
I think the overarching, one of the other things that's overarching this conversation is the idea of government that is good government and bad government. Bad government allows people to pollute your waterways. Good government protects it, Good government makes sure that the drugs are safe. There's a lot of things the government kind of acts like it does that if they really did would make us a better country. You know what I mean?
Right now we have a god awful, absolutely terrible government.
Well, like you're saying, we have an upside down system, a system that allows bankers that deal with drug kingpins, and launders money. They can walk away and pay a small fine that isn't even isn't even more than 25% of the money they laundered.
Yeah, I got something for that. I believe it's a Bastion quote. I don't think I'm saying that right. When plunder and theft becomes a way of life for a group of people in a society, they for themselves create a legal system that justifies it and a moral code that glorifies it.
So, and you have you have a setup where then that same government takes a guy that gets caught with a joint, fines him, you know, like a year's pay, you know, sends him to prison, does this and that to them. And so there's a sort of upside down system in that the way justice works, it doesn't work. And so it's a matter of reforming the way we do things. You know, I think there's a lot of things our government does do well that, you know, I mean, we do a lot of things well. It's just that there's a lot of things that we need to do better. And, you know, the environment's a prime example. You know, I mean, it should have been pretty straightforward after Nixon. You know, Nixon started the Safe Water Act. You know, I mean, so there was a sort of cross-board agreement that, you know, the Cuyahoga River burning isn't a natural state. You know, so we're gonna change things.
Yeah, fire is not a natural state for water.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, I think that we have. I've said it before. We've got a whole industry that could keep people busy for 30, 40 years doing nothing but cleanup. You know, if we just clean things up, we could you know, change a lot in that. But it would take a lot of manpower and, you know, a lot of money.
I want to say here.
We have a lot of Congress people. We have a lot of representatives. It's about time for them to get their hands dirty.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got Joe Manchin down there, and they're blowing the tops off of mountains.
Yeah, but do those Congress people and those people who we've been demanding roll up their sleeves for so long, is there really a will for a way in those people, or is it all just green is what they're looking for?
Hey, one second. I have a quote that works pretty well for judging government. All right, here, just hear this one out real quick. When shall it be said in any country of the world, my poor are happy, neither ignorance or distress is to be found among them. My jails are empty of prisoners, my streets of beggars. The aged are not in want, the taxes not oppressive. The rational world is my friend because I am a friend of its happiness. When these things can be said, then may that country boast of its constitution and government. And that one was Thomas Paine.
Nice.
Wow.
That's a good way to judge your government right there.
And might I say, I was happy when our people judged our government when Bryan Williams said that those missiles taken off from those ships were beautiful.
Oh, yes, they were just fucking gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, he splurged.
I do not think the American people agreed.
Sorry.
Silent. Oh my God.
Did my quote kind of dampen down everything?
No. I think so. I was just sort of sitting here waiting for James to say something because he looked like he was going to say something.
No. I wasn't. I just blurted out something. This quote from Thomas Paine. I just said, "Wow, that's freaking awesome." I mean, these guys, you know, after 240 years, that's really not a long time. China's been around much longer, but we're kind of a young country, right? And we're still learning a lot of things, and we had some pretty smart people back then that kind of knew what real freedom was, what real liberty was, what needed to be done. But after a period of time with, you know, 222 years of the 240 of wars of killing 20 million people, I'll just pick a country we want to fuck with. And then the capitalism and all the greed and the colluding and the mafia type government system, it's gotten really bad. And you know, I'm really concerned.
I mean, really, how capitalism is, it looks more like evil, really screwed up communism shit.
Yeah.
We need to get into a battle with Australia, and then fight over Antarctica, and we'll have covered every continent with war in our time. You know,
We already did, I think. I think we actually bombed Nazis in Antarctica or some shit like that.
You know,
some sort of military intervention or something there.
I don't have a computer here, but I heard something.
Well, I think we already did all 7.
I heard that, the Queen of England, she owns Australia and Canada. Some other land too. I can't remember, but she owns all of those 2 countries.
Yeah, that's just fucked up. And did you see the Prime Minister of Canada? You notice when he gets sworn in, he says it's to the Queen and not to the people of the country.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yep. Yeah, that's like, oh, we're making it fucking obvious you're ruled by a dictatorship. We just don't want to tell you about it.
Yeah, I've gone my whole life. I had no idea until a couple weeks ago. God save the Queen, huh?
You don't want to be led by an inbred bunch of rich people.
Well, congratulations, you already are.
Because we already are. I mean, it's just wait. There'll be a little Trump Clinton baby here someday. Don't worry.
Well, don't worry, because as it progresses, they'll get more and more inbred and more insane, and then we'll be to the point where we're chopping off their heads back. We'll basically revert back 300 years.
Well, I think we got pretty batshit crazy in there right now. So I mean, as far as we're hitting, I think we're hitting. WW was definitely right up there, but
he's going to be knitting.
I think Trump is as batty as we've had in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, he's out there.
I think what James said about all the turmoil that's going on in the country is really interesting, because what we do have is some turmoil that has just come about so fast over the past few years. And now this media that is just dying for us to go to war with Russia somehow, to have some sort of conflict, a war. And it's really bizarre shit. I mean, and it's so growing up and watching 9/11 and all that came thereafter. And everybody was saying back then, this is not normal. This is not normal. And we continued to say that all the way up until this point. What we thought we had a break with Barack Obama, but I mean, like Jimmy Dore says on his channel all the time, he's the president that just put everybody to sleep. We all slept through that presidency thinking good things were about to happen. I don't know. But that's what we saw from the American people. And now all of a sudden everybody's paying attention to the news just because we have a gigantic orange spectacle. Yeah.
All right. I got one of those quotes. It was good enough I read it in the front of my Socrates book, or my Plato. So we help those who have less power than we do. We challenge those who have more power than we do. We are skeptical of all power, especially any we get ourselves, because power doesn't just corrupt, it breeds arrogance. And when arrogance and power get together, it's the mortal enemy of democracy. That was from a speech I saw of Nick Clooney, who is George Clooney's father. But I always that quote was so good, I had to write that one down, because that was a good way to look at the world.
Anyone else have any relevant quotes?
I got one. This is what I'd like to say to a lot of city, state, federal judiciaries, legislators, and executives.
I got something on that too after James.
I want to say this to them. Fuck you, you fucking fucks.
I would like to say you deserve to hear that.
Okay, here's one I got from you, and this is from the former Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Earl Warren. And this is a direct quote taken from him. Between 75 to 90% of all lawyers are either incompetent, dishonest, or both.
Nice.
And lawyers make up most of our government.
Yeah. Why does that have to be like the prerequisite or the part of the resume?
Well, the reason being is because most of our laws are written in lingo.
Yeah. There you go, Jay.
Yeah. So yeah, it only makes sense that.
But what if you just took? If you had I think one of the easiest degrees you can get is political science.
Yep, my brother has a degree in political science and a law degree.
Hell, you don't even need a degree in anything to figure this out. You just need common sense, rationality, and decency towards other people, and you pretty much got it covered.
Yes, bingo.
Yeah.
It's amazing. We are okay. So this is the start. Well, you know what I was telling Kelley the other day about this group is I'm really starting to believe that we're like the council of what's going on in the United States, of course, but more of the world, and because we have solutions. I mean, you guys were talking about ideas and solutions regarding marijuana, and then you guys bring up some great quotes, and then you guys laid out the way it pretty much is, and then at the same time, we're kind of putting ideas out there that I think are very feasible and that should happen. I mean, like we're kind of like the council of people that should fucking run the country right now.
Oh, James, speaking of questions, I remember a day or two ago you had some questions about MMT. I watched the video you're referring to. I've looked into MMT for like over a year. I'm pretty familiar with it. Okay. So if you got any questions or anything I could help you with, shoot.
All right. So here's my question was simply is that I'm not a financial guru at all.
It's not that difficult to understand. It's just a lot to go through. It's not very complex, honestly.
Okay. No, it's really not.
More time than it does brain power.
Okay, so if Stephen Grumbein kind of laid it out, and I was just checking to see with you guys or somebody that knew, because like Stevie says, she likes to bounce ideas off of people that are smarter than her. I'm the same way, and that's good for us because some of us are smarter in certain areas than others. I'm pretty sure. But in regards to Stephen Grumbein and his Real Progressive video that he did when he was out there at the convention, I was just checking to see if you guys looked at it and did you think it made sense? Because it kind of seemed like he missed a few points.
He did pretty well, but he left out a couple topics. But he does that sometimes when he doesn't have someone like when he does the conversations with Ellis Winningham.
I know that guy.
Better guide himself. He's kind of in sort of a similar situation as I am, where he's good at advancing a topic, but he might miss some detail on it or something. You know what I mean? Like, or starting off from a certain point. Like, that's more of a conversational thing. If you were to talk to him and bring up those questions, I mean, you can, if you go through some of the videos and the comments and just the conversation with him, he can explain anything pretty much. He's gone over it. I saw that video and I noticed he did kind of trip over himself a little bit there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So that Ellison guy, he's more. I think he's got a lot more information. He seems like he's like the Zork of finances. Am I right?
No, he seems to be rather informed about it.
Yeah.
From what I've checked, I've double checked what he's talking about and everything, and so far so good. No, nothing I can poke holes in.
Hey.
From I actually studied economics. I studied in Germany. The person you want to look up is Stephanie Kelton.
Already did.
Yeah, she
did Bernie's economic advisor, I believe.
Yes.
What's the name?
Stephanie Kelton with a K.
Oh, you guys said that at the same time. That's funny. Jinx. Okay, Stephanie. How do you spell the last name?
With a K. Kelton.
Oh.
I sent it to you.
Yeah, this is a knowledge hub for me too.
Is there any other questions you'd like to ask?
No, but thank you. It'll come up. Now that I know that you're good at finances, I'm going to ask you some penny stock questions pretty soon.
All right.
You know who's, hey, in the movie, what the fuck is it? Hold on. I shouldn't have said that. But anyway, there was a movie, what the fuck was the movie? I think it was Wall Street. Was it Wall Street?
The Wolf of Wall Street? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't think it was. Was it the Wolf? No, it wasn't the Wolf of Wall Street. It was another movie where
Money Never Sleeps with Oliver, directed by Oliver Stone.
Yeah, I can barely hear you, Lucas. Your sound is so low.
Oh, okay.
You're pulling a me.
I'm doing that right now?
No, Lucas is.
Is it Wall Street Money Never Sleeps? Directed by Oliver Stone.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, Ariel.
Where's your yoga?
Hey, James. I'm going to lay this one on you. Here's
That just looks like mud in a cup.
It tastes really good, actually. It's organic strawberries, blueberries, spinach, half a banana, a tablespoon of brown rice protein powder, a coconut pineapple emergency packet, and about a cup of almond milk. And it's really
eat the stuff instead of drinking it in a big kind of. That's kind of like blending a steak up and then drink.
You want me to eat it too? I'm gonna do that too, honey.
See,
that's celery. I got my red bell pepper, I got a boiled egg, and earlier
that's more appealing than the mud-colored drink.
Kevin, you can't beat me on this.
Hard-boiled eggs are a great snack, health-wise.
That sounds delicious, Ariel.
You know what? If I ate like Ariel for a month, I'd lose at least like 30 pounds. At least a pound a day.
James, I'm telling you, if you just go without wheat, you'll lose it all in 3 months.
That's true.
Right.
And like Kelley said, no corn syrups. And hydrogenated oils.
If you just cut out
corn solids.
But this is all a blender. This is not juiced. So you're getting all the pulp and all the stuff in it too. But yeah, earlier I had a big salad with organic greens. It was so good. It was like arugula, spinach, field greens, and cucumber, and a big carrot that I shredded up in there with oil and vinegar for the dressing. So good.
When I was 16, I had to have orthodontic surgery, and I had my jaw wired shut for 5 weeks and 4 days, actually. And this was back when I still ate meat, and I remember I desperately tried to blend Beanie Weenies in a blender and like drink it. It was disgusting.
What?
Why?
It's not happening.
Why would you do that?
What? Why?
That sounds
Yes,
awesome.
why?
Because I was hungry. Try having
Well,
your.
why did you blend it? And try to drink it.
No,
You had like a mouth surgery or something? Or?
I still have an underbite, actually.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
I had surgery and my jaw was wired. They gave me a choice.
Oh.
Either have pins permanently or have it wired shut. So I chose the wired shut.
Ouch.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. I thought you were just like grinding up meat and drinking it. I'm like, why? No reason.
But yeah, I wasn't I'm like partially vegetarian now, but back then I definitely wasn't. And you go that long without protein or just like those awful Ensure shakes.
Ugh.
But no, I agree, Ariel. That's a good one. If you don't like to eat a lot of spinach and stuff, if you just put it in a smoothie like that, it's pretty good.
When I was a kid.
That's the thing about blenders. You can hide, you can hide food in blenders. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, they wanted me to drink liver malts.
Ooh.
Hey, liver with onions is pretty good.
They're just malts.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, it was. I took medicine for it, and I just could not get my red blood cell count up. So they thought, well, let's try liver malts.
Like, did it have like
What
ice cream,
was-
like ice cream and liver?
They only did it once.
It's nice to meet your.
What's the idea behind drinking? Is there any like scientific sort of thing, but by eating liver to increase red blood cell count? I mean, is there?
Yeah.
Is it? I mean, I'm just curious here.
It was experimental, and they didn't have the knowledge back then we have here.
Okay, I was just wondering maybe because there's specific enzymes in a liver or something like that, maybe, but no, nothing. They were just kind of, hey, this might work. Fuck it.
There's vitamin K in the liver. There's a lot of vitamin K.
Yeah, liver is very healthy. The problem in America is that no one knows how to properly cook.
A lot of vitamin yuck.
I would guess.
Yeah, blended liver. Ugh. At least fried
Can you guys hear me better now or now?
What's that?
The first one.
That means that my speaker is the microphone and not my phone. Okay. That's why you guys haven't been able to hear me half the time, is because I thought my phone was the microphone, and instead my speaker actually has a microphone in it.
You're still really quiet, Lucas.
But it's
Kevin
better.
loves saying that shit.
I know, right? It feels
Yeah.
good.
He likes to be he's the mic call monitor.
For like a fucking week straight, it was constantly nobody could hear me at all, and it just kept pissing me off.
Now it's blah blah.
Oh yeah, gee, that's great,
Oh, look
Mrs. Pantsudo.
Blah blah blahs.
It's like the old cartoon with the husband walking, nag, nag, nag.
Hey Snork, I know like that you can probably explain to everybody, like, just because I noticed a couple days ago in the YouTube comments people were talking about chemtrails, and like I wanted to know if you were able to dispel the myth of chemtrails on like live for everybody. Like, I know like why they're not real and what those clouds in the sky, like how they're formed. I just can't remember like the scientific terms at the moment. Do you think you could explain to everybody that?
It's a vapor trail.
Yeah.
Contrails.
It's formed by the vacuum that forms.
It condenses the oxygen.
Cold temperatures, moisture.
Zork, please. Zork.
It I can't speak very loudly. It forms because the difference in pressure between the top and the bottom of the wings and surfaces around an aircraft flying at that altitude. It's basically more than just condensing. It's making ice clouds, and it's not chemical trails. It is just basically ice trails at that temperature, and they're extremely small particles of ice that suspend and hold in the air for a very long time. And during the Cold War, when all the B-52s were flying, I mean, you could just see them all over the place. And it's mixed up with the idea that a few scientists suggested that we're so far along in global warming that we should put aluminum oxide up in the air to reflect some sunlight back. But there's no evidence of any malicious chemtrails.
Thank you.
Okay, so in
I
this,
heard that it was reptilians trying to dropping chemicals on to make us sterile.
We covered that before. That's what's coming up from the ground.
Not to say there hasn't actually been chemicals sprayed from planes before, but you know that's.
There was a project where they were doing some experiments on the public where they faked that they were spraying for bugs, and they put sprayers on the back of pickup trucks and went around to different neighborhoods spraying different toxins to see how the public would be able to handle if we were attacked by those toxins.
okay, well, in the spirit of not just dismissing something that sounds kooky, that some people are claiming is true, I believe, and I didn't pay that much attention, but I believe it was Debbie, the same progressive, and Claudia have been talking about this.
Yeah, Claudia, mostly Claudia.
Okay.
Yeah, because they have dropped stuff from planes also, not just like dump trucks driving around spraying stuff.
Right.
Well, didn't they do an experiment back in? It was either during the 50s or during the Nixon years. Didn't they do an experiment where they airdropped bacteria over a town to see how the town would react, and then like 2 people in the town died, but that was like it, and everybody else was fine.
Actually, just a second. I know who you're talking. Claudia did a big YouTube video on chemtrails and the materials that Zork is talking about. But the thing is the guy that's on there. I think I have his website. This guy that's really big on it. I'm going to send it to Zork. I'll have Zork rake through it and see what's happening.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to make sure, you know.
Yeah, we want to be sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just hadn't. There's so many stories every day. Oh my God, how do we keep up with all of them? But
Well,
that
I think this is because people freak out over chemtrails, and if chemtrails were real, even if they were real, there's not really anything we could do about it. And it's like, why freak out over chemtrails whenever your neighbors are spraying Roundup on your neighbor, like on their yards, and it's poisoning your pets and your kids.
Yeah,
and like
that's a good point.
The real toxic. That's the real toxin that we're all being
That
drenched
is
every day.
a good point.
So, but they've also done what was it? They wanted to do tests for how well they could block solar radiation.
Yes. Yeah, that's what they're mixing it up with, but that was a very small test.
Yeah, but that has not great stuff in it. Particleized aluminum is not good. And then you kind of got to think, okay, it could have the exact opposite effect, couldn't it? Because wouldn't it act like a radiant barrier just floating in the air?
The thought was that there's more coming down than going up. So I don't really know the entirety of the experiment. It's been a while since I've read about it.
Well, I know somebody had the horrible idea of taking the sulfur that gets launched from a volcano, during a volcanic explosion that blocks out a lot of sunlight. They had the idea to launch that sulfur. I don't know if it's sulfur dioxide. Is that what it is, Snork? That comes out of a volcano. I don't know, but someone had the idea to like douse our entire atmosphere with that to block out the sun's radiation and slow down climate change. But that would be a terrible idea because it's very toxic breathing in as humans.
I also heard one other idea.
All right. I want to. If this works, I'll show you how the contrail forms. Okay. There's just a little bit of water in here. I checked a couple matches in. Did you see the cloud form?
Hey, you can do the same thing if you grab the bottle and twist it really, really tight while the cap's on, and then twist the cap off.
There you go. That time it worked. That time it worked. That's what basically happens.
Same concept.
The pressure differential between the top of the wing and the bottom of the wing that causes lift. When they meet, they form the crystals. They form the water vapor in the crystals.
Right.
So now you've learned how those contrails form. And I learned that on Mr. Science or something, but that was...
Thank you, Broken Carpenter / Bill Nye, the science guy.
Bill Nye.
Hey, man, it's like the only thing I can remember out of them.
Cool.
So.
That was pretty cool. I'm going to show that to my kids.
I want to run one thing by Snork real quick. Okay, the climate change thing. Okay, it's warming the surface of the earth. It's basically a domino effect, right? That's what they're getting at. I can't say the word, but you know what I mean. It continues worse, and it hits another domino and keeps going. And basically, you'll get more moisture in the air because the surface of the ocean's heated. Well, and as it heats, you get less reflectivity because you lose the ice. But what if because there's a certain level down in the ocean, there's no light at all. and the temperature drops a lot. So what if you just mixed it up a little bit? You know, that way you would stop as much water vapor from getting into the atmosphere and also kind of tamper down storms and things like that.
Well, you're kind of close, but it's like flying a helicopter. When you push the stick forward, a helicopter reacts 90 degrees from what you expect. The same thing happens when you're playing with global warming. There's a danger in us using the limited amount of, we almost need to coin a new term.
We don't want heat death, right? We want to keep to a certain level of set energy on the planet.
Right, that's it. Thinking of the total energy of the planet. We have a problem in that, right, the last few years we've been going through a plateau where it's believed that the ocean is absorbing the energy that we're putting into it. Its temperature isn't changing in a linear fashion compared to how it was, which actually means that we don't want to mix as we want to keep that mixing of the temperatures as low as possible at this point. Otherwise, I would say that you have a very good idea, but I would
because you would have
playing with it.
You wouldn't have moving from hot to cold.
Right. What the balance is already so bad with the amount of energy that the oceans have absorbed that we really want to protect the oceans from absorbing too much more.
So
one of the issues we have with the ocean right now is that people don't realize is water is just as bad a greenhouse gas as CO2 is. It might not be exactly the same, but they're roughly in that ballpark. As we get more water vapor in the atmosphere, things accelerate as well. So controlling how we do our water throughout the planet becomes very unnecessary. And have you ever seen these puzzles where you move one tile at a time to create an opening? That's what it's going to be like fixing the damage that's done with global warming. We have to move a whole bunch of tiles to get one moved to the place we want it to go to. I like to...
Well, another idea that kind of goes, it's called a cardrite. Basically, it's where you take like a gas like xenon or argon or something and put it at a higher atmospheric pressure. Let's say we put it right under the Antarctic ice sheet or something like that, something we could get a submarine under, released a crap ton of gas, and then it would allow it to freeze at a lower temperature, or I mean at a higher temperature than it normally would. I mean, you couldn't something like that to basically stabilize the ice sheet?
Well, we really have to look at any possible idea at this point.
Really?
I even think we need to consider some things that might be stupid. We're that far along.
Well, if we went neutral, we did maybe some mixing, the ice thing, and then completely got rid of our dependency on any sort of not neutral thing. Basically, I don't know. I could see like if there was like the whole entire country were to do that. I mean, we could have a rapid shift and probably change almost all of our energy infrastructure in what, probably 10 to 15 years.
Again, like I say, it's moving one tile. What you're proposing might be a solution if a few other things happen. And what we need to be asking ourselves is, can we think of for every idea we have, instead of just shooting them down, we need to start thinking, is there a way that we can pair other solutions together so that the solutions that have barriers cancel each other's barriers out to provide us a solution that does work? And that means a lot of us have to have a lot of conversations.
The parts together equal more than the sum of the whole equals more than the parts put together. That's what you're getting at?
Right. So while looking at one thing might be bad, instead of throwing out the entire idea, what we need to say is, why is this bad? And is there something else that needs to be done that cancels out the bad part? For instance.
But here's the problem. We understand what's necessary. We're not, and because of our perspective is we need these things. We want these things because they're viable. And if we don't have them, we're all going to perish. You have crazy nutcases running, controlling legislators and judiciaries and executives across the planet. You know, this is our largest wall. I would guarantee at least 70% of the planet that's over the age of 18 and under, or over the age of 16 and under the age of 70 would agree to do the right things. But we have people, just a handful of them, that could care less what we think. And that's our biggest obstacles. That is our biggest challenge and our biggest threat, and that's where we need to take the fight.
I love what Kevin and Zorg were both saying there. But like what I've heard from the scientific community over the internet is a lot of, I mean, I heard Bill Nye saying that one time that climate change deniers, should be now considered, insane. These are crazy people that you shouldn't be listening to because they're getting in the way, and this is how they're feeling, is that a lot of power structure is getting in the way of what humanity really needs to do to keep this planet livable. And I think they're right to a large extent. And I don't know what you do to push that out of the way, because that's where all the funding is going to do this stuff. All the resources are getting wasted in other places. Campaigns in other countries for oil to sell to people to drive their cars around, to give people to continue to cycle.
Cough, military.
War is the new economy.
Exactly.
Well, that's why we need people discussing this from multiple points of view, multiple backgrounds. While one person might be able to figure out what's necessary to reduce the water into the atmosphere from this process called transpiration cohesion that we all depend on to eat. And somebody else that doesn't believe in climate change. Well, we need somebody that has the skills of convincing people, that has this ability to research and continue and work on that. So we're all working together as a team. We don't have the same skills. And those people who have the ability to influence the other people to get them to start doing the right thing are just as important as the scientists looking into what to do to change the temperature.
I'm going to call out to some alien buddies out there. Hopefully they're paying attention to our cast, our video. Could you please come and slap around these people for us? Or maybe they're part of the conspiracy. I don't know.
Well, what we really need to do is we need to start having like the green version of terrorists. People who care about the environment so much that they're willing to take on the oil companies and the CEOs. And what we need ginormous mobs to go around and get all of these people like Kelsey Warren and all the oil company CEOs and the Exxon CEOs and the Saudi Arabian oil company people. And we need to start, having public executions of all these people, because the only reason that we are heading down this path is because of money. I mean, Exxon knew about climate change in the 80s, and the Canadian oil and coal companies knew about climate change in the 1900s. Like, they knew about it in the first decade of the 1900s. I mean, it's insane that we are still going down this path when we've known about it for so long. But the reason we are is because of greed and nothing else, because of the short-sighted greed of a few old men.
And we also have these very restrictive laws that they wrote during the 80s, where they decided that
Retarded laws.
that people are eco-terrorists. That the people that went around and destroyed equipment and stuff were terrorists.
It's the same
Because
thing
they did property damage. They were terrorists. They didn't hurt people. They just went around and screwed up equipment and that kind of stuff. And and that's sort of the last direct action that was, other than stuff like the bridge hang, when they hung off the bridge and stopped the ship for a while going out in Portland. That was pretty good. I mean, there's only like so much you can do to slow them down anymore. You can't even. Anything else is considered terrorism. Every environmental group is watched very closely by the FBI and the security services. There just are there's lists of people that the fusion centers have that they know who's who and what their main goal, what their main driving things are, or what protests they've been seen at, whatever, so I mean, as far as that's concerned, you need masses to move things like that. I mean, you need enough people that nobody can the government can't say no, that it gets too hairy to start trying to enforce things, because when the crowd gets big enough, the police just handle the crowd. They don't try to arrest people. But if the crowd is small enough that they can get away with flashbanging it and macing it and doing all kinds of shit, they'll do it. But if it's big enough that it just angers a large group of people, they won't do it. So it's sort of a balancing act of being able to have a movement big enough to be a movement of the people, so that there's less violence.
Yeah. Well, imagine if that women's march with 3 million people all across the country going out. Imagine if instead of it being a women's march in spite of Trump, imagine if that was the climate change march.
Yeah, if it was, that was actually, it was a lot like the pre-war anti-war movement. I mean, that was the sort of crowds they were getting. Not that big, but they were getting huge crowds everywhere. And and it went nowhere because
the mainstream media didn't report on it and didn't care. I mean, that's what they said. The Iraq War protests were the biggest in history, and yet all the politicians still seem to fall for Cheney and Bush's lies.
And that's what I really worry we're going to reach that boiling point again, where it's time for the countries to amass groups of people, nationalize them all, and get them all hyped up, and then send them out to kill each other. And I mean, we're doing that already, but at a hyper pace. I mean, this gilded sort of gilded age where the rich, the ruling class, decide what the poor are going to do with their lives, because the poor have no other choice. And that's what joining the army is when you're poor. You don't have very many other options.
Yeah, it's true.
Economic draft.
Yep.
Exactly what it is.
I'm going to lose a bunch of friends to the military within the next few years, I'm sure, because there's a ton of kids that I just graduated with that are going, that either already joined the Guard or already joined the military, or and they've already deployed, or they're going to be deploying in a few weeks or a few months. And it's like, I wonder how many of them aren't going to even make it, another 10 years with all the garbage that's going on around this planet right now.
Well, and at this point, they might as well join the regular service. Don't join the National Guard, because National Guards have crappy benefits. And at this point, those guys that go in the National Guard get screwed over. We're treating them like regular soldiers, and yet we're paying them like Guard soldiers, and it's wrong. I mean, if you go overseas, you should get paid like everybody else. Your benefit should be the same. You know, this bullshit of these guys to come back and, you know, they want bonuses back from them and this or that they illegally got. Well, you know, if somebody gives you money and you are not, you know, you're just an enlisted guy, you're not rich, you know, they gave you money, chances are you're going to plow it into your family, you know. And so, you know, I just, that differential needs to be taken care of because that's a horrible thing.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it firsthand. Broke it. I know exactly what you're talking about. There were guys, you know, who were sent to my unit that were, you know, from the National Guard. I mean, what the hell were they doing there? They shouldn't have been there. I mean, not for what they were being paid. It wasn't right, and they had every right to complain about it.
And they're doing the same work. You know, when it comes right down to it, they're doing the same fucking work with the same challenges and dangers. Yep. So, you know, you pay people across the board the right wages, and you know that would go just. They need a raise across the board anyhow, or at least the lower echelon. So you know the enlisted soldiers and stuff do because.
Well, you see, though, they sucker kids into it anyway because they tell the kids that they like all the kids at my school who joined the National Guard were told that they're not going to get deployed, even though the National Guard's the first one to get deployed, like every single time. Right. And they're told that they're going to get, you know, free college and all this money while they're in school, and they're going to get paid to go on the weekends and all that. And, you know, and they think it's a really good deal when the reality is that they're going to be the first ones to go and they're not going to get paid shit for it.
Because here's the screwed up thing, and this has been screwed up for a very long time. The recruiters are paid, okay, which means they get paid by the number of recruits that they bring in. So it is in their best interest basically to lie and bring in as many recruits as they possibly can.
Yep, they need more blood sacrifices.
We had a recruiter in my town hanging outside GameStop passing out cards to kids.
Unbelievable. That's ridiculous.
Well, I got called by the Marine recruiters just yesterday, the day before, trying to get me to join. And luckily for me, I have ADHD and ADHD medicine, so I can use that as an excuse because like otherwise they just don't leave me alone. Like whenever I went to Buckeye Boys State, they had one of the kids doing pull-ups to see how many he could do there, and I had made a joke to him because I knew him and we were like roommates, or he was like in our city at Boys State, and I was asking if that was the entrance exam, and one of the guys who was working there took me seriously, and he came over and was like all intimidating, and he was like, no, this is just for fun, you know, and but he looked at me like as if I offended him, and he was like, and then they started like asking me if I was interested. And, you know, I didn't want to be rude, so I just say, you know, say sure, you know, like I've thought about it. And then they go on and they ask you like a ton of questions as if you're actually going to join. And then whenever they asked me about my ADHD medicine, they said that you have to be off it for at least a year before you can join. And then, you know, I came back to school, and this year a guy was there with students, and like the students were saying they were going to get in trouble if they didn't get enough names for the guy because he had to have enough names that he could call to get to join. And that's how he got my number, and that's how they knew to call me this weekend.
So they're harassing people, trying to get them to join the military, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a cold call from a Marine recruiter.
The military
recruiter and I didn't see eye to eye on the haircut thing. You know, I could get past that. Otherwise, I might have joined I would have joined the Army if I would have joined anything. But that was about the only thing holding me back was that all the structure and the haircut. And I says, you know, I'm sorry, dude. You know, don't you want to serve your country? Well, actually, not if I got to get a haircut. No, I mean, you know, we weren't fighting nobody at the time, and it's my work. You know, that got me around it. Otherwise, I might have joined. I mean, just surely out of. Because that was fun, you know. The idea of going and shooting all the guns and stuff would have been fun. Would have been, you know, cool for a kid like me because I grew up doing all that shit, you know. The other thing too was I grew up hunting and killing things just wasn't sort of in my blood. And by then I sort of realized what the anti-war movement was and sort of, Yeah, I didn't see myself as sort of the warrior type after a certain point, you know. But there was a point when I was, you know, in younger than 18 that I probably would have been prime pickings for him, you know. And it's only because of a little bit of life experience kept me out. So
It's just a job, man. It was just a job. That's how
Well,
I
I mean,
looked at it.
Yeah, I don't want to do it. I don't want to die.
All that shit. It's just a job. Graham knows. You just punch
well,
out, go to work.
it's like they promised this one dude I knew. They promised him computer training. His computer training was using like a glorified calculator to figure out the angles for artillery, and that was it.
I got a better one than that. They promised me a job as an AT, as an aviation electronic technician.
Yeah.
And I told him, okay, that's great. That's exactly what I want to do. I want to go into electronics. And I said, but the one issue I might run into is that I'm colorblind. And they said, oh no, you don't tell them that. If you don't tell them that, they won't know. I thought that was a little weird, but I went along with it. Yeah, I get to boot camp, and what's the first thing they do? They put you through another physical. They realize I'm colorblind. They're like, you can't be an AT. You need to pick another job.
You got the stamp. There's a stamp where, if like I have nerve deafness, my hearing, I had to take the hearing test 3 times.
Right.
Before I went in, and then after I went in, but I finally passed it. But they still stamped me. I couldn't be an AV, do a lot of things, a lot of departments. But I just really, it was just a job, and I just did it, and it was fun. I had a good time. It taught me, like I said, it taught me how to party like a rock star and get up and go to work.
Yeah,
on that note, I'm gonna go, guys. I gotta get to sleep. Aloha.
Night, brother.
Bye, James. Have a good one. Take care.
Great having Kevin's freaking mic working finally,
isn't it?
But then Lucas seems like his mic was kind of like weaker.
Well, that's because he wasn't speaking into the mic. That was a problem. He seemed to have that.
Okay, that's what they're for, Lucas.
No, it's because I didn't realize my speaker became the microphone instead of my phone.
Oh, now I can hear you.
Good night,
James. Good night, James.
Night, James.
Night.
Yeah, it's you know, it's almost sickening, you know, what the lies they'll tell kids to get them in, and
you know what's really sick is that this country
is that they have people in such economic straits that anything sounds good, you know.
Yeah. I mean, this country needs a basically a federal job guarantee. That way anybody can get a job. That way we can kind of balance out the economy. That way you don't have private industries that can just say, no, we won't pay you anymore. I mean, it's an employer's market right now. If you're an employer, everybody needs a job. Oh, fuck, I can pay you as little as I want. Otherwise, I can just, otherwise I'll just get all these people to fight amongst each other to get this one job. You know, and right now we do have a federal job guarantee. But the problem is it's the fucking military. You know? And that's a giant, I mean, that pisses away so much money. I mean, it gets into the economy, but it takes years and years and years to get into the economy to the large amount of people.
You're potentially pissing away your mental health. You're potentially pissing away, time spent with your family, your limbs. Who the hell knows what else you are giving away to serve your country that's not going to give you anything back.
Yeah, but all the wars are just friggin' illegal pretty much. I can understand serving your country when there's an actual purpose for it.
Right. Our military has become something that's used by corporations.
It's a giant mercenary army.
I mean, we have 7 illegal wars going on right now? Probably more.
Well, that's what he was bringing up is right. That's what we should be worried about right now. And that's that Prince and the boys are going to try to privatize all this and run our wars by mercenary that have even less rules than our military do.
Yeah.
And, you know, like we aren't already causing enough problems, you know.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say that I think that that's actually a good idea.
Oh, no, we're not. I'm sorry,
Here's
Ben,
why.
I disagree.
No.
Okay,
here's
hear
why.
Graham out.
Because we have a track record now. We know how these private entities operate. They are going to piss somebody off royally, and the whole thing is going to backfire.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that. But to backfire, they got to know a lot of people, you know.
Well, what we should do is we should declare war on all the mercenaries and see them as foreign combatants, just like we do an enemy country. And we should work with all of our ally countries, and we should even ally with our enemy countries to fight the mercenaries off before we do anything else. Because the mercenaries, they'll turn on anyone as long as they're getting paid.
I think we have a problem. Any military that is not a country's military should be a fucking problem. We shouldn't have rogue freaking militaries going around.
Well, we shouldn't have Tiger Swan working with the police.
Yeah, it's a rogue military, basically. I mean, most of those people come directly from military background.
Right.
Yeah, well, most of them become from military backgrounds because most of them are dishonorably discharged for being, for getting in trouble, or because they have drug problems or they have mental problems.
Yeah, you think there'd be a rule like if you're in the military, you cannot have a job in any form of security or whatever afterwards, especially if you were dishonorably discharged. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't even make sense. It's like, okay, you're servicing, so you basically got kicked out of the military, and I know they make soldiers carry the card, the what is it, the engagement card thing? Maybe Graham knows more what it is than I do, but the rules of engagement. I think every fucking cop should carry one of those.
It's a Geneva Convention card, but yeah, exactly. But the thing is too, and to your point, I have a number of friends who are also now out of the military, and I'd say probably about 20% of them have some kind of mental issue, and some of it's related to
post-traumatic stress.
But regardless, all of them, every single one of them with mental issues are either prison guards or police.
God.
All of them.
The worst possible people you could pick to be those positions. Oh, God.
It makes no sense.
Oh, it makes perfect sense if you want to make everything horrible, people miserable, and then just have gross negligence, corruption, and abuse. It makes perfect sense.
Right, but if you're looking at it from the perspective of somebody with PTSD, if your traumatic stress was induced by you being an aggressor, so say you shot a gun and watched a bullet that you shot rip through someone.
Okay, that's kind of different. What are the circumstances of that? Did you shoot because you were scared? Did you or did you? That person's going to shoot you, and you just have. Sorry.
Right. Shot because you were ordered to, because it's your duty.
Okay.
Whatever that is, whomever that's prescribed to, that's all subjective. It could be a police department. You could still find yourself completely justified. I mean, that's the problem we're facing with that issue.
I think we should just be in less wars in general. And whatever happened to Congress declares war? Whatever happened to that?
Well, 9/11 happened to that, but 9/11 is what happened to that.
That's why we have to have a draft. You have to have a draft.
At least with a draft.
Because you gotta have some people. You have to have some people in there that aren't military people. You have to have some people in there that are rabble rousers and are going to cause some problems, because it's the only way to have enough people that aren't sort of already in a mindset that they want to do this.
Don't you think now, though?
But you make these illegal wars a lot harder too.
No, but what I'm saying is there's two ways to fix the wars. There's either the reverse economic draft, where the richer you are, that's when you have to go fight. Like the richer you are, the closer you have to be to the front lines.
Yeah.
The only way you can get out of serving is by giving all your money away, Okay, so that's being a good person, doing your duty to the country. You donate all your money to the war effort, and then you can get out of serving. Or
Well, maybe
and
not
then-
all your money. Enough, you keep enough to live on.
No, all of it. That's what I'm saying. All of it. Because it's because
Not live luxuriously.
We're asking poor people to give their lives, so you can give your money. I mean, you'll still be taken care of if the government does its job. And that's the
When
idea.
does the government do its job? We got veterans that are homeless and dying from
No,
shit.
but I'm saying in this idea, where you have where you have a government that's actually doing its job, and where you have the rich people that have to fight. Because if we had the rich people fighting the wars, we wouldn't be in any wars. That's my point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, between that and the idea that if you had a draft that starts up when they declare war and they have to declare war, that will be a lot harder thing to sell to the constituents.
Hell yeah, it would be.
If all those constituents know that their children and their grandchildren are going to get sent off to some hellhole, rather than just, the 15% or whatever the percentage of the actual, I think that's way high. I can't remember. It's horribly low, the number of people that are actually involved in this 10-year long well, now we're what?
16, 4 more years and we get a gold watch.
Yeah, 16. So, yeah, I mean,
I don't see where it's stopping. I mean, the companies that Bryan Williams, who said those missiles were beautiful, the company that made those missiles, their stocks went up after those were launched. And that happens for a reason. They're not going away anytime soon. And when these guys fight, I enjoy the Cold Wars, I think, especially the one that's going on now, because you cannot deny that the United States and Russia are in a sociological war with each other.
Pretty much.
They want the people in their country to be pissed off at the other one. I don't know if that's what Russia wants, but that sure as hell is what our country.
And Russia. It's
I was about to say. I think that's kind of one.
They're trying to manufacture consent and drum up a war.
Yep.
Yeah. There's only a Cold War going on in the United States. In Russia, it's very different. In Russia, the Cold War ended in the 90s.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. We're kind of pushing NATO right on their doorstep.
And they do find that terrifying. But the thing is that
I'd be nervous with an army next to my country just staring at me.
The thing is that we've been such a bully to them, and they've been nothing but we've been the aggressor this whole time, and they've been nothing but nice to us. You have to look at it, from that perspective too, because their people actually do want to be like the United States, they want to be a modern westernized country like us. The thing is that
yeah, but we can't let that happen. That means we won't be able to steal their resources anymore, or kill them off, or control their area for geopolitical power.
It's insane to think that that the Russian and American people couldn't come together on ideology.
That was sarcasm, just to let you know.
Oh, of course. We have so many similarities and so very few issues, but the very small differences like we have on gay rights, those things are shoved in our faces so often. Putin is a bigot. He's a bigot because he hates gay people. He hates transsexual people. How many fucking slimy, disgusting politicians do we have in office right now in this country that hate the exact same things, would enforce the same laws if they were in his power?
Putin has friends that are gay and nephews that are gay and relatives that are gay. He doesn't hate gay people. It's he has to enforce a law that was put in place to appease the Republican their version of Republicans, their version of religious zealots.
Conservative
they have a religious constituency that has to be appeased, and it's a policy thing that was done by the Russian Congress, their parliament. They passed the law. Putin had nothing to do with it. It's if you watch House of Cards, there's the president on House of Cards is made to be just like Putin, and I mean his likeness, as far as his history and how he thinks and everything, is very, very similar to Putin. And Putin has no problem with gay people. It's he just has to enforce the laws that are on the books. That's it. Just like our president.
Well, and don't forget, where we will, our president, any president, will hop on a jet and fly to Saudi Arabia to kiss the ass of whatever fucking mahoof is there You know,
Yep.
if one Mahoof dies, the next Mahoof that comes in has to have his rings kissed. You know, and the president has to fly there personally. You know, other people die, and the president sends the vice president. But Saudi Arabia being the president, vice president, secretary of state, you got to have everybody there. You know, and my opinion is, you know, if we're going to destabilize one country, let's start with that one. You know,
Yeah.
let's just destabilize that fucker and let them deal with the hell they've been wreaking across the.
Yeah. It'd be nice if we actually went after people that deserved it for once, like Saudi Arabia and Israel.
Well, like I say, if we bombed every secular country in the Middle East, we have taken every country that had you know, strong mind or not, they had secular countries, they had modern countries, and we bombed the shit out of them. And
yeah, you look at pictures before the bombing and after the bombing. It's insane.
Yes.
I mean, it used to be a decent place. Like if you were there, you're like, hey, I can get an apartment here, someplace to live. You know, it looks half decent. You know, there's problems, but you know, look at it now, and it's just this fucking desolate, gray, bleak wasteland. And it's I think it was what was it, Libya or no? Was it Libya or one of those countries? It was their second largest city. Is like more than half of it's just completely fucking decimated.
Yep.
Did you guys know that the United States carried out over 13,000 airstrikes and air raids in Yemen since June 6th? Or June
Holy
30th?
shit! Is there any part of Yemen left?
Surprisingly enough, yeah.
Can you imagine being born and raised in the hellhole that is the Middle East?
You're sure you get accustomed to bombshells going off.
If I lived in Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Libya, I would dedicate my life to destroying the United States.
But you gotta think, there's like 16-year-olds there that are growing up that have lived through all this illegal shit all through that area. I mean, those people. I mean, think about them. Those ones are going to be the new terrorists that come up. They're just lined right up to be indoctrinated right into it, to be funded by us to keep us going this whole path right on going over and over and over.
Yeah, rather than dropping food packages in Yemen, we give more bombs to Saudi Arabia. You know, rather than sort of fighting.
Get the fuck out of there and just give them food so they can repair their shit.
Exactly. I mean, to some extent, it's like, you know, if you actually help people out of the problems they're in, sometimes they have gratitude. You know, and we need to be both.
But we cause their problems. I don't think they're going to take too kindly.
We need to be forgiven before we're.
The thing is that if the country is desperate enough, they'll take whatever they can get, even if it was from a prior enemy. Think about Japan after World War II. We helped Japan rebuild after World War II, and they've been one of our greatest allies ever since.
But we showed that we wouldn't care and we'd kill the whole world.
I don't know what the problem.
I mean, we dropped enormous bombs on them. We were the first ones to do it. And we were the first ones crazy enough to use that and to attack people with them.
I don't know what the process is to get there, and I don't know if it's feasible through what we were talking about earlier with the draft or anything like that. But and it sounds scary as hell. But I think what the United States needs is some sort of military coup. We need a way for our people to gain control and say that this over here, this needs to stop for at least a decade, and we need to redo things. And whatever help we need or assistance from NATO or the Council of Nations that we've got going on.
Well, NATO's kind of obsolete at this point.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't really.
And I feel like the first.
I think we got to do the exact opposite. We have to have a coup against the military. We have to get rid of all the effects that the military industrial complex and the intelligence industrial complex.
Right.
And you know, they're going to have to learn to live on like a quarter of what they've had, pay their people better, stop hiring contractors. You know, there's no excuse for the military not to feed itself.
Hey, you guys want to hear three words that'll get you assassinated?
Yeah, I
sure. Why not?
Nationalize I guess it's 4 words. Nationalize the weapons manufacturing. If you make that,
They pretty much already are nationalized for the most. Well, I mean, they're not officially nationalized, but I mean, if it wasn't for fiscal policy by the government, we wouldn't have a fucking arms industry. So, I mean, effectively, it is already nationalized. It's just in private ownerships that are tightly colluded with the government.
Well, no, the thing is that if it was nationalized, that would mean that the taxpayers can have control over it instead of the
What do you mean by taxpayers? Taxpayers paying taxes to what?
Taxpayers.
And how would that give control over it? I mean, tax money doesn't fund the military.
Taxpayers control politicians, and politicians control nationalized industry.
Since when did taxpayers control politicians?
What?
Since when did taxpayers control politicians?
I mean, if you call and vote, if you call enough, I mean, remember
I've harassed the shit out of them.
They were going to vote to gut the ethics committee in January, and they got their office swamped because we can remove them from office overnight if we really want to, but they got their phone calls swamped. Like they got their answering machines full back in January whenever they were going to do that, and they got scared shitless, so they decided they weren't going to gut the ethics committee. If we were to nationalize the weapons industry and get rid of all those lobbyists, then the only people they'd be listening to when it came to that kind of thing would be the taxpayers and the citizens.
Okay, just 1 second here. Do you think...
just real quick? See you guys. I'm burning.
All right, see you, Broken
Later, guys.
See you, Broken Carpenter.
Have a good night.
Night, Broken.
Okay, do you think taxes fund the military?
As far as what they teach you in economics and stuff like that, I mean, yeah, but I mean, in all honesty, no.
Taxes don't fund. I mean, federal taxes don't fund a damn thing. I mean, it's just like, okay, think of it this way. You have your federal taxes, all right? And let's say you do a solar thing or whatever, you get a tax credit, all right? What happens? I mean, your tax credit cancels out your tax liability. So all that means is that U.S. dollar is a liability, and the tax credit cancels it out. The tax credit's a -1. The dollar, your tax, is a positive. You get 0. I mean, it's the same way federal taxes work. They don't fund a fucking thing. I mean, the government, whenever it spends on the military, every year when it makes a budget, it doesn't. You can use the euphemism. It prints money, but effectively it just digits. You know what I mean? It's all computerized. It does print money, but only when somebody withdraws it or cashes a check somewhere down the line. But besides that, it's all just numbers. It's just like what I said before, how federal taxes are just to redistribute resources. You know, you're basically stealing from everybody in the country. And just like the I don't know if you were here for that, but I played a video. It was Eisenhower, the speech, the Iron Cross, how every gun, every bomb, it symbolizes a theft. Well, that's what he's referring to. I mean, when you look at the MMT and the military, how it's funded, and how our tax system, all this fits together. They've been saying this for 60 years. You know, there have been people trying to tell us and warn us, and freaking, they're basically saying in kind of a fancy way. But when you go through what they're saying, they're basically explaining how it's getting funded and everything. I mean, those tax dollars don't fund a fucking thing. The only way taxes fund anything is on a state level. Right. And that's because a state is a user of it.
That's correct.
Like, what if they just didn't fight? Like, the army, police, everybody. I mean, like, behind all these weapons, behind every tank or bomb or drone, there has to be somebody behind pulling the trigger. And
Right.
so, like, what if we just refused? What if we just absolutely made it pointless?
Well, why do you think they have military boot camp? They try to break people down and turn them into obedient little servants.
So the whole point is through conditioning to reduce
Not to question anything.
I have a philosophical
Right.
issue with that.
Sorry, Bryan.
Because I believe that at any time, if you got everybody to stop pulling the trigger, at one point somebody would go, "I'm going to stand up and I'm going to put my finger on the trigger, and then I'm going to be in power because nobody is threatening to pull it now." And
they just need to know when it's wrong. All
But I
right,
don't-
this
Yeah.
comes down to a decency thing and realizing what you're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying is like, I mean, I guess there would be a time and a place, you know, where you would need something like that. If somebody's attacking you, you know what I'm saying? But like, you know, if they're asking them to do something that is illegal or immoral, you know, I don't they have the, isn't that somewhere? I think I heard somebody say something about that, like, that they don't, what is it? I wish I could remember. But, you know, you can't go and I mean, Dick Cheney's not going to go out and fight a war on his own. You know what I'm saying? Like, these guys aren't going to fight it, you know,
No.
themselves.
Right.
Nope.
The only way that people should pick up that gun and to, you know, do these things is if it is, you know, like the moral choice, I guess.
That's why I was saying that the best system possible for a war would be if you were to if you were to legislate it and make an amendment saying that war, like the declaration of war, instead of having Congress vote on it, you had the entire American population, and
Like a
all of the
referendum, a
citizens-
nationwide
yeah,
referendum.
Referendum. Yep.
Yes, a
Yep.
nationwide referendum, and everyone who votes yes and that we should go to war, everyone who votes yes would have to serve.
That sounds like a plan.
Oh, I like
Yeah.
that. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
That's
Because
like the
that means
Ned
that
Stark
means that
theory.
you'd have to honestly believe in the cause and be willing to put your life on the line.
I like that. That would work. I think it would be a very long time before we ever went to war again.
Yes, it would be.
Well, look back why the draft shifted, like why they stopped doing it. It's because, okay, you directly affected all these people's lives. So trying to do a Vietnam War, I mean, they did them, but it made them substantially harder. And it was more public outrage from it.
Right.
So the thing about these proxy wars, then these wars we get into without any vote from Congress at all, and that's
illegal wars.
Exactly, is powerful people just walking right around the rules like they're not even there. And so, so with our nationwide,
Patriot Act. I'm pretty sure that's Patriot Act.
Yep, and that's now
allows the president to have basically too much power.
right. All of our now that's in place. So around that nationwide referendum, we would need to form some sort of regulation that put a damper on this military contracting we got going on, because Congress isn't doing a goddamn thing to stop it.
What thing about the military contract are you talking about? The fact that we have crap tons of military contracts, or the fact that fact that there are no bid contracts and the actual money gets embezzled?
No, the actual fact that we have all these contracts, all of this war going on without any say from the people who are fighting it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, we've always had military development of some sort. But I think because look how much research. I mean, you really, really look at all the scientific research. Look how much of it came out of the military. I mean, that shouldn't be happening. Okay.
Right.
It should be, I mean, a large proportion of that should be all public stuff, and it should not have anything to do with the military whatsoever. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
My point, though, is we were at one point going into these countries and just overthrowing entire economies and basically just.
Oh, we still are.
Yeah,
I mean, we got a vassal state right below us to the south. We destroy their economy. force their immigrants to come here, basically. Well, we strongly, how do we put it? We persuade them through economic desperation to come here, and then to make us more desperate.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying is we need some sort of way to gauge how much participation our military has been in, and a way for our representatives to dial it back, and to get our representatives to do that, they need to not be bought and paid for by the same people that want it done.
Yeah, and profiting from it.
Exactly.
I mean, like, our whole thing is, like, we have all these different systems and that, different branches, and, like, we're supposed to have checks and balances to where nobody is more powerful than the other branch. But then nobody ever has a check on the power of the government against the people. Where's our check? Where is our check on power? How do we do that? They should, and all these people want to preach about the Constitution and founding fathers. Well, okay, they believed in checking power. Well, let's fix it. Give the people some power.
We did have somewhat of a power check, but over the past 30 or 40 years of the financialization of the economy, you got to think, if you're draining money out of the mass majority of people, that really limits what they can do.
Right.
And that was the check. That demand side economic thing provided a check, because there's a point where you provide people and they start getting more and more active, and then they get involved in things much, much more. I mean, look back in the 50s and 60s, what was happening during then after World War II. Everybody was employed. They all had a bunch of money. They were all getting active. They were starting, you know what I mean? You saw a lot of progression real quick. And that directly result of economic policy that allowed the mass majority of America to actually get ahead and get a decent living.
Yeah,
and that's why they try to suppress everybody with the debt and the wages and the immigration coming in, and it's all a plan, every bit of it. I mean, this is basically, if you're an arch villain or something shit like that, and you want to destroy a country and subjugate all of its people, how do you do it? That's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to think like a disgusting, absolute, horrible monster that would want to basically ruin everybody's lives. And then it makes perfect sense. Everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's how
the most powerful thing we can do, other than vote, is vote with our dollar. That's the biggest thing we can use to check.
They've drained the economy to such a point. 50% of the country is poor. Voting with your dollar has been substantially diminished. It still has a great effect, but it's not as much as it was, especially since people are more desperate about just getting by.
Right. And the people who are a part of this, this power structure at the top, are thinking about just what all of us are thinking about, what we do with our lives and our future and our children, our children's children, things like that. And they're fine with it. They're fine with being a part of this. They're not thinking about, well, I'm this terrible monster ruining everybody's lives. No, they're thinking, I did good. I made that path for my family, and even if the world burns, hey, I've got this really nice bunker where they're going to go to while the world's burning. They're gonna survive. It's this crazy fucking neurosis of self-preservation of you, and the continuation of yourself. And I think that's the big problem.
It's all about the self. I mean, it's kind of like Breaking Bad. He's like, "Oh, I'm doing it for my family. I'm doing it for my family." And at the very end, he's like, "I did it for me." It has nothing to do about their family. If they gave a shit about their family, they wouldn't be setting the world on fire right now.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, it's all neurosis. Like, everyone in politics is neurotic, at least a little bit. Even Bernie has some degree of neurosis, and it's like, it's like you can't be in the public eye if you don't have neurosis. Like, I'm in band. I like to do live music and live performance, and I like to be on stage in front of a lot of people. That's my neurosis showing.
It's like everyone, you know, has a certain degree of neurosis and ego, and you know, all of that kind of, and like wanting to be in the spotlight,
The ego and the
wanting to be
id.
remembered and revered and popular. And it's like, but some people, it just goes to like extremes. You know, like some people don't know how to check it, and like that's like whenever, you know, Hyde takes over and Dr. Jekyll dies, and like that's you know, the people like Dick Cheney and Rumsfeld and Rove and all those Bush era war criminals.
Yep. And that's exactly, it's just gone completely out of control and out of check. And now our reality is such because nobody cares to notice. So nobody, and even if they have, it's just, that's what they've made their lives. I mean, Donald Trump is as old as he is now. If you think, like, if anybody thinks he's gonna, like, you know,
he's built his life on theft.
I'm egotistical, so now I'll stop. You know, no. And the same thing goes for any other super powerful person now. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, like, this is the rich elite's version of the American dream. You know, you want to leave a little bit more for your family or whatever. And it's just like when you're already filthy fucking rich and then you're still chasing after more and more and more and more, that's an illness, you know, like you said. I mean, like, that's neurotic. That's neurotic.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a complete mental illness because, and like one guy, there was even one guy who, when he was being interviewed for an episode on the difference between the 1% and the 99, he went and he was saying that once you get to, you know, your first million, he says you see all the other millionaires who have 20 million and 30 million and 40 million and 50 million, and he says as soon as you get to 1 million, you feel poor again. And it's like, it's just insane. I mean, it is absolutely insane how these people think. And then and they were saying that, you know, when you get, it's like, 'cause it's always, those people have more than me, so that means I'm less than, you know. And it's like no one can ever learn to realize that money does not equate personal wealth and like what a person is worth, you know.
It's just limitless greed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's greed at any expense.
Capitalism is like,
make you happy. You know, that's what I try to tell everybody. It's like, they, you know, back whenever they did a study, I think it was like the early 2000s and the 90s, they said that once you got above $70,000 a year, it didn't make you any happier, you know. And now I think the equivalent would be around $100,000 or $120,000 a year. Once you get beyond that, money doesn't make you any happier.
yeah, I mean, it's like this dogma, like, kind of thing. I mean, because it's not even based in like reality or whatever. Like, they've just been taught, you know, money, capitalism, like, it's just all about the wealth. And I mean, like, look at Donald Trump. There's no way that he had a normal, functional childhood where they spent family time together and had, you know, all this. I mean, he wasn't hugged. He didn't get hugged as a child, you know. Like, I'm sure that his upbringing was fucking terrifying. So, I mean, when that happens, I mean, you're going to have some fucked up psycho people out there running the world. I mean,
yeah.
Well, I mean, all these crazy religious people, I mean, they grew up with their parents beating them, and they think that's okay. And it's like psychology, you know, like modern day psychological research and sociological research has proven that beating your kids is not a good idea. It's just, there's no upside to beating your kids and physically hurting your kids. Like they said, the best thing that you can still have negative reinforcement with timeouts and grounding, punishment with timeouts and grounding, and then you can have positive reinforcement. You know, if you do this right and you get something. But they found that, you know, hitting children is not the way to go. It's just does nothing but psychologically damage kids. But yet, all these crazy Republicans in power, I bet you every single Republican politician out there will tell you hitting your kid is okay, and half the Democrats too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, neither would I.
Oh.
I mean, look at Child Protective Services. I mean, they've literally been caught selling kids into shit. Trust me, they're going to say, "Oh, go ahead and beat your children."
I mean, it's ridiculous.
They've literally been caught. I mean, I don't know if you guys know, but Child Protective Service literally been caught selling kids into, like, trafficking them.
I didn't know about that.
I've heard some stories.
Well, I know that last night we were talking about Disney World, and I forgot to bring it up last night, but Disney World is like the world capital for human trafficking.
It is. That's a fact. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty scary.
Like they say that like one in 25 people you see at Disney World is being trafficked or something like that.
Yep. Yeah, pretty scary stuff. Well, everyone, I think we're going to end it here. It's gotten really late. I need to get some sleep.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
We'll see everybody Monday.
Night.
Have a good weekend. Bye.
Good night, everybody. Take care. Have a good one. Sorry I was busy.
Good night.
No problem.
Bye, everyone.
Gotta give one more.
I get out of here.